everyone.
How are you doing? Where's my shit? Take your joy. And if it just so happens to be an enormous bottle of Aleve, do it. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. I apologize for being late. I had cramps so bad all night. It was so bad. So I let myself sleep in. I apologize. Gimp, you fuck. Also, fuck, hold up. There was a gifted sub. Wait, Gimp, thank you from the bottom of my deep void for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving a fucking anus its wings. I appreciate you. Oh my god, there's just fucking hair on my face. I'm gonna go crazy. Every day. They're everywhere. Lift control, you fucker. You just gifted a sub to Darling Lunatic. No more ads for you for a month, bitch. Enjoy. Thank you so much for gifting a sub to Darling Lunatic. Use about Wizard of the Highest Order to go forth and be consensual in every way, and I appreciate you being here today. Thank you for the gifted subs. I'll just get in the corner and chill here if that's okay. Just don't mind the piss. Don't mind the piss. Oh my god, Vissy. So I literally just saw your message right before I went live. I got to talk to my sister because my sister and I were planning on taking we were going to maybe take my mom somewhere for her birthday in March. So I have to check with my sister first. But maybe. Pit. Well, I just kind of let the mods pee wherever they want to. So there's like piss. You know what I mean? Good morning, Najil. Good morning to everybody. If I missed anybody, good fucking morning, everybody. Good morning, Zoe. Good morning, Rod. Good morning, Money. How you doing? I'm just tired, man. Cramps are the worst. I was up, like, I feel okay, so I think I hit a REM cycle and cramps didn't wake me up during the REM cycle. Like, that's how I can gauge whether or not I can stream. I woke up and didn't feel like total shit. Kendo, thank you for the biddies. I woke up probably like 10, not 10, probably 5 times last night to take more leave. I was just in cramps all night. It was terrible. I don't know why. It's the worst, and I apologize. Also, I left I didn't mean to watch the Harry interview this morning. It was on autoplay and it started and I was like, fuck, and I had to finish it. I had to. I'm sorry. But good morning. I'm not cramping right now and I have my gear, so we should be okay. There's piss everywhere. What up, Killshot? Coffee Toast Anime. How are you? I'm okay right now. Also, I wanted to ask you guys about this. Does anybody else have an issue where you wake up with numb hands at night? Is it just me? It can't be. Kel, you fucking ass. Thank you good morning, Peen, Kel. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus swings. I fucking appreciate you.
That's a long time. Thank you.
So, literally for the past week, I wake up at least 3 times a night in pain because the circulation's returning to my hands somehow, like I must have rolled, but I don't understand what the fuck is going on. Like, literally, it's driving me crazy because I'm not getting a full night's sleep. I'm waking up at least 5 times a night just in excruciating pain because the pins and needles are coming back to my hand somehow. Like, I don't wake up from the numbness, but I cannot fucking figure out what it is. Like, I've been sleeping the same my whole life. And just in this past week, I keep waking up with numb, like, just pain. I'm, like, in bed, like, stretching my arm, like, oh my God, with the pins and needles. And it just keeps coming back. And I've tried to sleep on my back. I've tried to sleep on my stomach. I've tried to sleep with my hands above my head, in front of my head, like, on my I've tried everything, just putting my arms in different places. I don't sleep, like, on my arm, like, dead arm. I don't understand it. It's driving me fucking crazy, though. Like, I'm not sleeping because of this thing, and I'm going fucking nuts. See, and that's Chronicle, seriously, that's what I think I'm doing when I sleep because I'm cold, because it's winter and I'm cold. I sleep like this, and I think a nerve right here is getting pinched, and that's what's making it's mostly my right hand. It's just totally numb in the morning. I mean, numb. It kind of freaked me out, and, like, of course, I Googled it, and everything's like, diabetes, and I was like, I don't fucking have diabetes. God damn it. That starts with your feet, not your hands. Fucking internet. But it's weird and it's just driving me crazy. I don't know. I don't know a solution. Like, I feel like I'm going a little insane from it. That's Dajel. I've been thinking, well, I don't have any pain at all outside of this. And so I was thinking that too, like, because I game, and I'm constantly crafting and drawing and doing things that cause carpal tunnel. But yes, the feeling totally comes back. Yeah, I have, it's not staying numb. It doesn't stay with the pins and needles. The only reason I'm waking up is the pins and needles fucking hurt. And so I wake up like, oh, and I just have to, like, lay there for a minute and just stretch my hand. I'm sitting here, like, doing this. But I notice when it happens, doing this, I can't do it. Like, I literally can't bend my wrist back. So something here is getting so tight that it's cutting circulation off to my hands while I'm sleeping. Just my hands? The fuck? I feel like Edward Scissorhands. It's weird. Try elevating your hands and forearms right now. No shit. Like on a pillow? Really? Elevate them? I would feel like I don't know. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna take your advice, but like I would think that that would be less because then I don't know. I don't know. It's driving me crazy though. I tuck hard, so I usually try to hug. That's Chronicle. I'm not even kidding. That was this morning. I thought about that. I was like, maybe I should try hugging a pillow so I don't like do this at night because I think I'm literally like, rigor morting myself at nighttime for some reason. It's weird. Yeah, neuropathy is always the suggestion with diabetes. Absolutely. I know I don't have diabetes. I have a fucking sugar monitor. I've checked that shit. I know lots of people with diabetes. It's definitely either because like I know I've studied carpal tunnel when I was in school, and like the passageway for all of your nerves and everything to get to your hands is so fucking narrow that if there's any tightness or swelling in your wrist, that can cause pain and weird dead hands, I guess. It's fucking in a mild yeah, I wake up with dead arm and a mild panic attack. Mine's just pain. I wake up from the pins and needles, and it's just, like, excruciating. It's so bad. Sounds like type 1 masturbation. I mean, you would think, but, like, I'm pretty sure most people jerk off with their offhand. I don't know. That is my offhand. Damn it, you're right. Hug a blanket. Critical. That's what I'm thinking I might have to do, or get, like, a body pillow to hug at nighttime just so I don't, like, myself. I wonder if that's why Zach pushes me off. Like, am I squeezing him to death? Has he ever told you guys anything? Do I death grip him? I have neuropathy, but I have MS. But the feeling nerve comes back. All of mine comes back. Yeah, it all comes back. It's just like it's causing me not to sleep throughout the night, which is not healthy for anybody. Everybody should be getting at least 6 hours. And I'm just like, I know I'm not getting a solid night's sleep because I wake up constantly. And most of the time, Zach's awake when I wake up because he just, stays up really late. And I'll just reach my arm out and be like, and he'll pull my fingers and try. Like he tries to help. It just is hurts. Then I've been doing not even kidding you, Vissy. You would think it looks crazy. Middle of the night, 3 a.m. I wake up with the extreme pain in my hand and I start doing this in bed. I'm not kidding. I've tried everything because it hurts so bad. It just hurts. And I don't want to wake up all night, all night. Like, I not kidding you. Middle of the night, I'm doing this shit. Nerve glides. I think about it because it's definitely interrupting my life. I need to sleep. I had a lump and a bruise show up on my right wrist out of nowhere a few weeks ago, like a busted vein. Out of nowhere? Did you like slam your hand on something? Ow. Oh my god, are we cheersing? I have a full bowl and I cleaned my bong. It's oh god, what did I grind up? Lilac diesel. Of course, the week after Vissy's here, my dispensary has lilac diesel, our shared favorite strain. Of course. Cheers, y'all. Didn't I tell you what I did with the filter? It's in my dishwasher. I'm washing it. It's in the dishwasher right now. I dropped it on the bathroom floor, Vissy. Well, I didn't drop it. I knocked it off. Disgusting. I went to take a bath and had my bong with me because, of course, you smoke in a bath. Who doesn't? We're adults and we live the life we want. And I had it on the ground. Right. It's in the dishwasher too because it was dirty. So I just put them both in there. I'm just washing them. It was sitting on here, and as I was getting into the bathtub, literally my calf brushed it. And it's like that like silicone, so it just like bloop on the bathroom floor. And my bathroom floors are clean for the most part, like dog dirt and stuff from shoes. Zach sits to pee. There's no piss anywhere. But my brain said, you don't put things on your mouth that touch the bathroom floor. So I had to soak it in bleach for a day, and now it's in the dishwasher. It's probably my neurosis. I'm sure there's nothing on my bathroom floor. I'm sure it's relatively clean, but like I'm not putting it on my mouth until it's out of the dishwasher. I can't do it. But I will say I completely notice a huge difference without it. My mouth gets totally scummy. What's the difference between disassociation, meditation, consent? Oh my god. Cheers. Darling, they're amazing. I mean, I'm thoroughly impressed with how much it changes just the experience of smoking because your mouth doesn't get that weird scummy layer on it. It's pretty nice. Who doesn't smoke their bong in the bath? Beats a glass of wine any day. 100%. I don't know. Like, you're all warm and toasty in the bath. You're in a closed space, so you can hotbox your bathroom. And my bathroom is small as fuck. So I can hotbox the fuck out of my bathroom. And I just lay in a hot tub with like this cloud around me. It's great. I'm all about it, but I'm not putting that mouthpiece on my mouth till it's out of the dishwasher. It's just, 10-second rule is not real. I can't with that. Oh, Viata. I mean, one day, my dream, I told Zach this a week ago. I was like, when I know I've made it is when I have a bath I fit in. And a bathroom that I can bend over in without smacking a part of my body onto something. That's when I know I've truly made it. Someday. Someday it'll happen. I'll be able to put my knees and my tits in the water at the same time. It's a dream. It's a dream. It's the dream. If it's a circulation issue, when it happens, sit up and roll your head and neck. It'll force blood into the collapsed veins, arteries. No shit. No, absolutely. If I miss something, Najil, you know me. You can always repost. I hate missing your guys' messages. No, absolutely. I will try that. And I'm also going to try to elevate my hands because I got lots. I mean, honestly, I could literally just put my hands on the dogs. Stove up, you fuck. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive and giving it an swings with that Prime sub. Do not forget your Prime subs. No pressure to use it here. But if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can sub to any Twitch streamer once a month completely for free. You're paying for that sub no matter whether you use it or not. You're paying for it. But if you use it, you're putting $5 in the pocket of a streamer. If you don't, you're shoving $5 into the greasy G-string of Jeff Bezos. Like, let's think about our options and not choose that one. Thank you so much. And I did chill and smoke with my sister in her hot tub. Oh my God, I've never smoked in a hot tub. I've never smoked pot in a hot tub. That's one thing I gotta do. Vissy, my tub's deep. It's the length. There's no tub that's 6 feet. I mean, not even 6 feet. Like, literally, it's the length. I'm just too tall. I'm just too tall. It's very depressing. I had a sauna. I can't get into them. They just seem gross, so we turned our sauna into a garden shed. I know it's like a cultural thing. A lot of countries fucking love saunas, especially I know Sweden and Norway, they have sauna traditions where they go in these super hot saunas and slap each other with sticks and stuff. I've never understood just sitting in a hella hot room and being sweaty. I'd rather run and get sweaty, I guess. Maybe that's me. Being over 6 foot no, it's just not going to happen. It's a joke. Mayo, it's going to happen. Good morning, Marilyn. How are you? Dog pillow, best pillow. Dog pillows are the best pillows. I woke up this morning and Trick was on my pillow behind my head. Literally woke up, opened my eyes, and Trick's face was right there. He was just like, "Good morning, mother." Fucking creepy dogs. I don't know how they get up there so quietly. Good morning, Taco. That G-string's so fucking greasy. A sauna triggers my claustrophobia because they get so hot and I have a really hard time breathing. And I don't even have claustrophobia, and I feel like that I would experience all those feelings and be equally uncomfortable. Without the phobia part, I just don't. I mean, sure, maybe there's a health benefit. There's supposedly a health benefit to dipping your body in freezing cold water too, and I'm not about to fucking do that. The dogs would be the perfect height to elevate your hands. I'm saying, literally, Lilith lays on my left side. I'll be straight up on her. Or on whatever. She's on the side of me all the time. I'll have at least one arm up. I got me some new tennis shoes from Vessi. Oh, do you like them? I've heard good things about Vessi. It's a new brand of tennis shoes out that's not dumb expensive, but apparently they're very, very comfy and just normal looking tennis shoes. I would prefer not to imagine a frostbitten knob. Oh my God, Banana. Did you know that the Prince Harry had a frostbitten dick at his brother's wedding? Because I learned that today. Most tubs are maybe, and they're a foot deep, if. What if I liked Jeff Bezos' G-string? If you liked it so much, why did you give it to me? Sip. I'd love a 420 stream, a hot tub stream. That'd be amazing. Mine's deeper than yours. I mean, I might be able to actually submerge my tits in your tub. Maybe. I don't like sweat. Me neither. I fucking Viata, you and I have that so in common. I think we've talked about this before. One of my like least favorite feelings in the world is just being moist in any way. I don't want it. Like I don't want my clothes to be wet. I don't want my sleep. Like I can't even. Oh my god! First thing in the morning when I wash my face, like if I take a quick shower, I usually wash my face out of the shower because all my face stuff's by the sink. Uh, and if my sleeves, like this part of my cuff of my sleeve gets wet, I gotta change my shirt. I straight up cannot fucking stand being mysteriously moist, whether it's sweat or anything. Sex things aside, obviously, I can't stand it. I do not like what. Oh god, I don't like to. Nope. Mm-mm. No, no. Oh, it's branches. Also Finland. Oh no, shit. There you go. I knew it was a lot of northern countries that do it like it's like a cultural thing, and they're very healthy people. I'm not saying it's bad. I don't know. It just seems weird to me. But I definitely love me a hot tub, so I guess it's not that different, right? You're just getting super hot, but instead you're getting super hot in, like, a soup of other people's, like, body. Sorry. Now I'm dead inside. I don't understand the point. I think there's some health benefit to it, I don't know. My favorite thing to do in college was after lacrosse practice is to suspend myself in a garage bin-sized ice bath. Oh, you're sick. What the fuck? I would literally die. I get upset if I have to touch ice to put it in my drink. Good morning, Brooby. The first 5 minutes were absolute torture, but the next 25 minutes were just bliss. Probably because you were dying. Hydrate and eat lean for a while, then hop in a sauna and let that garbage. I mean, I sweat every day when I run. I hate it. A lot. Good morning, Glut. My area of the country has a large portion of Finnish immigrants. Almost every house bill here has a sauna. There you go. So it is like a cultural thing, right? Yeah, like I get if you love it, I'm not here to shame it. Good morning, Eliza. I'm so sorry I forgot your birthday. I'm gonna say that every day for the rest of this year. I've decided. That's my penance. I have to let everyone know I forgot Eliza's birthday and I feel so fucking bad about it. Maybe that's why I have numb hands and I'm not sleeping. I don't know. I'm never gonna feel good about myself ever again, and I love you. Thank you for resubbing to my channel. Because I care. I care about you too. Dude, Mayo, they are so fucking sneaky. It's insane how fast my dogs can move and get places without me knowing. It's wild. I don't know how they do it. There's like 75 and 80 pounds. Cheers, though. They're waterproof. No shit. And they're really comfy. I'm not even shaking. I wear DC skater shoes to this day because there's not a shoe that's comfortable. I just cannot find a comfortable fucking shoe. I still wear just skater shoes. I'm a very, very dull bitch. Cheers, Eliza. Oh god. Hold on, I just have to repack a little. Vissy got all those stupid little safety things off my lighters. They're so nice to click now. Oh my god. Ruby, I wish. That's the funny part is I have the smallest boobs. For my size. Like if I lay down on my back, they just disappear. And yet, they're suspended above the water because I'm tall. His dick wasn't hairy enough. Jesus Christ. I learned all about Prince Harry's knob, or at least what he's written about it yesterday due to having a British wife. Oh my god, I forgot your wife is fucking British. Of course you knew. Has she read the book? I've heard it's heartbreaking. I don't think I've worn more than a pair of trunks in a sauna, and most times, I mean, honestly, I would assume most people would be totally naked. What would be the point of having clothes on? I have bad news about hot flashes. Oh, I don't want it. Nope, I don't want it. I do have night sweats sometimes in the summer when it's really, really hot outside. I know that feeling already, but I am not excited for any of that. Any of that. Being moist. I know everybody hates that word. I don't know why everybody hates the word moist. I don't like to be mysteriously moist, but the word doesn't freak me out. Oh my god, when I lived with my parents, my dad would come in from outside with snowy shoes. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. Absolutely not. Can you imagine being Harry's ghostwriter while he was describing his dick over multiple different parts of his life? No. No. The mix of, I mean, his ghostwriter literally had to, like, go from writing the tragedy of Harry experiencing his mother's death and convincing himself his mother's still alive to, like, oh yeah, and I got frostbite on my cock. Like, what a fucking emotional roller coaster. Exactly. Moistness with sexy things is fine because hormones turn gross, nasty things into sexy things temporarily. 100%. 100%. Hi, Crispy. How are you? I never eat breakfast. I don't. You guys got to learn. You know better than that in my stream. I had a couple's massage once, and they had us sit in a sauna for 30 minutes before the massage. I mean, I kind of get why they would do that, but every time I've ever had a massage, the room is just very warm, and so then it keeps because it's to loosen up your muscles, right? So we were wet, and I was on edge. I had to get out of the sauna more than once before the time was up. I couldn't do it. Hot tubs are human soup. Thank you. Good morning, Genova. Is sweat phobia a thing? I don't know. I just feel it's gross. Like, oh God, what? Uh, oh, you got your blood work back? Pretty sure I'm anemic again. How did you become unanemic? It's pronounced sauna. Sauna? Like a pig? Sauna? Really? And we're all pronouncing it sauna like idiots? Najeel, your birthday's a week from today. Oh, thank fuck. It's not a Monday. I was like, wait, am I off? No, it's not a Monday. I'm a moron. Zelda's a ninja. It's poodles. They're ninjas, dude. It's amazing. Hot tubs are pretty disgusting. I haven't been in one for many years, but the idea of them is pretty fucking foul. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat. I'm so slow today. Good morning, Rob. How are you? I sweat standing up. I sweat at the most random times. I am a weird sweat bomb of a human, and I hate it. I do not like being sweaty at all. Okay, I think Rip DC Shoe co-founder. Oh my god, did he die? Did they die? I did clean my bong today. Look how shiny she is. I took a couple hits already, so she's might have some pieces. But I did clean her today. She's quite shiny. In other news, the Bell's palsy side of my face is clearing up. Oh, really? That was fast. Most of the time when people get Bell's palsy, they have it for like months. That's crazy good, though. Not that I'm like, you should have had it way longer. Fuck. I can have most of the right side of my face again and have resumed normal blinking. Nice. No more left eye only blinking and water constantly running out of the right one. Wasn't your other side of your face like twitching or something too? Boobs also float, true. Fat floats, right? I mean, that's the thing. Gravity's no longer a thing in the bathtub, so that's true. I don't think I'll buy his book. It sounds very, very sad. Like, I watched the interview today, and Stephen Colbert said it's a good book. It's most of what they talked about. I mean, I watched their little, if anyone's curious, I watched Stephen Colbert interview Prince Harry this morning. And, like, I'm not, good morning, Zintek. I'm not a, what's the word? Royal, the people obsessed with royals, royalophile or whatever. There's like a population of Americans obsessed with the royal family. Like I don't know what it is. It's crazy. I've met these people. It's wild. I know there's a lot of people in England who do as well, but it's so weird. Anglophile, is that what it is? I'm not an Anglophile by any means, but I know because of the news and stuff like that over the past couple years, I know the shit him and his wife have gone through and like how fucking openly racist the royal family and the media has been towards him and his wife and all that stuff. And so I was kind of curious about it because they did. I mean, it is kind of astounding to watch a prince just be like, fuck you, family, and straight up leave to go live in LA. LA, because everything's better in LA. Like, it's kind of wild to watch. So it's interesting to me. But everything they pretty much talked about, we already know. You've heard about it. It's like more detail. Big surprise, him and his brother don't get along. He had a big hang up about being the what is it called? The backup. There's like the heir and then the heir backup and being treated like the backup. Like, the stuff we've basically know. It's terrible. Exactly, Angel. I feel very bad for them. They seem to be decent people who didn't deserve all the attack they did. Would you like to making fuck berserker? Good morning. Good morning, Amanda. I'm so sorry I screamed right when you came in. Do you like your Vessies? Oh, no shit. Early on in our relationship, they had that any weather hotter than 60 degrees Fahrenheit will guarantee I'll be sweating profusely while doing yard work. And that hug happens after the shower. Oh, that's what I was going to say. We watched, you guys told Zach to watch a movie last night and we watched it. The game he was playing yesterday. Max Payne. Max Payne. Yep, he just went on the couch. We watched Max Payne last night. The one with Mark Wahlberg. I didn't hate it, honestly. It was entertaining. I didn't think it wasn't a terrible movie. Like, it was definitely a cheesy action film from 2008. But who didn't fucking love all those cheesy action films from 2008? I mean, hello, Fast and Furious. It's ridiculous. I found it, I was entertained. I don't know, I liked it. But there's a part in it where he's fighting, and this is an old fucking, it literally came out in 2008, some spoilers, I guess. It's also a game and so on and so forth. I can't remember the names because names are null and void to me, but the Valkyrie dude that's like the main evil bad guy, there's a point where he has Mark Wahlberg pinned down and he's taken the drug and he's just so fucking sweaty. I mean, whenever you take this drug, even though it's like the worst winter on record in New York City and the snowflakes are this big and the rain comes down like it's a hose because it is, um, he's so, I mean, but you can see like a drop as big as my nutsack hanging off his nose, and he has Mark Wahlberg pinned down, and he's hanging over him with all this sweat coming off of his face. None of it's dripping that I can see, and Mark Wahlberg is dry. His face is dry as fuck. I mean, there's a vast difference between these two people, and this one ball of sweat was just tickling on his nose, and I don't even remember what happened in the scene, because the entire time I was having an existential crisis with whether or not it was going to fall in Mark Wahlberg's mouth. And Zach was like, "Can you just pay attention to the movie?" I'm like, "No, I cannot," because that piece of sweat keeps wiggling towards Mark Wahlberg's mouth. And I'm not like a Mark Wahlberg stan, but big fucking no. Big fucking no. It was so much. I mean, it was just this crazy high def, like, he was like this close to the camera, like, and just this, and Mark Wahlberg was like, "You'll never get me," under him, and I'm like, "Close your mouth! Close your damn mouth!" What the fuck? This was before Mark Wahlberg realized he's much better as a comedy person, so he's just very, like, I mean, there's literally a moment, he's laying in a hospital bed, I can't even remember what happened to him, and his BB is next to him, and BB says something, like, deep and profound, like, something, 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 and Mark Wahlberg, like, he's in the bed like this, and the camera's on this side, and he just goes like this slow-mo turn away, and I almost peed my pants. It's something out of SNL, like, some of the acting in it looks like a joke, but I thought it was very entertaining, I liked it, I didn't hate it by any means. Oh my god, Vissy, I mean, that's who we're observant humans, though, we're used to doing that shit. That's not the exchange of bodily fluids I appreciate. In no way, shape, or form do I want anyone's angry sweat dripping from their nose, which probably includes boogers and whatever else is inside their nose, into my mouth. The fuck no! That salty ball of sweat was the inspiration for Wahlburgers.
Sir, whose tail is you digging in with that? Show of hands, which pissy tail cousin off of my comment section gonna sit up there and let him dig in your butt with that? Not me, because you're not fixing to line up my chakras with that.
I'm dead inside now. That's happening. Oh my god. Also, if he consumed the sweat, would he have, like, consumed the drug? By the way, I totally called he was gonna take the drug. Totally called it. Did anybody else? Oh, I just remembered this. So Zach and I called it, and Zach goes, "Oh my god, you're totally right. It is exactly like The Boys." Both The Boys and Max Payne have a character whose family was murdered by the existentially powerful bad guy, and like he's so against the drug and whatever. And the drug is called V in both shows, movie/show. And it's blue and neon. And at the end, he eventually takes it, and just like fucking Butcher. I mean, I can't. Butcher is Max Payne. It's called Valkyr. That's what they call it in Max Payne. Valkyr, like it's Valkyrie. It's a code name for whatever. I still don't understand why Valkyries were all women. That was one thing I was really hung up on. Like they pose these like demon flying like things. No. And in The Boys, it's called Voight, right? I know, spoil. That's what I said, man. I was like, I mean, the movie came out in 2008. I feel like it's fair to talk spoilers, right? And Zach played the game yesterday. Good morning, Kinger. Butcher is a personification. I mean, he's such a tragic character. I love him and I hate him at the same time. He's such a douche and I love him. LASIK, good idea. Hydrate. Crispy, right? Dude, I didn't call the V part because I forgot in the boys that it was called V and that it was blue. I completely forgot that part in the boys. What I called was I can't remember which part of the movie it was, but Max Payne was doing. I think he was getting beaten up by the main Valkyrie military dude, the 1%er guy. That's just what I started calling him, the 1% dude. He was getting beat up by him, and I was like, I bet you anything he ends up taking the drug. I bet you anything he's just like Butcher. And Zach was like, maybe. And then when they started showing the drug, Zach was like, oh my God, they're both called V and they're both blue. And neither of us realized that. We just put it together on our own. Weird, very fucking, spoil the fuck out of it at that point, right? It's 2008. Like, if I wouldn't be mad if someone was spoiling a movie from 2008 for me. Like, I'd never seen it. It was good though. It's entertaining. If you guys like, cheesy, that campy action from the early 2000s, 90s era, it's great. It's like, it literally feels like a Fast and the Furious, like, fucked Sin City. You know what I'm saying? Cuteness. I did. Honestly, our house is so small that when he loses his mind, it sounds like he's sitting right here. So I experience him losing his mind on a daily basis. So usually I have his stream on but muted because otherwise I'm just getting double the pleasure, double the fun. It's estrangement of the something and double Zach gum. Valkyries are shield maidens, right? Valkyries were shield maidens and they would pull the souls out of people that died in battle and take them to whatever, right? And in Max Payne, if you watch it, so basically there's this drug that a pharmaceutical company, also the whole premise of it, like the whole time Zach and I both kept calling stuff like, how did he not, like, his wife is mysteriously murdered and there's this mysterious drug going around that the emblem for is wings, and his wife worked for a pharmaceutical company whose emblem is wings, and like nobody does it. Not one person just put that to, like, literally, he destroys his own life to discover who's responsible for killing his wife, and it's like, we called it, like, literally first scene that you see the pharmaceutical company, like, BB takes him in or something. Zach and I were both like, it's too much of a coincidence that they both have wings for them to be related. Like, we're sure that's a mislead. It's not. It's just, I mean, don't understand. It was, there's a little bit of obvious plot gaping holes, but sure. It was entertaining. I liked it. Good morning, Timon. How are you? That would be interesting to see how Big Pharma as a final JRPG boss. I mean, isn't it though? At least in like West Virginia and everywhere where narcotics, are just like fucking everywhere. Oh, so here's the wiki of North mythology, Katie. Norse mythology, the Valkyrie. The chooser of the slain is one of a host of female figures who guide souls of the dead to the god Odin's hall Valhalla. There, the deceased warriors become a word my dumb American brain cannot comprehend. Herjar, I don't fucking know. I am so sorry. Which apparently means Old Norse single for once fighters. Okay. When the are now preparing for the events of Ragnarok, the Valkyries bear them mead. Valkyries also appear as lovers of heroes and other mortals, where they're sometimes described as the daughters of royalty. Okay, so in the movie, I don't remember. I don't think Zach got that far in the game yet. Even, I don't remember the game enough. I don't think this is any part of the game, though. But in the movie, if you take this weird drug, apparently 1% of people become, like, super strong, like, ah, and the other 99% of people lose their minds and start hallucinating that there's these black flying demons all around them that the movie kind of portrays as Valkyries. And then, the main bad dude, the 1%er dude in the ex-military, whatever. It was a military drug. He was a Marine or something. He has tattoos of wings down his face, on his back. And like 3/4 of the way in the movie, I was like, Dude, Valkyries are all bitches, man. You can get all the tattoos in the world you want, but until you cut your dink off, ain't gonna work out. Like, he's trying real hard, though. And straight up just gets stopped by a bullet in his sternum. They're like, they're indestructible. Pop. Done. Okay. Okie dokie, then. But it was entertaining. I rip shit apart like that in my head. I can't help it, but it's entertaining. Eli Lilly for me, fucking insulin. Dude, for real, though. I still don't understand. J sounds like a Y. Okay, hold up. Let me say it again. It's, Einherjar? Herjar? Is it Herjar? Einherjar? Am I saying it right in any way, shape, or form? Because I am so pulling it out of my ass. I have no idea. No clue. Is the imagery very angelic? And see, in the game, it was very demonic. Very demonic. The tattoos they all had were wings, which I still don't understand why anyone got tattoos. Like, I've never known anyone to be like, I really like heroin, so I'm going to get a tattoo for heroin. I still don't understand where that came from, but sure, they don't explain that at all. That's not a true story. Maybe. Yeah, Valkyries were like badass warriors, blah, blah. Exactly. Not black, gooey, demonic beings that like murder people on drugs, I guess. Don't sternums stop bullets in movies? I mean, I've had more than I can count patients who have a bullet stuck in their sternum. I don't think it stops bullets 100% of the time, but it can. Your sternum's fucking rough, dude. We literally have to use a, like, construction grade saw to we usually, honestly, 9 times out of 10, if you're in an emergency situation in the hospital, we don't go through your sternum, we butterfly you on the side, because going through your sternum is insanely difficult. It is wildly thick and rough. So we saw your ribs open and do this shit and go in the side if it's an emergency, because it's not feasible to get through your sternum that fast. But I'm sure it happens. I've had patients with bullets stuck in their collarbones, sternums, shoulder, all sorts of bones that they didn't even know were there. Like, they get shot and they don't go to the hospital because they think cops are going to arrest them, and it just heals over. And most time we'll leave them because it'll cause more damage to rip out a bullet that has, like, healed into a bone than it would to just leave it. Ein he riar. Ein he riar. Katie, I can't. Dude, the Valkyrie is. I watched Zach fight the Valkyrie in God of War. No spoilers. I don't know if it's spoilers. I didn't play the game. I just like watched bits and pieces of him play it. But dude, I think it took him over 8 hours, over multiple days to get through one of those. Like, one of them. I don't know. I didn't play it. I did. One of them. I'm just gonna say that. You can get max pain on your tablet. Wait, the game? No shit. Do it. Anything over 9/21 would probably go through the sternum. Yeah, I would agree with that. Also, it would depend on, like, how close you were, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, good morning, by the way, Mickey. It protects the heart. I mean, that's the thing. It does. It literally is the shield for your heart. It's pretty crazy. And you guys know, I've told you, when we code a patient, i.e. when we have to do compressions because your heart is stopped, the first person to get on the chest or start compressions, you're probably going to feel all the ribs break because your sternum is such a shield for your heart. In order for us to do accurate, not accurate, that's not the word. Effective compressions, we have to compress at least 3 to 4 inches into your chest to just touch your heart. Because compressions are literally, we're pumping your heart for you because you're not pumping it because you died. And because your sternum's in the way, we have to, the way you do compressions, real ones, your arms are bone straight and you've got your hands together with your palm on the sternum. And you never bend your elbows. All of your bending is at the waist. And you use the entirety of all of your body weight to push into the chest at the rate of another one bites the dust. Hey, or faster. Really, we just try to go, for the most part, as fast as we can because the more blood we can perfuse, the better. But when you're pushing down into someone's chest 3 to 4 inches, the ribs just go and we liquefy you. So, sorry for the horror. Cheers. I'm going to pack some drugs. Wow. That was a lot for like one. It's Staying Alive. I know, it's so bad. They literally started doing Staying Alive right after I was out of school. It's like a song we would never ever sing out loud, then Another One Bites the Dust. There's a lot of songs that match the beat. It was something they'd be like, "You never sing this out loud, but if you need a beat in your head, Another One Bites the Dust, bump, ba-na-na-na-na, bump." But staying alive, huh, 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 is just as accurate. My brain is stuck on the old one, which is so inappropriate. Um, to be honest though, if you have an AED, like the little fun box that's in every fucking business and building ever that has the sticky pads on it to shock your heart into a regular rhythm again. So even if your heart stops, we still put those pads on you, and that machine will tell me when your heart starts beating, and to stop doing compressions. Because if your heart is beating, we don't do compressions. We don't shock you if your heart is not beating. That's like shocking a steak in the fridge, and it's pointless. So every time you see someone to a dead heart, giggle to yourself, knowing that no one did research there in any way, shape, or form. They didn't even ask a fucking anybody. Like, for fuck's sake, that's not a real thing. But we stick the pads. They're like these sticky pads. One sticks here and one sticks here, and it's connected to the box. And the box talks you through the entire process of coding a human. So if you're in a Lowe's or any large store or public place, they're required by law in the United States of America to have an AED or 2 or 3 in the building, and every single person is required by law to know where that thing is. And you don't need to know how to use it. You stick those pads on, and the machine just tells you everything. It won't let you shock a heart that's dead. You know what I mean? So you can't fuck up with it, if that makes sense. Like, the machine will say, no pulse detected, continue compressions. And if you're not doing compressions deep enough, the voice will go, compressions too shallow, push harder. If you're not going fast enough, go faster. If you're going too fast, slow down. She coaches you through the whole thing. So you don't need a song in your head. The AED will tell you literally everything. She'll even say clear if there is a heartbeat, but it's irregular and they want to shock it. It's pretty crazy they take over my job, basically. It's pretty wild. You don't break their sternum, you snap all their ribs, though. So all your ribs are kind of sitting into your sternum with like a cartilage. What's the word? Like a little cartilage nub. It's kind of this, if you've ever given birth, or if you're familiar with the way babies are born. Vash, bitch! Welcome to the channel, welcome to the Stream Raiders. We're talking about vaginas. So if you're familiar with like the human pelvis, like if you have the gonads, ovaries or balls, your pelvis looks a little bit different. But if you have ovaries, the front of your pelvis actually has a soft bit of cartilage where the bone is separated. And when you give birth, the hormones in your body soften that piece of cartilage so that your pelvis can literally crack open so you can squeeze a fucking watermelon out your pussy. It's pretty wild. Very similar concept. And so a lot of the times, please stop. Not right. It's almost break time. Not right now. So when we do compressions really fast, really hard on someone, those start popping, and you'll hear them. It's like bubble wrap. It's like pop, 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 pop. It's pretty gross. I know. They know it's break time. I love them so much. I try to make it so they don't, like, jump on me without my permission, because they rip my cords out all the time. AED, automated external defibrillator. Thank you, Glut. Yes, that's it. We shock VTAC, VFib, not asystole. Exactly. Asystole is no heartbeat. It's shocking a dead body. You're doing nothing. Shocking. So the point of the is literally to stop your heart. I know. Wild. No one's like, we all are exposed to this shit in media and stuff, and we kind of put the picture together on our own because there's no education whatsoever. But literally, that's what that shock is for. We use it if you are in some sort of abnormal heart rhythm that you're not coming out of naturally. So lots of people will go into AFib, etc. Every once in a while, I'm sure, like, once in a while you'll have too much coffee and you'll kind of feel your heart rate in your throat and you'll be like, ugh. Or you're just chill. I get this sometimes. I get like random AFib. My mom had it too. She had to get an ablation eventually. Out of nowhere, my heart will just be like, bloop, 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 and then just is fine again. And it's just random. Everybody has weird things. It's genetic. It can be other things that cause it. But sometimes you can get stuck in it. Atrial fibrillation is what AFib, and I'm just going to use one as an example. So you have 4 chambers in the heart, atria and ventricles. And the atria are the 2 top smaller ones. And what happens is when you get stuck in AFib, the little nodes I've told you guys before, your heart has its own brain. Your heart beats independently of this brain. It has nodes, SA node, VA node, all these little clusters of nerves that work very independently and beat on their own. And sometimes they start delivering inappropriate signals for one reason or another. And what can happen is instead of the no, don't be aggressive with your pets. What can happen is instead of the quintessential lub dub, which is, the squeeze, the pre-fill, the squeeze, the fill, the squeeze, the fill. That's your heart is going lub dub, lub dub. That's what your muscle does. When those nerves misfire, the atria, instead of going lub dub, will go. And you can see how this can be a problem. Your body is a miraculous monster machine that can somehow, compensate so you don't die when this happens immediately, but you'll be very uncomfortable. You can get very lightheaded. Your heart rate feels really weird. And usually, if you stay in it for 30 minutes or more, we say you should go to the ER. And what we do is we literally shock you, or we give you a drug that stops your heart, and then your body restarts it, hopefully in a healthy rhythm. So you can imagine how useful it is to shock a heart that isn't beating, right? Like, it's not, because it's already stopped. Like, you're stopping a stopped heart. You know what I mean? That's why it's so I get irate when I watch movies or anything where they shock a dead heart. You did know, how do you not know one fucking nurse or CNA or somebody? Everybody knows at least one. For fuck's sake. God damn it. Stop it. There's gonna be strangers out there shocking dead people. For fuck. Can't with that. My mom had AFib too. Emily's sick. My mom, I think I told you guys about this way back when it happened. It was like 5 or 6 years ago. She got stuck in AFib for like 2 hours in the middle of the night. So she called my sister and had my sister take her to the ER. And I just spilled a little coffee on my leg. And they had to, I think it's called atropine. Is that the drug? Not a nurse, not a drug expert, and I haven't been in the game for 3 years. Is it atropine? Because they tried to shock her heart and it wouldn't go back into a normal rhythm. They tried to do it 3 times. My sister had to sit there and watch them give her the fucking heart-stopping drug. And my little sister is not medical. She's a lawyer. She was fucking petrified. She was so scared. I was living in Baltimore at the time. They didn't even call me and tell me till the next day, those motherfuckers. They knew I probably would have flown home that night. Bitches! These are totally accurate. You've never heard that? You can get VFib too. Your heart can do all sorts of things. It's pretty crazy if you look at the nerve structure of your heart. That's why, like, you can be brain dead and still be alive. Like, we have vegetables in old folks' homes and all sorts of places like that because your heart will keep going. It's got its own thing. Unfortunately, thank you for the raid, Vash. I'm sorry I was on a fucking tangent. How are you, love? I don't even know how this happened. So basically, you factory reset our heart. That's exactly what it is. Yes. And we try to do it with shocks and stuff, and then eventually we'll give you the drug, which I believe is atropine. I got to look it up now because I don't remember and I don't want to say the wrong thing. My brain. It's been a while. I don't give the drug. Nurses and doctors are the primo administrators of 99.9999 repeating medications in a hospital. For all the medications I give, they still give that much more. It's pretty crazy. But I still learned it at one point. Mom had her heart shocked back into rhythm at a local hospital associated with UMMC. Nice. I'm glad it worked. It's adenosine. Thank you, Kaimo. Atropine's it's a molecule in your body. I'm an idiot. My brain. Isn't there like a rhyme? It's like there's a one of my aunts was a nurse in an ER for like 40 years, and she taught me there's a rhyme for the drugs you give someone when their heart's in a rhythm, and it's like, fuck, what is it? I think it starts with adenosine. If you know it, Kaimo. There's some little rhyme that she said. That's how like the nurses teach themselves, and it's like the recipe for bringing someone back. It's you go in that order every single time, no matter what. It's pretty crazy. Adenosine, yes, that's the heart stopper. My sister had to watch my mom get it. Ugh. But my mom also, after that, she went to a pulmonologist, of course, and because she still gets random AFib, and she's got a pretty enlarged, she's got some enlarged neck veins, and she had to get what's it called? An ablation. If you don't know what an ablation is, those are pretty wild. So what they do is they go up a vessel, usually through your groin or your armpit, and they literally shock and like burn sides of your heart while you're awake to see if they can kill whatever's causing this misfiring nerve that's causing the whatever your weird rhythm is. It's so thank fuck. Apparently it hurts. And it's a trial and error. So they keep you awake because they have to like ask you as it's going. It worked on the first try with my mom, but some people have to have like multiple burn. I just cannot. I cannot. Ah! Ah! Were you did they is it like the same thing though, Vieta? Like do they have to do a trial and error and keep you awake? Cuz my mom sounded and my mom's a tough bitch. Like my mom's had breast cancer, she had the tits chopped off. She's had she's gone through the ringer, and she said the ablation is one of the creepiest, weirdest things she's ever done. It made her very nervous. Ugh. No, so it wasn't like they tried multiple. Apparently they do with some people. My mom did not have to have that. Thank fuck. Happy New Year, Vash. Oh no, I don't. They've been changing ACLS up a bit and brought Lido back. Really good. I'm gonna be honest. I really thought that ACLS and just like I had to do like I had to do it for NICU and peds. I had to do like every single form of resuscitation training because we worked in a community hospital where you get every form of patient. So therefore you have to be certified in like how to resuscitate a neonate, a ped, an adult, an elderly, blah blah blah. And I, for fuck's sake, I thought like selfishly, I was happy this was happening. I just realized the music was over for some reason. I was happy because I hate going to those training classes. Like, and I know this is insanely selfish, but as a respiratory therapist, like all I do is code people. That's my specialty. I code people, I bring them back, and I try to get them back to life on a ventilator. Like that's what I do 24/7. So when I went, it was kind of like, being an author, being taught grammar in first grade again. That's how it felt going to those classes. And I was like, why do they dumb it down so much? Because the people there that don't don't do this kind of stuff as often as I do and need this information are usually nurses, like floor nurses, etc. Nurses only are involved in a code if it's their patient or if they're nearby and they can help out. If a code goes off in the hospital, I have to run from whatever tower I'm in to that patient, and it doesn't matter how fucking far I am away. If you ever see people running in a hospital, I'd put money down it's a respiratory therapist because that's what we do. We're the adrenaline junkies, I guess. We all have like 7 pagers on our belts, on our like waistband, and we just sit and wait for people to die all night. And when they do, we run and we try to save them. And so when I would go to these like ACLS training classes for how to code a patient, I was like, they make it so stupid. They make it so dumb. They dumb it down so much. And I'm like, these nurses are going to have to code someone eventually. And they're the ones that, I mean, arguably should know more than me. They do know more than me, but at least on par with how much I know. But damn. Oh, he eventually coded and died? Damn. Damn. He lived in VTAC and had 4 ablations. Oh my God, that sucks. He lived in VTAC for how long? Like his whole life? Jesus Christ. Since we're talking medical stuff, is there a thing where you don't have and breathe obstructions where your lungs are full, but it still feels like you can't breathe? Asthma. I mean, that's literally how we describe asthma, tragic. I'm not saying you have asthma. Like, I'm not here to diagnose anyone over the internet, obviously. But that's exactly how I mean, I was talking about this the other day. I don't know if you heard me saying I had a kid one time who had really, really bad asthma. And the way the child described their symptoms to me is the best way I've ever heard asthma described. I'm breathing, but I'm not breathing. That was it. That's asthma, literally. Like you take a huge deep breath and you feel like nothing's happening. That's asthma. It's very weird. Asthma, like literally for all the schooling, I went to 9 years of schooling. At least a year, one entire year of schooling was just dedicated to asthma. Just asthma. It's one of those disease processes that like is fucking weird and we understand it, but we don't understand why it is. Because you can be born with it and it can just go away. It can be exercise induced, it can be perfume induced, and it's a real biological process. Yes, it can be caused by a panic attack as well, but a biological process happens in concurrence to that. So therefore, we must acknowledge the biological process and deal with it. Like we can't just rub it off as like, oh, you're having a panic attack. Because you literally stop getting as much oxygen. So there's multiple ways, there's so many different forms of asthma, combining all of them. But essentially what's happening is the non-conducting airways, i.e. the bronchial tubes and your throat, are either collapsing, they're plugged for some reason, or they're undulating out of control because of an allergic reaction, perfume, blah, 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 exercise. Because of X. And that's the problem. So what my job is to, deal with the biological process so you don't die, and then try to go out from that picture and like build a bigger picture and figure out what's causing the asthma. But you've got, I'm sure all of you have seen a picture of like the big pink puffy tissue of your lungs, the tissue of your lungs, and then it's got all those branches coming from the bronchial, that's your bronchial tubes. None of those are called non-conducting airways. There is no oxygen transfer in those pathways at all. Those are just delivering whatever you're inhaling to the fluffy pink tissue of alveoli, which is where the oxygen and CO2 transfer is going to happen. And if those bronchial tubes are plugged, shivering X, if they are X, then no air is being delivered to the lung tissue. You know what I mean? So you're taking a big breath, but there's no air getting to the lung tissue because of X. It could be anything. I mean, there is infinite reasons. I mean, and you get asthma out of nowhere. Adults get asthma for no trauma. They just one day wake up and they're like, for some reason this past week I can't breathe. Oh, you've got fucking asthma. It's a very bizarre disease process. It's really weird. That's what it felt like when you had a pulmonary embolism. Similar. It blocks. So what yours did is it was a little bit further down the pathway, but essentially the oxygen that was being transferred to the lung tissue wasn't getting to the red blood cells because of that blockage. A new study found that humans eat more bananas than monkeys, but honestly, I can't remember the last time I ate a monkey.
Jesus Christ.
Don't eat monkeys. Oh, God. Oh, dude, Vash is old fucking school hole. Vash might have been around since before class hole even existed, to be honest. Or if they're the code team, I might see you some on code team. Exactly. And honestly, I think everyone in the if you work in a hospital, you need to know how to code a patient. Kaimo, would you disagree with that? The amount of times I've seen the lineup to do compressions, every human being in the hospital, like it can be janitorial staff, it can be CNAs, it can be the front desk check person. Everybody will line up to do compressions because you can only effectively do good compressions for a maximum of 2 minutes. Did I miss you? Oh, I was going to take a break. Have a good day. If we're monkeys, or wait, oh, Lizzie, you tried real hard though. Air quality can cause asthma, absolutely. Pet dander, dust, perfume is a big one. That's one of the dumbest things. That's one of the weirdest arguments I ever had with like new RTs that were shadowing me, like baby grads. I'd have to sit them down and be like, you can't wear perfume to work. You have to stop putting smelly stuff on. I didn't wear perfume. Okay, what's in your hair? Well, it's just 7 products that smell like berry piss. And I'm like, you have to stop. Like, you went through all the schooling I did. You have to stop wearing perfumed things to a hospital as a respiratory fucking therapist. That shit is common sense to me. And I mean, obviously I'm not screaming at new grads, but you sit down with them like, I'd have to have one of those conversations that to you and me would be very condescending, but they don't get it. Like, okay, show me the process of asthma and what can cause it. Well, everything can cause asthma. All right, let's talk about some common causes of asthma. I noticed you listed perfume. Do you wear perfume to work? Or scented stuff?
Did you take your joy today?
I can't with it. It hurts me on the inside. No shit. I've been in some terrible codes. Terrible because most of our nurses are not ACLS. All the floor nurses have BLS, but they don't have to be ACLS. Oh, interesting. Dude, for real, Kaimo, no shit. I literally, myself and another RT ran a code for 45 minutes before a doctor showed up one time. I've been in those, and it was in the cancer ward at like 4 a.m. I mean, it's just, and like watching the team of nurses stand around you, just like, okay, I guess someone get on the computer. And I was like, oh no. So like compressions were going and everything. And my other RT was doing everything with the face and intubating. And I was sitting there calling the minutes and calling pulses. And that's illegal. But like you can't sit there and wait for the sleeping doctor to show up to code a patient, you know? It was wild. But I've done that multiple times. And then we always end up having some huge meeting afterwards where it's like, everyone needs to be up on their ACLS training. And he was already dead when we got there. So it wasn't like, but Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Alveoli was Alveoli was my stage name for the Pennsylvania Pulmonary Primates program. I cannot believe I just got all that out of my mouth in one go. Good job, Katie. Back in the summer of 64, teaching CPR to monkeys through the power of musicals. It's fucking great. It's lucky if they do compressions before we get there. Stop. That's a joke. Before the fucking code team gets there, no one's even got. No. Okay. That's shame. That hurts. That hurt every part of me just now. My anus is bleeding. I wish I was kidding. None of them have ACLS except the ER and our ICUs. We have 3 ICUs and a flex unit. That seems so counterproductive. The amount of times I've, like, no pun intended, pounded into chat's head, lay on the chest. If any one of you ever hesitate before you get on someone's chest if there's no pulse in a situation where you're around someone dying, I don't care if you're a nurse or not. If you're in a Lowe's and someone crashes and they're like, I don't feel a pulse, and you don't jump on that chest, you haven't been fucking listening. Get on the chest! Oh my God, stop. I walked in the room and the bed was so high up in the air, I had to hop on a chair to get up on the patient. Did they even have a board under them? Our docs don't sleep, but we only have one intensivist for the night shift. Ours was, the way the building was really weird. It's like, Hopkins is weird. It's all towers. Like, just as people donate money, they just, like, pop up a new tower, but they're all connected by sky bridges or, like, underground shit. And, my ICU was the surgical. It was we called it the weird ICU. It was called WICU, but it was the surgical ICU for the more extreme surgeries, like, flaps up to your face, weird, crazy, high intense, like, wound care kind of shit. And then we had another surgical ward that was way in the other building. But above my unit was the entire cancer unit. And so we always had 2 RTs in the same building, which was almost never happened because normally there was 1 RT per unit throughout the entire hospital because Hopkins is enormous. Like, you just stay there. We don't actually ever go back to our own unit or anything, which isn't the normal thing for most RTs. You just stay there. So we always, like, chilled in the office together and just helped each other all the time. And it made people fucking lazy. Everyone knew there was 2 RTs in the building. I swear to God, all the nurses told us that. They told us, they heard the docs say that. They were like, oh, well, we've got, Brandon and Katie on shift, so we don't really have to, like, you can go over there if you want to. You can take a lunch. It's whatever. All the time. And I'm like, I'm not a doctor. I can't say give a drug. I can't say give a drug. I can give compressions all fucking day, but I cannot call to give a fucking drug. This shit is so dangerous. And I swear to God, it made him lazy. Katsumoshi! Hold on. You described how you protected yourself from DMCA stuff by wiring. Yes. Oh my God. Glut. I think Glut pulled it up, didn't he? Yes. So that, oh my gosh, Kat, it is the most singularly useful thing I've ever found. It's dumb easy. So the first half of the video shows you how to do it if you have a Go XLR. The second half of the video shows you how to do it if you don't. And it's both of them. I watched the whole thing. It's insanely easy to the point where I was able to do it 15 minutes before I went live one day. And it's like literally some checkboxes in OBS settings. That's all it is. And essentially, you can tell OBS what you want recorded to the VOD that Twitch keeps and what you don't. So you can take out all your alert noises, the music in the background, as long as you know how to route your audio. That's the weirdest part for me to describe to people that haven't had to grind their eyeballs up against the brick wall of audio for 8 years. But if you understand how to route audio, it's dumb easy. Like, if you've ever had to do that shit, it's literally like, if I can do it right before stream and not have an existential panic attack, anybody can fucking do it. Anybody. There are 3 nurses trying to figure out how to get the leads on. Oh, wait, I gotta, hold on. Teapot, that's my, like, I'm dying. I've been harping on them for the ACLS stuff. That's just, it doesn't make sense because the floor nurses, like, would you agree with me to say they would need it almost more because the code team doesn't hang out on the floors? Like, I would say they need it more than anywhere else because as part of the code team and the harvesting team, like, we're usually on the ICU all the time anyways. Fucking Christ. That's just crazy to me. Okay. I work at the biggest hospital in the state with the sickest patients, the ECMO Center. That's Hopkins for Baltimore. I worked ECMO. Have you ever had to work ECMO? I made big bucks doing it, but it's fucking gnarly. Oh. I've been I wanted to, my chat did the thing, sorry. No board, and they left him on a bedpan. Shut the fuck up! They coded someone in the air without a board under them on the bedpan. Did they die? What the fuck? My nipples sweated at that. There were 3 nurses trying to figure out how to get the leads on. You only have a 3-lead monitor? And then one person was bagging him. Squeeze once every 15 to 20 seconds! With no O2 on and no fucking seal to be heard of. I don't know what to do. Did he? Oh, that is so fucked up. That is so fucked up. Oh my God, no cake. But I did work with an Irish pulmonologist at home who knows a ton of people in Ireland. Would you like me to ask? I don't know any personally, but I've worked with a ton of people from abroad who would. I can absolutely ask. Yes, let me make a note real quick. Yeah, I worked with a Dr. Yulberg and, oh fuck, what was the other guy's last name? My mom still works there, so it'll be really easy. But they know, like, the pulmonology world is, like, really small, and they know everyone everywhere. I could probably find you a couple different options. Is there an area of the... Do you care where the fuck you're going in Ireland, or do you just want a good pulmonologist? I don't know what it's like to travel across the country, like, if it's quick, like, you know, or if it's not. Ooh, are we getting desynced? He didn't make it. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Do you like ECMO? Dude. I mean, it just makes me nervous. I don't know how they did it at your hospital, but when you run ECMO at Hopkins, it's 1 RT and 1 pulmonologist and a nurse, and that's it. And the RT literally sits there 24 hours a day. You make bank. Like, I literally would make bank sitting for ECMO, but Jesus Christ, it was just like, those big hoses, they're so hot. Okay, I gotta make a note. Let me think. I think one of them actually recently moved. I'm not a hundo on this, but I literally, my mom, I swear to fuck, one of the pulmonologists I work with literally just moved back to Ireland. I think she just told me that. So I'm not gonna put money on it, but maybe. But I will find you someone. Like, it's a really small world, and I've worked with some phenomenal, and I don't say that lightly, phenomenal pulmonologists, phenomenal human beings who would never give a bad reco. You know what I mean? Anywhere Dublin preferable? Dublin's probably where they'd be anyways, right? Like, that's where all the major hospitals are. I don't think there's another area of the country that I'm aware of that has any, like, major medical centers. I think Scotland has one, but not Ireland. I don't know. Boom. I went into our market director's office the next Monday. She's in charge of all the ICU directors and liaison for acute care. And I unloaded about this code. Like, we have to do better and we have to do more. We have to do more to educate our staff. It is so not okay. I've done that so many times. Like, I've only ever, every hospital has a different word for it, but there's a word for when you have to report something that happened, and you can report it anonymously on the computer, and it goes to the ethics team or whatever, and then they go look into it and investigate it. I've only done it twice ever in my entire life, and once was for that code. That code is horrible. I mean, the fact that 2 RTs were sitting there calling the code almost exclusively. Thank fuck we had an NP on staff who could come in and call the drugs. Otherwise, literally, if a doctor doesn't show up to a code, we cannot administer drugs. By law, you must have a doctorate or be an NP or a hospitalist to, prescribe a drug. We can't do it. We can give them once you write the order, but that's it. So we were just like fucking up a boat without a fucking paddle, It was crazy. Absolutely, Cake. Absolutely. We have a perfusionist, which is either someone with their master's in perfusion, a nurse, or an RT, and then the bedside nurse. Bedside nurse is not singled with the patient usually. Depends on if they have other devices like the CRT or Impella. True. Our cardiac, well, at Hopkins anyways. Actually, every hospital I've worked at, the cardiac center is always 1-to-1. The nurses are literally always 1-to-1. Because it's almost always a half cardiac, half lunger unit. They just put them in the same unit. It's like a surgical unit specifically for hearts and lung transplants, but we usually just call it overarching cardiac. I've never seen a nurse not 1-to-1 in that unit ever, because the amount I don't know how they could take care of more than one. The amount of work that goes into caring for one patient, a heart patient of any kind, let alone ECMO for 12 hours. Jesus Christ. I work weekend package, which is why you went in following Monday. Don't you hate that? That was me too. I worked weekends because I didn't give a fuck. I don't have kids, so weekends don't matter, and you get paid more if you do the weekend package. I was the same, but it meant you always had to go in on your fucking day off. Sucked. And I was night shift, so I had to go in during the day. Oh my god, Kat, I was trying to pull up this link you gave me. Are you good to go? Bye. I'm still gonna listen to this song though. I hope the audio shit works for you. Seriously, it's amazing. I mean, it really, I would not, and it's trusted. My friend Avery, if you know Lil Sia. Lil Sia is an extremely successful Just Dance streamer who's been a friend of mine for years, since we both started streaming around the same time. And she made her career on playing Just Dance and dancing to DMCA music, unfortunately. So when that DMCA thing happened, literally she lost her entire livelihood. I was just sad because I missed music, but she lost her life. And it was Genova, I think, came in. It was Genova came in and was like, Katie, Avery found a way. And I was like, bitch, give it to me. And I did it, and it worked day one. If you take a clip right now, none of the music you hear in the background will be in that clip. It's pretty miraculous. There's a Youngblood Halsey cover of I Will Follow You Into the Dark. Oh, man. I love Halsey. Have you heard Halsey's new album? If you haven't, I know you're taking off. If you haven't heard Halsey's new album, the newer album, she's had a couple singles come out, but the newest album that came out, the entire thing is mixed by Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. And it's fucking phenomenal. Halsey's voice with 9 Inch Nails music, fuck yourself. What up, Tom? How are you? Oh, are you sick? So many people have the flu right now. What up, Nineless? How are you? Which was worse, day or night shift? So, I think that's personal preference. Honestly, it's totally personal preference. In my opinion, I prefer night shift because there is way less politics and just busy work to look good. I'm more I'm here to do my job and keep people alive. I'm not here to look pretty for administration as they patrol the halls once a day, and that's a lot of day shift. However, a lot of people hate night shift because night shift is the horror. It's the gunshots. It's dead kids. It's, nothing good happens when the sun goes down in a hospital. It's all the worst shit ever. And a lot of people can't take that, or they just don't. Not that they can't take that, but just the over inundation of it can be very overwhelming. But I like being busy all the time, and I like that it was work. Whereas when I would listen to day shift, a lot of what day shift was going through was just like making nicey nice for the family all day. Like they would not get half their work done because they would have a tumultuous family member that they literally like crawling on the ventilator or something. And at nighttime, that doesn't happen. Like, I get all my fucking work done and some. And I like that. I like being able to do that. I don't want to deal with the, like, that sounds so cold, but I just don't. I don't have time. Like, when you know what I mean? I know that sounds so bad. Did that sound really bad? I don't. It sucks. It's so horrible. Like, I do experience all the all the emotions every time a patient dies. I have lots of tattoos dedicated to some patients that have died on my body. Like, I do experience them, but I have to now go out of that room and go to the next patient who is also going through the same thing. And then I have to go out of that room and I have to go to the next one. And I have to go around to like upwards of 800 patients who are all going through the same thing. And I don't have time. Like, I physically would die if I sat there and actually experienced the emotions that are going through my body for every single patient I saw all fucking night long. And when you pile that on and now you're suddenly like the therapist for the family in the room, or you're just trying to keep them from touching a computer or keep them from drinking Dilaudid on an IV pole, which happened, that's a lot. I don't want to do that. I don't want to fucking do that. I'm not a nice person when it comes to protecting my patient. I'll slap your dumb ass. Like, my patient's my baby for the night. You don't fuck with me. Ugh. I'm tired of bagging bodies, so I'm moving to behavioral inpatient on the 23rd. Oh, no shit. Working on my psych NP, so need to move over. It's been fun, but I can't do it anymore. It's too much, Kaimo. I got to the same point. Like, it's been 3 years now. This June, I think. 3 years I've officially been full-time streamer, no longer working in the hospital, and I can remember thousands of the faces I've watched die. Still, to this, like, in fine fucking pinpoint detail. That's just gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. And I remember looking around at all the older respiratory therapists I worked with, like, that had been in the fucking shit for years and years and years, and they were such broken, depressed, mean, miserable human beings. All of them, 100%. I do not know a happy elder therapist. And I was like, I just don't want to be that. Like, I'd rather work till I die than be miserable, look forward to retirement when my body breaks, and then retire, I guess. Wait, creepy body facts on Reddit. Oh, I love creepy body facts. A dead body will often move as it's being cremated. Muscles contract as they cook. After all, sometimes this means a body will sit up in the No. I agree. Anything Trent Reznor touches is fucking magical. I mean, he's just the master of everything. Oh, it's the flu. It's not flu, it's just a virus with flu symptoms. Still fucking sucks, though. Boo. I knew a guy who worked the night shift as an EMT. He had to quit after a year because of the shit he saw. I know a lot of RTs who will go and work. So, like, there's a lot of different things you can do if you're a nurse or an RT, etc. You don't have to work inpatient. You can work outpatient. So you can, like, for instance, I've told you guys I worked at a pulmonary clinic for a while when I first graduated because I just took any fucking job I could get. Where I worked daytime in the light, I got to look nice, and all my patients had their own clothes on and left at the end of the appointment. It was wild. And then I went to inpatient where, like, I stayed with some patients for 8 fucking months. But I prefer it. I work better in the chaos, but a lot of people can't, and that's no shade. That's no shame. It's a lot of shit. It's a lot of shit to see in a hospital. It's like Saw on cocaine. You have to turn it off. You literally I compare it to the Vampire Diaries. If anybody's a, young adult heartthrob vampire fan like I am and you watched all of Vampire Diaries like cheese, they like the vampires in Vampire Diaries describe this ability to turn their humanity off so that they can go do vampire things and like be mean. It's very corny, but I totally think RTs and nurses have that. You have to. I think anybody that works in an ICU or in like chaotic just human death that much, you have to have that. Otherwise, you go fucking crazy. There's no way a human can consume that much just gore and the smells you experience and the sounds you hear coming out of people are nothing good. I don't know. They'll haunt me forever. Like, I'm fucked. And I was only in it for like 13 years. Pyro, the D&D burning? I haven't heard about it burning, but I've heard about all the D&D shit going down. The one that still haunts the fuck out of me was when I took care of my friend's dad in COVID and he didn't make it. Oh, fuck, that's bad. A lot of guilt over that. She's an orphan now, even though we were not. Dude, I totally get it. I have guilt a lot about almost all my patients. Like, you always think you could have done more, even though you probably can't. You always think it. It's weird. Bull. I don't ever want to see a body sit up in a crematorium, and that's fucked me up. That's gonna fuck me up forever now. No shit, Lizzie. Oh. I mean, I know bodies. I mean, bodies move all the time. I've been rolling bodies to the fucking morgue, and they move. All sorts of shit. Like, fluid is displacing and bones crack and shit. But sitting the fuck up in no, that's too much. I work better in the chaos. Your ADHD, it's facts. You know, Banana, we used to talk about this as RTs. Like, we would sit together. Most hospitals, the way respiratory works is like you'll have a team of respiratory therapists who have a unit somewhere in the hospital, like usually like an office and a big lunchroom and a bunch of lockers or something where we can like change and shit. And then we're all assigned a unit, and you go do all your assignments, and then you come back to your unit, the respiratory unit, and you hang out with the therapist all night. That's the way every hospital I've ever worked in's been. Like, Hopkins is not this way. It's just too fucking big. So they usually have a staff of like 16 therapists on per shift, and each therapist is assigned a unit, and you stay in that unit all night long. You never go back anywhere. But if you have a unit, you get to go back and talk to the other therapists about what they've been doing all night and the stories that would come out of them. But, I mean, multiple times I've had many conversations with different respiratory therapists across the board. We're all pretty convinced it's almost like a requirement to be a respiratory therapist is to have ADHD, because your entire job is chaos. There's no rhyme or reason to it. There's no schedule to it. It's literally waiting for people to die all night or day and giving some inhalers in between. Like, that's what you're doing. You're just waiting for it. And part of you wants it to happen because the adrenaline break, but, like, you don't want people to die. Like, obviously. It's very bizarre. It's a very, very bizarre mindset to stay in all the time. But honestly, most of our RTs I've seen, like, they can have a very chaotic personality, but when they're stuck in the chaos, I watch them. You put them in a code, and they are like, cool, drink of water. It's wild. I don't know what it is. But I think it's because our brain just starts feeding on all of it. I just canceled my D&D Beyond sub. Haven't played in forever due to COVID and work changes anyhow. Really? I mean, it sounds just so fucking ghetto what they're doing. I worked in a vet office for a month, and I knew I could never. I wanted to be a vet my whole life, Vissy. Literally my entire childhood, I was obsessed with veterinary shows. I would watch all the vet shows on Animal Planet or Discovery or whatever that was at my grandma's house. All of them. Binge them for like 12 hours. I loved them. And for some reason, I didn't put together that I would have to put animals down if I was a vet. So my life dream until I was like 12, and I learned the hard way, was to be a vet. And I was like, oh, just kidding. So then I went and put down people instead. Ha! Welcome back. I hope you washed your gross hands. Fucking burr. Burr, 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 burr. We did a points. I was gonna say, I read Kaimo's thing right before I left. We did a point system too. We go off a point system. So if a unit doesn't have a lot of vents, the RT might get the floor too. The only one that stays in the ER is the RT. So what we did, it was so weird. I mean, at least at Hopkins, everyone has a different way to do it. But at Hopkins, basically, if you were the charge RT, you took the ER and that was it. And then if you were anything else, we would separate them up like that. Like, sometimes, you know, you would get 2 people to a unit if it was super, super busy. I'm trying to think. And when I was in it, it was, I think the law was only 11 vents. One RT can only take care of 11 vents at a time, which is insane. That's an insane amount of vents to take care of for one person. But that's the law. And if you had more than 11 vents, you had to have 2 RTs. Most of the time, we didn't get to. Chucky, what up, honey? How are you? Speaking of TTRPGs, a new one starting this month on January 30th that I'm in, and that's all you get. You should follow The Wandering Inn, because that's where it's happening, and I'm really excited. Ew, Machinia, I bet you have a filthy fucking bong, too. It's like all grimy. I'm going to take a big clean hit. You're gross. Sick. Cheers. Well, washing your ass is gay. We all know that. I mean, that's just assumed. Oh my God. I have to show you guys something. Zach sent me a tweet yesterday and I died. Out of here. This is one of the best things I've ever seen in my whole life. So not only did they remove all reviews for the new Hogwarts game from the Turfy legend, but the tags for the game are transphobic, transphobia, magic, RPG. The fact that those tags exist on Steam and that is now what this game is under gives me such a boner. I know. Oh my God, Viata, shut the fuck up. Was that while you were taking care of your mom? Shut up. So recently I went to visit my family for 8 days. My crazy husband bought me a present every day I was gone. That's fucking precious, though. That's beautiful. You're gross. Machinia, so are you familiar with Harry Potter and like J.K. Rowling, the author? I love educating. Oh, no shit, Echo. So apparently the tags are just like Twitch tags. You can make anything you want. That's wild. So like, how do the tags end up on the game? Did Steam put the tags there, or are they just like the most popular tags people have put in? They're not on the. Aww. I mean, that would have been fucking funny. Oh, it's in hypotheticals. Hold up, I just opened Discord. Please don't fail me, Discord. Please don't fail me now. Hallelujah, don't fail me now. Fail me. Oh, that's so pretty. Oh my God, it has a tiny little cork in it. Shut up. That is cute as fuck. Oh my God, Damien, right though. Well, does he? If you watched him do it for all the hours, did you hear the things coming out of his mouth? Yeah, that's what Glitz has said. They're not there anymore. I mean, it was funny while it lasted. So if you are unfamiliar with like, the Harry Potter thing, I loved Harry Potter. I don't know how to put it. Grew up on the books, grew up on the movies, going to the midnight releases, wearing an outfit. I have lots of wands. I've been to Harry Potter Land many times. And a few years ago, I don't remember exactly the timeline because time is weird because of COVID. J.K. Rowling, the author of Harry Potter, decided that she would, out of nowhere, just be a trans exclusionary radical feminist, which means that she believes that you are not a woman unless you have ovaries and have had a period, a menstruation, because apparently my allegiance to Aleve is the only thing that defines me as a female, according to TERFs. So she's gotten very aggressive with this whole TERF thing, i.e. tweeting at people, Merry TERFmas, and other such horrible things. And it just makes me feel fucking disgusting every time I see anything that has to do with Harry Potter anymore. And that is the one thing I'm most upset about. I understand separating art from the artist. I get that. And I know a lot of people are able to do it with like Marilyn Manson's music or so on and so forth. You do you, boo-boo. But like personally, I do not feel good about anything Harry Potter anymore. It just makes me feel fucking filth. I just feel disgusting knowing that someone that she just chooses to use her platform and literally like define her life by hate is so, I just can't. I'm gonna cry talking about it. It fucking breaks me in any way. I just hate it so much. I hate everything about it. I do not agree with the TERF agenda. I am pro-love. Love is love. Trans women are women. Trans men are men. Get the fuck over it. Focus on your own fucking bedroom. For God's sakes. And that's the thing, darling. Like, she was doing trash behavior before that I've never followed famous people in their habits. I just don't care. I don't, like, idolize most celebrities, I guess. And so I just was unaware of it. But when that shit happened, I have a lot of trans friends who were very aware of it because in their communities, obviously it became like, what the fuck? And that's how I learned a lot about her horrible behavior. And it's just like, and this is just like my opinion, what I've come to the conclusion of in my own life is that I don't have like some huge public voice. I'm not a celebrity. I'm not a famous person. There's no way for me to tell J.K. Rowling that I disagree with her behavior other than speaking with my money. Hello, Mismo, how are you? In that I refuse to put anything towards anything that has a Harry Potter on it anymore, ever again. That's all I can do as a person. Because it's just gross. Like, I have all of it. I have so much Harry Potter shit in my house that I've just had to, like, tuck away in corners because I don't know what to do with it. And it makes me feel gross. But that's just me. I don't want anyone to feel bad about loving Harry Potter. Like, I get it. I get it. It's just, I feel gross. It's just gross. It makes me feel really fucking gross. Oh my god, Vissy the paper. I have it. Thank you for reminding me. Hence the paper. So, when Vissy was here, we made homemade. Oh my god, of course my lights are just gonna way bleach the shit out of it. It is not white like that. Oh my god. The lights in here suck. We made homemade paper out of torn up Harry Potter books. And that one did not turn out as well as I wanted to. Some of them are really fucking cool though. I think Viss did this one. It's got like Mardi Gras. It's seriously, my lights are making them look so shitty. God damn. Lights suck. But what we did last week was we tore up my Harry Potter books into tiny little shreds of paper and soaked it in water. And then I mulched it up with a huge mulchy thingy. And we made our own paper out of it because I don't like wasting. Like, I didn't want to just I hate just throwing things away that obviously can be repurposed. And I have all the Harry Potter books, like, in multiple forms, different stuff, like coloring books of that stuff. And ever since she's decided to, like, live on, this one's really pretty. It's, like, blue and gold. It's not turning up on stream at all, but it's pretty. Ever since she decided to, like, live on this platform of just hate, I cannot look at anything that has to do with Harry Potter without feeling gross. And I know that's just me. I'm not saying anyone else should feel these feelings, or I'm not saying if you don't feel these feelings, you're a bad person. This is just me. I feel gross. I ripped this one on accident, but it's super pretty. It's like pink with black sparkles and gold laid into it. Man, I'm gonna have to take pictures of them because they're just not, my lighting is designed for a 3D face, not for a flat surface, so it just bleaches this shit out really bad. But they ended up really pretty, actually, and I'm excited. This one's got, like, shreds of, I don't know. We experimented. I basically looked up, like, every different way. This one's one of my favorites. It's, like, pale green, and it's got moon sparkles laid into it, and I ironed them in, so they're, like, really stuck. I haven't cut it or anything, obviously. It's just raw paper, but this is what we did with my Harry Potter books. Because I can't do hate. I just don't like it. I don't want to support it. I don't want it in my house. Yeah, I'm not. It's exactly what Viata said. It's like if you think of J.K. Rowling as a child who is exhibiting negative behavior, you treat them like a child. You punish them. You do not reward negative behavior. So, what I've found as a workaround, if you are like me and you still love Harry Potter stuff, or say you know someone who, like, every year for their birthday or Christmas, you just depend on getting them Harry Potter stuff because that's their life and they love it. Try Etsy. It's all handmade goods by people, so it's not money going to J.K. Rowling. If it's a Harry Potter thing, they made it with their hands or whatever. They crafted it, you know what I mean? So that's an option. But again, please, like, it's all personal. It's just me. I just can't. I don't want to participate in something that, you know, like, I don't listen to Kanye West and I don't listen to Marilyn Manson anymore because they make me feel gross. It's not like I'm sitting here missing their fabulous music and making a statement and being like, oh, I really wish. No, I honest to God, if I hear their music, I'm like, ugh. I instinctually feel gross. Harry Potter, like, there was a show that came out. Oh God, Lizzie and I were talking about it. It was on, I think it was HBO. Correct me if I'm wrong. It was like the world of magical beasts or whatever. And I think it was narrated by Attenborough. Correct me if I'm wrong. And it was like the history of where, you know, where the fuck did people get the idea of a dragon or a phoenix or so on and so forth. And it featured J.K. Rowling. They fucking had her in there multiple times, and it ruined the entire thing. I had to stop watching because she makes me feel gross. Marilyn Manson raped a bunch of women and, like, locked them up and kept them as prisoners. To put it hella lightly. A documentary came out by one of the victims who got all the other victims together and, like, actually made a movement against him because, you know, he was rich and famous and had them all sign NDAs, so they thought they couldn't do anything. It's fucking horrible. It's fucking horrible. That's all I have to say. It's really horrible. Major trigger warning for sexual abuse if you're not into that kind. I mean, if you can't handle that kind of stuff, I wouldn't watch it. I can't remember the documentary name. I'm trying to think. Is it called, like, Firebird or something like that? Is it called Phoenix? I don't know. It's like a theme off of being born out of the ashes or whatever. Go love on your girl, Vissy. Give her love for me. Damien, that's what I was thinking, honestly. I don't know what I was going to do with them yet, to be real. They're very pretty. Like, you can actually see the colors over here. But we used I have, like, tons of, what are they called? Like mica-based pigment dyes, and I have oil-based dyes, and I have, like, I have all the craft stuff. I love to craft. So I just took out all of it, and we just sat there and experimented with everything, and some of them turned out really, really cool, and some of them not so much, but, like, it was the first time ever, and now I don't have 3 more Harry Potter books in my house. Technically. I have no problem with people playing the Harry Potter game. I just really hope they pirate the fuck out of it instead of paying for it. Same. That's what I've been telling people. Like, acquire it in other ways. I've heard that none of the money is going to her, that she's getting nothing out of this. I've heard that she's, like, cut out of it or whatever. But acquire it in other ways. He is hella washed up. It's just real. I watched the documentary. How do I say this? I don't love Marilyn Manson the way I love Maynard James Keenan, Trent Reznor. Like, those are gods to me. But I definitely grew up listening to a lot of Marilyn Manson. Like, a lot. He was my era. Nu metal was definitely, like, my high school, middle school era, whatever. And so it was just, like, you know, a large part of my growing up. But not necessarily like I'd be like, oh, I'm really into listening to Marilyn Manson right now and like put it on in the car or whatever. It's just if it came on, you would sing along because everybody fucking knows Dope Show. And now I just no, it's just disgusting. It's the shit. I just can't. The shit people pull with their perceived privilege and the way they manipulate other people with said perceived privilege is what really fucking gets me. Anger. I have a lot of fury in my soul towards that stuff. You know what I mean? It's not surprising. I mean, it's always surprising to hear someone rape someone. Like, that should never happen. But he's always been a fucking creep. It's just basically, like, without watching the fucking documentary or anything, his persona he puts out as Marilyn Manson is who he is in private time as well. He actually collects Nazi paraphernalia for funsies. Has some Nazi tattoos. His bandmates have some Nazi tattoos. He locks up pretty young ladies and convinces them that they can't do anything about it. It's very creepy. It's very, very creepy. Same. Golden Age of Grotesque I listened to a lot. Yep, that was definitely that. 100%. Yeah. Yep. But I just can't. Kanye, I'm more torn up about Kanye being a fucking nutbag than anything and going all anti-Semitic psychopath on us. I listened to a lot of Kanye West in my life. Like, I legitimately loved a lot of his music. And now it makes me feel icky. Like, it's not like I'm missing it. I miss the way it used to make me feel. But now I'm just like, ugh. But I know that's just me. I'm overly sensitive. Such a Pisces, though. Cheers. Psychotome says, I think it's called Phoenix Rising. And it's on HBO. Thank you. It's 2 parts, and it is wildly hard to watch. If you didn't know, Marilyn Manson was dating Evan Rachel Wood, the actress, for quite some time. And she kind of disappeared from everything for a while, and that's because he locked her up and raped her and stuff. And she couldn't do anything about it because he has all of his girlfriends and whatnot, like, sign NDAs and shit that are it's beyond creepy. You don't really need to watch it to get the full scope of it, but if you want to, I did. It's gross. Kanye makes me so sad, Mayo. Same. Like, he legitimately had some masterful music back in the day. I haven't listened to anything new. I haven't listened to anything that's come out of him since, I'm trying to think of the name of the album. My Beautiful Twisted Dark Fantasy or whatever. That's the last album of his. I truly like it was a great concept album, blah blah blah. That's the last album of his I really invested in. But all of his old stuff, I definitely listened to it quite regularly. Like, it was downloaded on my phone. And it's just like, the fuck? The fuck? Not only is he a psycho anti-Semitic Trump sucking piece of shit, but he gives everyone with bipolar a really fucking bad name, and I don't like that. And the all media, oh, he's off his meds. Not all of us fucking become anti-Semitic Trump loving pieces of garbage when we go off our meds, for fuck's sake. You're gonna make me grow bipolar in a minute! Again, you're right. That's the fucking twisted part of it. Is I'm really bad with the words for it, but like the manipulation that those girls go through, he convinces them that what he's doing to them isn't a crime. Like, he kind of manipulates them to think it's very just serious BDSM, which is another thing that I kind of forgot about that really bothers me. He gives the BDSM community a really disgusting name. Like, he uses a lot of BDSM language, BDSM behavior, a lot of like dom, like master slave kind of shit to manipulate these women into thinking what he's doing is okay. He even did it like his assistant joins this group of women and gives an interview. He locked her in a broom closet with him and kept her awake for like over 37 hours one time. Just like fucking crazy shit. Crazy shit. Like, he is an unstable human being. And it's just wild what he was getting away with, and I don't think he will anymore, but it's ugh. I know. And then there's Snoop Dogg out there fucking, I'm gonna have a good day. I'm gonna have a great day. Like, fucking Christ, my dudes. I don't know. The world is crazy. Yeah, no, BDSM's all about consent and safe, sane play. Exactly. And he, instead of that contract just being upfront, he manipulates them into thinking everything he's doing is safe, sane play when it's not. And that is not what any dom would ever do. I know a lot of people in the BDSM community have dabbled. A true dom does not manipulate. A true dom sub relationship, the power is with the sub. Every fucking ounce of that relationship's power is with the sub. Period. End of story. There's none of that. Like, that's not the way it goes. And that shit is fucking infuriating. I mean, it's just, and of course, media takes it to like, it's gotta be the BDSM. But BDSM people must, like, one of the examples I'll give you, I can't remember the name of it. It's like a wooden, it's like two steps. It's like a wooden prayer bench that like BDSM people will use and like whip each other on it or whatever, which is totally chill. I mean, lots of people are into whipping and consensual BDSM play, but he beats Evan Rachel Wood so bad on one of those pure wooden prayer steps that it snaps in half. And I don't know if you've ever seen her. She's like 5'9" and $120. So the amount that you would have to beat that human being for them to break through, I just can't. Like, that's one example of things he would do. But she even says, I was convinced I deserved that. That was my punishment for leaving him. Because she went back or whatever. It's crazy. It's fucking, it's a red flag fucking factory, my dudes. It's disgusting. It is so grotesque. It's just, ugh, sad. It's gross. Because none of these, I would never say like, oh, look at all these, like, none of these women come off as like weak or timid or victims. They're just normal fucking human beings who got heavily mind fucked by a rich weirdo. There's some rack, but that's something else. 100%. It's totally different. I mean, that's not, it's just like, if you know anything about BDSM or any of that and you watch this, you'll know what I mean. I don't know how to explain it. It's not that. But that's the guise he puts it under to make it like seem okay, whatever. Leftover pasta is the tits. Most things leftover are better. It's like trauma bonding. That's exactly. And he would usually scoop up girls who were, fresh out of a negative situation or, escaping their parents or escaping something. Like, and then he would become like the god to them or whatever. I mean, it's just so sad. It's just fucking gnarly and sad. And I love Evan Rachel Wood. I've loved her for years. I love the movie. Like, I think the first thing I ever saw her in was 13. Did anyone see that when you were younger? That fucked me up. And then she just went off from there and she's great. And then when I saw she was dating Marilyn Manson, I was like, oh, that's weird. I saw it like in a tabloid or something. And then she just disappeared. And it's because she was like locked up being beat to death on a prayer bench. It's fucking sick. She has a picture of the broken prayer bench. Like, it's fucking gnarly. Never underestimate the power of abuse and manipulation. Human brains are adaptable, and that's awesome, but it also means they can be convinced that a huge number of things are normal. Yes. Especially if they're in, like, a moment of duress. They're kind of looking for someone to make sense of the nonsense for them. I get it. We've all been there. I mean, it's what happens when you're feeling unsafe and stressed. Like, you look for someone to help you and to lean on. It is, Chucky, exactly. Oh my God, it's the 50 Shades of Grey BDSM. Can we just call it that? It's the 50 Shades of BDSM. That's the BDSM he's into. Like, I'm your rich daddy now. Come to my special room. I'll just whip you and then fuck you for 3 minutes. Woohoo. Yes, literally. Yeah. He just rich guyed these girls. Yeah. It's pretty nasty. That's exactly what it is. No, that's true. And you guys know how I feel about 50 Shades. That is not real BDSM. That is a fucking abusive relationship. Ew. 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 Big fucking no. That's how codependency works. I knew Brian was problematic, but I never realized it was that extent. Same. Like, I remember, every once in a while something about him would come up, and I tried to brush off. I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I don't know. That's probably a character flaw in myself. But it's hard to believe that people do these horrible things. And it's just, I think he had, I mean, not to excuse anything, but I think he had a pretty icky relationship with his own dad. And we all know, it's a cycle. Like, sexual abuse is usually a perpetuated cycle within the family or otherwise. And you have to be the one that chooses to stop it in one way or another. For example, there's a whole dialect in U.S. English that pronounce wash as though it was Warsh. We don't talk about the Warsh. Where did that come from? I worked with someone at Lowe's for 7 years who lived and was raised in Washington State and called it Washington State. What the fuck? Why? Just remember when playing with someone to do background when playing with someone to do background checks, ask previous partners, talk to other people. I mean, man, dude. Ugh. What up, Zagnut? How are you? It's Twilight. It's Twilight fan fiction, isn't it? Sounds like one of them sugar uncles. One of them gluten grandfathers. What up, Seatown? How are you? As a God-fearing, wild-raised Northeasterner, you can't convince me that's not abuse. I can't take it. Warsh? Warsh? Warsh. I've heard it so much, and to this day, why is it there? Who invented the R, and where did this start? Why is it there? Who does this? Who didn't stop you? Who didn't say no? Like, it's okay to say no. It's healthy to say no sometimes. Just say no. Is he really? Marilyn Manson or Brian is playing guitar in the Nine Inch Nails Give Up video filmed at 1250 Celio Drive, the Tate Polanski house. That's creepy. I don't think they were buddies, but they definitely did some music together. They also did Starfuckers together. Wasn't that a song Marilyn Manson and Nine Inch Nails did together? Starfuckers, and I believe one other. Nothing amazing, nothing like standoutish, but that was one of them. Got a nasty cold, Seatown. So many people are sick right now. It's nasty. I'm not going to go outside at all. Ugh. They add in letters, and here in MA, they leave them out. You definitely know someone isn't from here when they can't pronounce certain town names. That's kind of Washington too, but it's the same. It's because of the Native American names. Like the more, in my experience, this might not be apparent everywhere in the U.S., but the more west you get, the more we just like kept the Native American names. Same genocide and horrible things happened, I'm sure, but like on the east, everything's like just New Plymouth, New whatever, New Amsterdam, whatever the fuck. But the more west you go in the country, it becomes like Puyallup and Snohomish, Skykomish, Squinomish, blah, 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 Monomish. Just a million names that, like, if you're not from that area and you didn't grow up hearing them, no one can say them. And it's no fault of yours. They're spelled fucking weird. Puyallup is spelled like Puyallup or something like that. You wash with warm water. Water? I have an issue to get out. I have a vivid imagination. Why the fuck did I just read your cursed title? It's so rare that anyone does, but like Mandel, I don't know if you knew. I was watching an interview of Prince Harry on Stephen Colbert this morning, and he said that at his brother's wedding, he had a frostbitten cock because he forgot to wear a cock pillow when he went to the South Pole or the North Pole. No shit. He went to some pole of the earth and didn't wear a cock pillow, which is a thing. A cock cushion, if you will. So good idea. No shit. Trent rented it for a few months to record the Downward Spiral. The Tate house. God, that's creepy. They're a little creepy, though. They're a little dark. I get it. I like to go see graveyards. Is that weird? When I was in uni, Twilight was big before the movies, and I remember explaining to a group of girls why it was a toxic, abusive relationship. The response was unbelievably toxic. Unbelievable toxic. Started talking shit about me behind my back. Dude, the books, they weren't popular. I read all the books. Hold on, let me cheers. It's pronounced spoken, not Spokane. Spoken? Shut up. And there's still people that pronounce it Spokane. Colville. Who are these people? He regretted it. I believe that. I've definitely probably have done dark shit I regret in my past. We're dumb when we're young. But Twilight, I read I think they came out when I was in high school. I don't know what year those books came out, but I am an avid reader and I love vampire. Like I kind of got started getting into really reading constantly by finding the Anne Rice books, the Anne Rice like Vampire Chronicles. I found them in our local library and just binged the fuck out of them. And so I would look for anything that was vampire related, and I found the Twilight books, and I read them all when I was in high school, and I thought they were okay, but like, I mean, even in my young 16-year-old mind, I was like, dude, this guy's like 97 years older. How old is Edward? He's like old. But because he looks young, it's totally chill that he hits on a 16-year-old or whatever. I was quite young and stupid, and I saw that basic concept that I was, creeped out by, because imagine it flipped the other way. Yeah, like, ew. It's stat no matter what, but Jesus Christ. Oh, the drive to Forks is gorgeous, but Forks is nothing. I've heard that they actually built a Bella house, however. I have some friends that were huge fans, and they built a house that apparently looks just like Bella's house in Forks, but it's quite literally a gas station. Forks is smaller than the town I grew up in of Kettle Falls, population 1,500. Forks is nothingness, but it is right on the cliff where it's just like rain and sad all the time. So I guess she picked a very good place. Maybe? Sure? To be sparkly? I saw the first episode of Interview with a Vampire, but it's behind a paywall, so I have to, acquire it other ways because I'm not paying for whatever channel it's on. I don't know. You can only watch the first episode for free, which sucked. I love Interview with a Vampire movie. Like I loved it as a kid. It's not like the book, but it's good. I mean, it's the closest book translation thus far. A lot of people get this word wrong. You may pronounce it as homeowner, but in reality, there's clearly a meow. Home meow. Dude, someone sent that. I think sales might have sent that to me, and I can't stop seeing meow in homeowner now. It's kind of like how your bones are wet. Bearboo, how are you? What is this title? I mean, okay, so immediately before stream, I watched the Prince Harry interview on Stephen Colbert, and because he just came out with a book talking about all the horrible things that his family did to him growing up, which we all have pretty much heard about, i.e., them being racist to Meghan, so on and so forth. And I learned that he had a frostbitten dick at his brother's wedding because he forgot to wear a cock cushion while visiting either the South or the North Pole. I can't remember which one. Not a joke. Can you imagine? I mean, imagine. I know, it's real. So wear a cock pillow in cold weather, I guess. It helped that town a lot, actually. No shit. It's just logging town in the middle of nowhere. I mean, did it help them in a good way? I hope the people there don't hate the traffic. My town in Eastern Washington has no stoplights. Oh, my town had one, but it's because I think honestly, it's because we had a railroad track going right through the middle of town, and the stoplight was like so you didn't just turn into the train. Because I mean, I don't think I've ever seen more than one car at that stoplight in my life. But we have one right in the middle, right by the train. Dude, it's crazy. His stories are pretty sad. Like, I don't think I'll read the book at all because most of what he talked about in Stephen Colbert is stuff that we've all kind of heard of through the tabloids and shit like that. Most of what was sad is like, he was just flat out, like, abused by the media his whole life and portrayed as a horrible person when he really wasn't. And that seems like a hard life. I would never want to live in the media from birth. I pity anyone who has to suffer that. I wouldn't want to be in the media, period, but like just living in it, being born in it, that's a lot. Right, Rob? That's what I'm saying. The abuse in the media, like the media in the UK is fucking crazy cruel. Like we have our tabloids and our media can be pretty gnarly, but damn, are they mean? They're wildly mean. And I'm not a royalophile or whatever. I'm not an Anglophile. I love to go to London. I have a lot of friends there. But I've never been like emotionally invested in the royal family or at all. I'm more just sad for a human being whose entire family turned against him because he married a black woman. And because he was like the backup heir, you know what I mean? You're so needy and I just don't know what to do with you today. Blue dicked. Oh my god, isn't frostbite black? White shaft, black tip. I always thought frostbite made your flesh fall off. A cock cushion, Nicktastic. Apparently they exist. Do you see this aggression for pets over here? Yeah, poor kid lost his mother at 11? Yeah. That was another part of the interview that was sad. Apparently this is in the book, but for years he was convinced his mother was alive and that she just escaped her family and was going to come back for him. That was as a person who also lost a parent very, very young, like that was relatable and fucking hurt. That was wildly sad. Sad. Yeah, really sad. Because I mean, even at that age, at the age of 11, he knew that his family was evil to his mom and that his family was mean. That's crazy. Like he did that at look at that poodle. She will force a pet. Just on YouTube. If you look up Stephen Colbert Prince Harry, that's probably you're gonna unplug my shit. Why do you go to that side every time? Eliza, thank you for gifting a sub to Bearboo, you silly fuck. I appreciate you. This is my poodle, Billith. Her listening skills are top notch. Really? All right. All right. You do your best. You do your best. So Missy, I told you it would come on. I fucking told you. It's happening. Total lapdog, right? 75-pound lapdog. Feels good, man. My legs are numb. It's fine. She's poor Trick back there. My boy. So polite. Then there's the deer. My boy. I love his orc teeth. Damn. I can pet you both, you selfish hoe. She's such a bitch. My boy. That good. My poor boy. He's so polite. You're so needy. Don't be mean. I can pet you both, you selfish whore. She's such a bitch. God damn it. Sorry about the puppy time. My boy. She's so pissed at me now. She's like, you're good, pups. Just needy. Hold on. What? I know. She looks. All right. So what's up? Am. Is my boy. My boy. Such a good. He's polite. It's a poodle stream, I guess. She's just so like at home here now. I don't know what to do. Is this good for you? Ma'am, I literally can't read from this far away. I know. I mean, I can push her off. I love Daft Punk so much. I am heartbroken I never got to see them live. Emma, maybe it's the time of year, dude. I know you can never push a doggo off, right, Tricky? Like, you can't push a doggo off. You don't get up if a cat is on you. Like, what do you do? Right, Vissy, it's one of the most heartbreaking mistakes of my life. I just honestly, they never came to wherever I was living. Otherwise, I would have gone. I never got a chance to see them live in my heart. I think the album they did with Pharrell, they came to Seattle, but because it was with Pharrell, the tickets were like thousands of dollars, and little college Katie couldn't go. Me neither. And now they're broken up forever. Trick's getting itches, don't worry. He loves his butt scratched. He's kind of a hoe for it. He's a good scratch, Bubba. Is that such a good scratch? Look at her puffy cheeks. She's so funny. Are you a funny girl? Yes. But I would have fucking loved to see Daft Punk. Man, I remember we used to listen to Daft Punk a lot before I even knew who they were. Like Technologic and the Stronger, Harder, Better, Stronger, whatever song. That I used to listen to that constantly, like in high school and college. I didn't even know who they were. It was just like on every CD or mixtape I ever made because I'm old. There's my boy. You're a whore. Look at her wiener tail. Looks like a sad hot dog. My boy. What? Well, this is my life now. How's everyone's doing? Madam, I don't know what you need. We're here together. So, what are you doing? Are you okay? What do I do? Oh my god, the Tron soundtrack is so good. Oh my god, yes. What can I do for you? Oh, I know. These dogs are so, like, they're just really lanky. And I have a really short torso. So, look, we're like a Cerberus. Hello, Donna. How are you? Ugh. Oh my god, Emma. Lilith does the same thing in the morning. She'll straight up push me back down into bed if I let her. She'll put her front paws on my chest and use her whole body. I want to put it on now, but I can't type. What can I do for you? Are you okay? She just wants to sit here. I don't. No, you're. You're fine. I got a hand free. Dude, they would never get off me. Oh my. Oh my trick. Oh my trick. Here you go, bud. Step. Here you go. Come on. You're on my cord, bud. This is hell. There you go. You're fine. I'm having a great time. Bubble. Hi, Merms. How are you, love? Nah, dude, she struggles. I don't have a lap big enough for her. She really struggles to fit on. Thank you. But I don't know why. Like, what would you like from me? You're so skinny. Okie doke. Hell yeah. Oh my god, as soon as my dog decides to leave me, I will fucking cheers you. Oh, Trick is behind me on the arm of my chair. Do you see that? Here's my boy. Literally. So awkward. I think they look like greyhounds. If you shave their floof off, they look like you remove their brain. Their heads are so flat. You good, Bill? My arm's tired. So, hi, Ray. Everything she wants. My attention. Are you not entertained? Slip in. You don't fit. You're huge. My boy. I'm petting Trick, just so you know. He's back here and he's getting love. He's just much more polite than someone. Ma'am. She's got pretty big haunches. Comparatively. There's my boy. You guys need to go outside? Is that what's up? Need to go potty? I feel like I just took a break. Didn't I just take a break? She's literally asserting dominance. Is it already? Man. She's leaning on me. She's like very just outside. Potty. Trick does. Will's like, nah, I won. Oh. Woo! They're definitely sympathetic when I'm in pain. I've been keeping on top of the Aleve today, so hopefully I don't get hit with a cramp because that ruins everything. I guess quick break. Enjoy Tron. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I have someone, oh my god, what? Someone gave me a TikTok that just says Revenge of the Clowns, and I'm very nervous. But I'm just gonna let them go outside and do whatever the kind of shit fucking hell they need to go through really quick. I don't know what it is. But I'll be right back. I guess. Pee and wash your hands. Back. I had to steal a monster from Zachary. Please no. This soundtrack is really fucking good. It's like, it's super epic, and then it gets so fucking like dancey and awesome. Whew. I had to go get the dogs because there was a squirrel. I'm out of breath a little. That was fun. Welcome back. You got to see the sheer size of my dogs. Oh, Donna. I mean, that was kind of, I mean, I've been saying this for years and I sound like a broken record, but that was kind of like, once I kind of understood what it was to have a channel and like establish a channel and what, I didn't really understand Twitch when I started streaming at all. But once I did, I kind of like, obviously I'm never going to sit here and like argue with a transphobe or someone who's openly just going to be racist and horrible. Like, there's no sense in that. I love what Glut said one time, like, the devil doesn't need an advocate on that. There's enough evil in the world. I'm not here to argue about those things. but the world is so fucking filtered and so PG. And it's just playing pretend. Everybody plays pretend all day, and then they go home and they cuss and swear, and they wear their comfortable clothes, take their bra off. We get into our, and I wanted to create a space where it was that, like, because there's enough of that fake shit in the world where everyone's like nicey nice and pretends that cussing is not a thing, and whatever. I like that we're all just comfortable. Yeah, we need a cheers. I like that it's just a comfortable atmosphere where we can talk about serious stuff, we can talk about joking stuff. We can go from talking about like dildos and butts to like medical shit, and you guys are on board because that's where my brain goes all the time. It's literally like my train of thought 24/7. So it's just as great for me. I love it. And I don't like I don't know, man. It's hard to be around people for me that I can't just speak. Not not trying to be offensive, but just like I've been around people where I can't even mention my old job because, they had a family member die on a ventilator, and every time I mention being a respiratory therapist, it reminds them of that, and they just associate me with their family member dying. I'm like, I was 12. Like that kind of sensitive where it's like I need to be able to say I was respiratory therapist in some environment or other, you know what I mean? Cheers. Dude, I feel that spiritually. Excuse me. Ooh, I've never had a THC drink. Do they hit the same as edibles? The new Velma series dropped on HBO. It's really funny and would make my conservative parents very angry. No shit. Oh, is it? Did they? I didn't even know when it was coming out. I'll have to check it out. Genova said, same, but I stole a can for myself. I've been so damn tired lately. I've been getting better at understanding all the part of my job, but the applying it and trying to speed up has been wiping me out. So Monster until it registers in my blood. I totally get that. Same. Like mine's just I haven't been sleep. Like I had cramps. I woke up like 5 times last night just with mind blowing cramps to like chug some Aleve. And on top of that, for the past like bit, I wake up at nighttime and my hands are numb. I don't know what I'm doing while I'm sleeping. I guess I'm sleeping funny on my hands, something, or I just need to stretch my wrists or something's happening. Because I wake up because the blood is coming back to my hands and it's so painful. Like if you've ever had a dead leg that you just let sit dead for way too fucking long and you get up, it's not just those pins and needles. It's like the painful, excruciatingly painful return of blood flow to your hand or whatever part of your body. I wake up like at least 4 times a night with that exact feeling, and I just have to sit up and like stretch, like basically do some yoga in my bed, and then I go back to sleep, and then I do that again, and then again, and it's just like I'm not sleeping for more than an hour at a time between cramps and my fucking whatever's happening with my hands. I don't know what it is. So caffeine is the way to fucking be. I just licked it. They're pretty rad, but I wouldn't drink it too fast. Sometimes I dilute it with, oh, really? So they hit a lot faster then? Oh, yep, that's what Eliza said. Hits faster than edibles are more buzz. I kind of would like that better. Katie, I had a massive pleural effusion a couple years ago. Oh my God. How did that happen? Just like randomly? That's a thing that happens. Yeah, I've seen THC infused drinks for years. I've just never tried them because honestly, I'm just not that into edibles. Really. Port and mainline? What is that? Like port, like that like wine that's hella strong that you drink in itty bitty little amounts? Genova, it's weird. You kind of get used to it, but also don't. Like you never get used to it, but you kind of get used to it. It's weird. It's a weird thing. I don't know. Like you accept it. It's just like part of life, I guess. But it is weird to like plan your life around whether or not your fun zone's bleeding. No, please, not right now. Nope, go sit down. Go sit down. Go. We had a snuggle. Go lay down. I love you so much. Oh my God, IV port. I'm an idiot. Sorry, I thought that I'm an idiot. Yep, that's all that is. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, you swallowed part of a tooth? Yeah, like inhaled it? Oh my fucking God, that's so scary. I am so sorry. Oh my God. Olivia. Ooh, I'm gonna save that link. Thank you. Yeah, I'm resigned to my fate. Exactly. I think that's the way most people with a uterus get at a certain point. It's just like, there's nothing I can do about it. So this is the way we go, I guess. It really honestly helps removing the equation of, am I pregnant? That's the best. That's the best. Because literally every morning you wake up and you're like, I have a migraine. Am I pregnant or getting my period? My tits hurt. Am I pregnant or getting my period? I'm a bitch today. Am I pregnant or getting my period? Every fucking day. Every time you get laid. That's all it. Get out. Get the fuck out. You're being weird today. Go. Go lay down. You're being very weird. All I can think of while watching Zeke play Max Payne, all I can think about is this character frantically driving from side to side while shooting. Oh, and that was the other thing. There was no bullet time in the movie. Did I miss it? There was no bullet time in the movie at all. You just reminded me of it. But that was a thing. None. Which was interesting. I guess someone like trademarked it or something. They make a tincture to make your own THC. Ooh. Honestly, that one might be better for you, Mermy. Eliza said they make a really good tincture to make your own THC infused drink. So then you're not like having to just dilute a drink. That might be a decent option. If you're looking for an option. Well, on mega opioids, Jesus Christ. I had a tooth pulled at the dentist once. When they yanked it out, I jerked. Oh my God. And they let go by accident and I swallowed. Oh my fucking God. Am I pregnant? Is Greg here still? Possibly. Katie, I'm a bitch today. Am I getting my period or is it Tuesday? Literally. Now it's just like, did I forget my Lexapro? That's it. If I wake up like feeling weird, it's like, fuck, am I getting my period or did I forget my Lexapro? Did I take my Joy? Jesus Christ. And then I count them. Literally. Like, even though the vast majority of the time I take them on stream, I will go count them. I will pour them all out and count them to make sure I took one that day. Like, it's crazy. But at least that's a lot less. I mean, I just get kind of sick feeling if I forget one of those. It's not pregnant. I mean, pregnant, you get sick feeling, but then there's a baby or a really expensive procedure. Here's your chamomile diesel morning blend. Dan swallowed a tooth live a few years ago. Oh my God, it was one of the partials. Oh my God. You're 12. Human body equals nightmares. Human bodies are fucking wild. I've told you guys this a couple times, but just because we're on the topic, I must bring it up because my mom's a fucking, for all her faults, she was a superhero RT. Hold on, I'm all tied up. I'm all tied up. Lost in love. Sorry, I was in a tangle. My dogs get me tangled sometimes. One time my mom was also a respiratory therapist. She just recently retired. If you didn't know, my dad was a respiratory therapist and his mom was an inhalation therapist at a nunnery. Crazy. A line of them. It was in my blood. My mom had a patient one time. If you've ever had or if you haven't had, I guess, a root canal, what they do when they, empty out the root before they fill it, I guess, they have these files that literally look like a needle. And they all have a different colored rubber tip, and that's what size it is. And they sit there and they jam different ones down the root of your tooth multiple times until they find one that fits. They like jerk it off in your tooth for a while, file it away, and then they eventually stick it in, saw off the tip, and like fill it in and whatever. And that's a root canal. So there's these little needle things in a cushion next to the doctor as he's like figuring it out. No shit. I don't know why, because this wasn't that long ago. This was maybe like 10 years ago. But as far as I know, as far as I remember, that they were already using those rubber dams they put in the back of your mouth. So none of this happens. Like when we were kids, they'd be like, meh, and if that dust went in the back of your mouth, you were just fucked if that little sucker thing didn't get it. Nowadays, they have like a rubber dam, at least in the US, where it hooks onto your back 2 molars and creates like a little rubber like trampoline over your throat so you don't swallow these pieces. I don't know why the fuck that wasn't being implied? Used, Katie? Ignore me, please. And he swallowed it. Yeah, he coughed or something and inhaled one of these needle files. And the reason I say my mom was a superhero is normally that would call for major surgery to remove, because those things are a needle. When I say needle, they're literally like the gauge of a sewing needle. They are so fucking narrow and small because your tooth roots are pretty fucking narrow. So that thing went all the way down into the deepest, darkest trench of his bronchial tubes where we couldn't bronch it out. Like normally when you inhale a foreign object like that, our first thing we do is we send what's called a bronchoscope down your throat into your airways. And it actually there's multiple different scopes, but one of them has like a little Pac-Man head on it. And we can use it to take samples from your lung or to try to retrieve shit out of your lung. And it was so deep, we didn't have a scope that had that little retriever face on it, small enough to get into those bronchial tubes. So we were pretty fucking positive this guy was going to have to go to the ER or have to go to surgery. And my mom, being the fucking badass 40-something year RT that she is, she's from like the Wild West of RT days, and older RTs sometimes know just magic. She put him on an inversion bed, like tied him to an inversion bed because they were waiting to go into surgery. There wasn't a surgeon ready yet. So while they were waiting, they were like, feel free to like, give him some inhalers, see if he can cough it out, whatever. So they put him on an inversion bed and like really, really inverted this fuck. And my mom CPT'd him for like an hour and he coughed it up. Wild superhero. CPTing is when you make little cups with your hands and do this motion, slapping someone's back. Usually you do it to get them to cough secretions up, but you can do it to get them cough stuff up, like a piece of meatloaf or something if a kid inhales food. And she did that for like an hour and got him to cough it up. She's a legend at that hospital for that because it was a needle. Like that should, by all intents and purposes, have stuck into flesh and been done. Like that should have been stuck and needed surgical removal. And she CPT'd it the fuck out of him. It was wild. But I still don't understand why he didn't have that thing in his throat. I live in Texas, and the only thing we have legal access to is Delta THC. I actually prefer it. I've heard Delta 8's great. Delta 8, I meant to say. Sorry, it's Delta 8 THC. I've heard Delta 8's great. No rhyme intended, but there we are. I actually prefer it to regular THC. I still get high as fuck, but without the other side effects. Still can't escape the munchies, though. And I've never had the munchies. I think I'm one of those weird people that doesn't have, knock on wood, I've never had a negative side effect to weed other than if I smoke too much, I just get really tired. But I don't get munchies. I've never, knock on wood again, I'm trying not to knock because my dogs will freak out, but like I've never gotten paranoid. That being said, for those that get those emotions like paranoia and stuff, Delta 8 is absolutely an option I think a lot of people should look into because I've heard great things. It's basically like really low, potency weed, right? Essentially. It was fucking legendary that she got it out of him. She shouldn't have been able to. Like there was no reason. When I had mine done, the rubber dam was more like a poncho that the tooth in question poked through. Oh. So like when we do surgery kind of, right? Interesting. I haven't had anything like that. I haven't had anything other than like a cleaning done in a very long time. I can't remember. Weird. I wouldn't call them hallucinations, but there's been times when I've gotten far too high and it's like nighttime and I'm walking in my kitchen where it's dark and I think I see things out of the corner of my eye, but I think that's just being really high. I don't know. I don't like full on hallucinate, but I definitely have like, there's nothing there. You're just super high right now. Right, same. Okay, cool. Glad I'm not the only one. Thank you. I knocked for you. Thank you, Chucky. I was like very quietly knocking on my desk because I don't want any of those. Like my stepdad's that way. My parents aren't against weed by any means. My mom just likes to give me a hard time. But my dad, my stepdad used to deal pot, as he said, deal dope when he was in high school. And he said one day, it was like he was like 17 or 18. He was just smoking a bong with some friends, and all of a sudden he was just overcome with the overwhelming sense of dread and like the paranoia, whatever that is. I've definitely been paranoid, but I've never had it from weed, so I'm assuming it's something different, if not comparable. And he said from that moment on, he tried a couple more times in life, and every time it happened. And he just could never smoke weed again. That is my worst fear. Not my worst, but man, that's up there. Now. The flower I'm smoking right now gives me little baby visuals for a couple minutes while I'm at my highest. Ooh, what kind is it? Do you know the strain? There have been just a few times where I had auditory hallucinations, thought it was creepy. It's never quiet enough in my house to have auditory hallucinations. Zach and I are way too loud. Gen Mines, absolutely. Cheers. I have a crack at a bowl. We might have to repack, but we can cheers. I think Delta 9 is just like your run-of-the-mill pot that we've all been smoking for years, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. Delta 8 is the one that is somehow escapes legislation, so a lot of states that are very illegal for Delta 9 can sell Delta 8 legally. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I'm just chatting. Cheers. No shit, Toyota, your dad got busted? That sucks. Did he get any time? I think my dad got a little. I think my dad did get, because they were selling like some acid or something. I mean, it was the 70s, who knows? They were selling shit. Him and his brothers were selling drugs. As you do, I guess. I come from a lot, let me tell you. No shit. I made the mistake of learning to astral project while I was high. I couldn't get myself fully grounded back into my body for hours. I try to keep myself busy while I'm high because I don't want that experience. I have a friend that can get auditory hallucinations from what? Like full on hearing voices from fans? I don't have to be high for this though. Ever since I was a kid, if I'm in a silent place, like, you know, when the power goes out, that level of silence, I definitely get auditory hallucinations, but they're like, I don't know what they are. I think it's just because I don't live in a silent world. I always have music going, or my dogs are barking like psychos, or Zach's screaming at a game. I just don't live in a silent world ever in my whole life. Like having a lot of siblings, someone's screaming all the time. Weird. You know, have you ever, like, I'm sure we've all done this. You look into a fan and talk into it, and you go like, wow, wow, wow. You sound weird. I wonder if, you know, there's some people who, like, if you look at a certain LED, the rate at which the LED is flashing or something doesn't compute with our brains, so you actually see it kind of flickering, whereas most people don't. Maybe there's something auditory with that. Like, some people are ultra sensitive to that wow, 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 and that's what they hear. I wonder. I don't know. Ooh, I tried to renew my SNAP benefits back in October. Still waiting on a decision. Is there any way to contact them and ask? Probably not. That's probably a stupid question. It's not even super strong. It just got those extra cannabinoids that hit my brain in the visual cortex. I mean, as long as it's not like, oh, it's sour kush. I've had sour kush before. As long as it doesn't scare you. I mean, okay, so Eliza says Delta 8's from hemp. Delta 9 is from cannabis. Please don't smoke hemp that you get from a craft store. That is not what we're talking about. Delta 8 stuff is legal as long as it's less than 0.03%. Might be 0.3% Delta 9. Delta 9 is like the stuff that I buy, right? Like that's the recreational THC that we're all buying. I think that's what Sinimu has said last time we were talking about it. Then there's also a D10 and a D0 now. No shit. Zoe.
I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. CK, I hooked up with a Furby last night and they spit in my mouth. Their salivia got me high AF to where I thought my cummies were silly string and cheese whiz, and I made a cummy statue of Rod who looked like a golden cummy cheesy pigtailed how-you-woo.
All I can think of is Helga's like bubblegum altar to Arnold and Hey Arnold. Is it like that? Are there candles? Thank you. What? Thank you. Some companies combine Delta 8, Delta, and Delta 0. Is it Delta 0 or Delta O? I think it's a 0, right? In a vape. It's a pretty interesting high. Weird. I've never seen that here. I get tinnitus sometimes. It comes random. Ever wonder why a chicken would make a good businessman? They know how to make a bok. God damn it. I like chickens. They're volatile. I get it. Just regular fans, but other like ceiling fans don't do it. It's like the, desk fan that does the wah 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 when you talk into it. You have twice in the past month. I sat on hold for 2.5 hours and told they're behind. I mean, time to hire some people. Not that that's realistic, but Jesus Christ. Cannabis is just female plants, hemp or male. I didn't know that. I did not know that, actually. That's really interesting. Huh, I wonder if there's something to it. I should. Thank you. I got splashed right in the face. Hydrate before you die straight, bitches. If someone built a shrine to me, I would be both flattered and frightened in equal measure. Same. I was thinking about that this morning. Who was it? Bryan Cranston was on one of the late night host shows that I was watching. And there's 2 different statues of both him and Science, bitch. What's that actor's name? I just forgot. I blanked. I like him a lot. He's great. There's a statue of them being like Walt and his little, the what's the show? Breaking Bad. The Breaking Bad dudes. There's 2 different statues of them, like huge, really well done bronze cast statues of them in New Mexico. And I was thinking that to myself this morning. I was like, I don't know if, like, I'd be so flattered, but also like someone's fucking that. Like someone's putting their dicks on it. I don't know how I feel about it. THCO, the letter, THCO is concentrated delta 8. Oh, no shit. Okay, so that's probably why they're putting it in, like, vapes and stuff like that, right? Aaron Paul. Thank you, Banana. I was searching chat with my eyeballs. I knew one of you would remember his name. I really like Aaron Paul. First time I ever saw him was in a Korn music video. I try not to blame those people. They're chronically underfunded and therefore understaffed always. This is a system that everyone complains is so easy to get benefits from. Agreed. I mean, 100% I agree. Like, I 100%. Yeah, it's like there's nothing to do. Like, they're understaffed, underfunded. They're probably being stretched. Those people aren't to blame. Like, they're probably talking to people with the most horrible stories, trying to get fucking food for their families and stuff like that, and they have no resources to do such thing. It's got to be a fucking shit show. It just sucks on both ends. The guy guarding my body did a shit job and I had to deal with an entity upon my return. Wait, a demon? Are you possessed? I too have demons, but they just bruise me. And I have not astral projected. I'm just gifted. Are they demons? Do you have bruises? Because same. Are they in shape of handprints? Because same. Someone in I am so sorry I just did that. Someone in PHX stole a bronze statue of the kid who inspired the Make-A-Wish Foundation to break it up and sell it for drugs. I don't know what to do about that. What the fuck? What the fuck? Does that person have tattoos of stitches on their eyelids? Are those eyelid stitch tattoos? Chad. I'm not here to judge a tattoo. I'm here to judge someone who breaks up bronze statues of Make-A-Wish Foundation kids to sell it for drugs. But, like, are those tattoos of stitches on his lids? Cause what the fuck? Best thing I like about the D8 stuff is that I still function and not zone out as badly as I do when I'm on the D9. Comes in handy when I stream. 100% get that. Yeah, and, same, like, I try to aim for strains that don't do that. I don't know, there's been, like, cherry strains for some reason always make me like, but I've learned to ask my dispensary, obviously, but always, I trust them. Like, I'll tell them I don't want to feel sleepy, but I don't want to feel wired, and they'll help me find a good strain. But I've gotten pretty good at, like, noticing that, like, if blue's in the name, I'm probably really gonna like the strain. Anything lilac diesel's great. Diesel's a really great strain for me. I've just kind of learned by trial and error with that because I'm the same. I don't ever want any strain, really, anytime to make me just like, bleh. I actually smoke weed to stay awake sometimes, which is weird, I know, for most people. But like at night, if I'm feeling kind of sleepy, but it's only like, 8 p.m. and I want to stay up for a couple more hours, take a nice fat hit and I am fucking awake. I don't know. I know that's not the same for most people. I'm a freak. Da-na-na. Ow! A makeshift? Don't do a Catholic one. Don't involve yourself with those people. Do you have any strains for cramps? No, but they do have really, really good topical lotions you can get. They have at my dispensary actually. Oh god, I don't have the one that I use. It's in my bedroom right now. But fuck, I said butt fuck. What is the brand? Every state, I think all brands of weed right now, because it's not federally legal yet, it's all like state specific. Yep, specific. But most dispensaries I've ever been in legal states at least, they usually have fucking high octane like CBD and THC lotions, topical lotions, and just like scooping out like a tablespoon of that shit. Mine's like, I think it's 500 milligrams THC and 500 milligrams of CBD in like this little pot like this, and I take out like a thimble's full and I just like put it on my womb area, and it helps. I think it just helps those muscles relax and not be so like all the time. I don't know. It helps me. That and like a heating pad helps me at least not want to die. It doesn't take away everything. Nothing's gonna get you at ground zero. Catholics will infect you with a mind virus that inflicts constant shame and guilt, dude. It's sick. I mean, and even recovering from that shit, like, or, being a recovering Catholic, I should say. How do you say that? Yeah, I guess a recovering Catholic. I don't know. I'm not Catholic anymore, but was definitely raised in it, and Catholics consider you Catholic forever if you were baptized and shit. So I guess I'm stuck, but like not really into that gam anymore. Um, I questioned way too much shit as a young kid. My mom was like, "I'm not gonna push this shit on my kids," which was thank fuck. Recovering, is that what we would call it then? Yeah, recovering Catholic. Yeah, still trying to like, I don't have guilt about not believing in God, but I have weird guilt about weird shit in my life, like a lot, a lot. It's very bizarre. Brains are stupid, real stupid. Edibles are best for muscle relaxing. I've heard that. They've never worked very well for me. I don't know what it is. Something wrong with my metabolism, but edibles like are very, very hit or miss for me. And with cramps, like sometimes I get really nauseous, and if I take edibles, those can like exacerbate the nausea, and so I tend to just steer away from them. I haven't this time, thank fuck. Oh wait, holy shit, I never really thought about this, but your mom clapping on someone's lungs for a while made me look up CPT, which led to chest physical therapy. And this video, wherein a small white woman gets mucus clapped out of her cystic fibrosis lungs, that's literally exactly CPT. That is manual chest percussive therapy. Yeah. That's crazy that you found that. That's amazing. Yeah, we actually have there's multiple ways to do CPT. Like in an emergency situation, we're not going to go look for the tools. We're just going to use our hands. You just cup your hands basically to make like an air pocket and then do this to someone. You can do it to the front too, because obviously you have a lung here, but you just do this forever. But it has to make that cup sound. I've got no flesh on my front. That's hard for me. You got to make like a cup sound, like that hollow sound, and I don't know. But we actually have like percussors. We just call them a percussor, but they're pneumatic percussors you can plug into the air in the wall, and they like speed up and slow down, and they just poo poo poo, and they're kind of weird. I don't know how to explain them. They're an air percussor, but they're really round and soft, so you can just like smooth them over people's bodies. We use them for a lot for cystic fibrosis patients or patients who are just more delicate. Cystic fibrosis patients tend to be really thin and, a little weak because they're sick a lot because of their disease process. And so we use those because it doesn't hit them so hard. Wait. She has her hubby clapping on her for like a half hour while she coughs mucus into a solo shot glass. I am not watching that. But that's also was my life. I wonder what it smells like. One would expect some mental difficulties after leaving a cannibalistic death cult. Stop it. A cannibalistic, stop. You're right, though. You're right. Jesus Christ. While she coughs it into a shot glass. Wait, does that imply they're drinking it? Get that percussie, bitch! For real, we fight over the percussors because usually you only have a couple because they're really expensive. And if you have a patient that's using it constantly, you'll usually leave it in their room so you're not always having to like sterilize the thing. And if someone else needs it, you'll like get the set. Do you have the percussor upstairs? Yeah. Can you fucking send it down? Oh my God. Yeah, we fight over them because they're great. And I'm so sorry. This is a lot of hard work. Doing this a million times on someone's back versus just holding this like thing on their back is wild. But the other way I was gonna say, if you ever are congested, you have a lot of secretions, and you have someone who can do this to you, you can use your hands, but also an oxygen mask or like a CPAP mask. The mask on a bag, like an airbag, like a bag mask thing that we like resuscitate people with. But that mask, those are really good for it too. If you have access to anything like that, those are great. I'm gonna throw up. Yeah, into a shot glass. Sounds like a name for a good black metal band. Oh, no. That sounds also how you know you're good at burping babies, just not as hard. No shit, this cupping. I have a really hard time with it because I have really long fingers and not a lot of palm. It's better if you have a lot of palm and shorter fingies. You can get a way better cup. I'm really bad at it because I've got fingies. It's better. You know what I mean? It's better if you have if you have less finger to palm ratio. I don't know. People with smaller hands are way better at doing it. I have more of a gap when I try to do it. I'm better with the masks and stuff. Some people have the lack of an enzyme that render them unable to process THC in the liver. They often experience nausea. Is that what that like there's something like THC, what is it? And people like become kind of allergic to pot and just get sick. I've heard about something like that happening. No steak would ever taste as good after leaving that cult. I don't know if I could eat meat after that one. She outlines that saying it makes her gag, so she goes into a non-clear cup. Are you torturing yourself with this? Like, why are you continuing to watch this? Why is this happening? Why are you doing this to yourself? Ew. Ew. No. It's fascinating. You should go be an RT. Don't do it. My hands are good for things that don't involve trying to make an airtight seal with them. I'm having a real... I used to do it, but I really do think my fingers are too long. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I never really thought about the day-to-day implications of cystic fibrosis. So, increasing empathy. Oh, it's wild. It's pretty sad, too. Like, if they take really good care of themselves, they can usually live till, like, mid-30s, early 40s. But it's just in my personal experience, but almost all the cystic fibrosis patients I ever had, they're kind of raised with the notion that they're not going to live very long. Therefore, they don't care. And they tend to smoke a lot of cigarettes and do some drugs, and they just don't care because they're like, I'm not going to live regardless of whether or not I take care of myself. It's very sad. And the sad thing is they still live till they're like 35 or 40, but they're miserable those last 15 years because they just are like locked in secretion hell. Cystic fibrosis is very, very sad. Sad disease. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, really. I mean, just, because when you do shit with patients like that, including percussive therapy and stuff like that, you're spending a lot of time with these people. Like, all of the therapies you do with people with cystic fibrosis take a long time, like cough vests or cough. We have a cough machine that we put a mask on you, and it does this weird suck. What does it do? It does a push suck with air really, really quickly, which instigates you to cough. We do it with people who are quadriplegics or paraplegics a lot, but we can do it with people who just won't cough because your lungs must cough up what's in them. And so you're in their room a lot, so you end up learning a lot about their life. And most of them just have like this existential attitude of like, I don't care. By the time I was 4 years old, I was clearly aware that my parents were taking me to Disneyland twice a year because they knew I was going to die by the time I was 30. So I just don't give a fuck. And they really don't. And it's very sad. My cramps just hit and I'm got to take drugs now. It's happening. Take your joy. Being female is the best. I wish I had a button to turn it off. That'd be nice. Inhale. Can you imagine? Look how big they are. The gel caps are huge, but I have to get gel caps. I don't know what it is. If I get any kind of pill that's just like a pressed, I guess, like pressed powder pills, they make me fucking sick as hell. I just get so nauseous. It's really bizarre. So I can swallow anything though. Horse pills. I know. The irony is they're probably perfect size to inhale straight into a bronchial tube. Don't inhale those. I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know what it is. The gel caps don't make me nauseous though, and when I get cramps, I take so much Aleve. Like I just would rather not be sick on top of it. Apologies, I'm half asleep and single-minded, very slow processing, only focusing on. I mean, didn't you just say you had a demon you had to fight? And you're fine. Honeybean, you's fucking good. You're okay. Why you feel bad? Don't feel bad. It's okay. I didn't sleep at all last night. I'm sure I'm loopy as fuck. I am a piece of shit. Like, I was honestly questioning not right now. All day. Not right now. Go lay down. I know, you're very insecure today, and I don't know why. I didn't sleep at all last night, so I'm sure I'm fucking loopy. Like, I question whether or not I should stream because my brain is so, but what else am I gonna do? Just sit around and cry? Boring. Boring. Oh my god. I mean, some people are into fucking demons. There's a lot more people here than me. I just have my own demons and they bruise me all the time. I'm convinced it's demons because I do have weird bruises. And like Eliza came and stayed with me for a week and she left with weird bruises. And it's just like, I'm not grabbing myself in my sleep. It's not happening. I know. I'm glad I did too. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I have like guilt, self-imposed guilt about like, well, if I'm just sitting here in pain, I'm not interesting and I'm not fun. And people might come by that are having a hard day that need support and I won't be able to give them the support they need because I'm cringing in uterine pain. Like, I just have like stupid
2
guilt
months, you came back!
about dumb stuff. Bitch. It could be the aliens.
Dude, for real though.
I'm open to being
Feel some
someone's
safe
demon.
with
I'm sure someone
fuckers.
wants one. I'd donate my demon if they would leave. I'm done with the bruisings. Banana, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Donna. Donna, use the bows to the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways and hail the Dank Lord and fight the demons. Waking with bruises and scratches, that's been my life, literally. I mean, it's I'm not kidding. Like Eliza's witnessed it, Zach's witnessed it. I wake up with like handprint bruisings and shit, and I don't know what the fuck. No one's grabbing me. The only explanation is Satan. That's it. That's it. Thank you, Banana. I do have a Secret Labs chair. Yes, it's one of my favorite things ever in the whole world. The only reason I'm not sitting in it is the seat. Literally, it's so old. I've had it for so long. The seat was just tearing in half. Like the seams were ripping apart where my ass just rubs on it all day to the point where it's unsittable in at this point. So I'm sitting in one of Zach's. I don't know what this is. I think this is just like a no-name office chair. I don't know. Is this a Herman Millie? How do you know? He buys a lot of nice chairs. I don't fucking know. I don't know. It's not? Okay. The other one I sat in for a while was. I don't know what this is. Ow! I have no idea. There's nothing on it. It's comfortable, though. It's just like one of those like screen chairs. It's okay. The only thing I don't like is the back won't go any further up than this. This is apparently good posture, I guess. So I have to overcorrect my own posture all day. Saturday was your birthday? I spent my birthday weekend dealing with food poisoning. Aw, fuck. Do you know what gave it to you? Happy birthday, happy birthday. That was your day. Ugh, to have a lot of fun. This song feels cruel. We were waiting for us, celebrating. That was your day. Ugh. So happy birthday to you. It feels mean. Is it mean? I'm so sorry. I hope you're feeling better now. Ugh. I've had food poisoning once, and now I'm existentially terrified of seafood just because that's what I got it from. Not that all seafood has food poisoning bacteria growing in it, but that's what my brain tells me. It's crazy. It's crazy. Sick, and it's crazy. There was a period of time where my husband would wake up with a scratch on his forehead, and it kept happening over and over. Did you figure out what it was? C-Town, that's not sad. Dude, I can do that with a lot of things, just not the chair. I was just looking for any kind of anything. Because it's not bad. The chair's pretty comfy. Other than it's permanently, you know, a little slovenly in the posture. But there's literally I can't see any writing on it anywhere to even tell you where the fuck it came from. Nothing. I don't know. It's erroneous. A Herman mullet chair? Haha, maybe. I like that. It's probably just from some office store. There's really nothing. I mean, that's terrible advertising. I have to flip the chair over. No shit. That's the only place there will be anything. I might later. It looks like it's very heavy. It's a heavy, like, base chair. I'm afraid the base will just fall off if I flip it over. For a week? Oh, God. I got over a stomach bug. It's the worst. They're the worst. They're the worst. It's the worst. I just hate it. My only guess was he did it in his sleep, but who knows? Maybe he was, like, sleep scratching. I've known people that are sleep pickers. I wasn't hospitalized this time. Last time I had to be hospitalized for a week. That time was a Chinese restaurant. Oh, fuck. This time I think it was my mother-in-law's chicken. You know, I'm not saying it was your mother-in-law's chicken, but the number one food that killed people in the hospital because they left it out for too long on the counter and then would eat it was always chicken. I don't know, man. That killed a lot of very healthy people. Wild. Chicken. I couldn't tell you why, but it was chicken. I'm in the market for a gaming chair. Dude, if you can afford a Secret Labs Titan, they are phenomenal. It's the best, absolutely, hands down, it's the best chair if you are a tall person. 100%. I would put my I'd absolutely. The only reason I don't have one is I can't afford it. But they're like, God, I bought mine so long ago. I think it was like $450 or something like that, which is a lot of money. It's no Herman Miller. Like, those are like thousands of dollars. But that thing did last me almost 7 years. That says something for a chair. That thing lasted a very long time. And they're the only chair that makes a back actually adjusted for tall. You know how most chair companies, they're just like, oh yeah, this one's for if you're 6 foot, but all they did was make the chair like wider or the back wider. Those Secret Labs actually go to the top of your head, man. I mean, it's pretty nice to have a big chair. It like you feel like a chair built for you as opposed to just sitting in a stranger's chair. You know what I mean? Every other, like, I've sat in those like DX racers and shit like that, and those are the equivalent of sitting in a kindergartner's desk when you like go to your kids' like teacher conference and you have to pee in the toilets at the elementary school. That's what those chairs feel like to someone who's 6 foot or over, in my opinion. They're just they like crunch you in and fold your shoulders in with their chair. The Secret Labs does not do that. It's not a bucket chair, so there's nothing that's curling in on your shoulders with the back of it at all, which I can't stand. I don't even have that broad of shoulders, but man, those bucket chairs, like, you just feel like you're like doing this while you're sitting in them. Dude, I've been scoping out those nice chairs for so long. They just keep coming out with better and better ones. Someday I'll get a new one because the Herman Millers are really comfortable, but they do not make a chair back where I can chill like this in game without this. And sometimes a bitch just wants to chill, you know what I'm saying? Doesn't exist. Nobody makes it. And I know, no shit, I think BDO has the Secret Labs too, and he's literally existentially taller than us. In the high 6 foots. And he loves his too. I mean, they build them for actual bigger people. in all aspects. And it feels like it. When you sit in one, you're like, oh, wow, it's a chair. It was built for someone like my size. You know? It's a weird sensation, but it's nice. You get what you're paying for with most chairs. 100%. I think that's true. I mean, you can find a decent chair at like an office store, but it's not going to last you as long as the Secret Labs lasted me. And that they're like pleather even. I don't even have like the real pleather. I had just or the real leather, excuse me. It's just like pleather, like, you know, the piece together. I can't remember the term for it, but it lasted quite a long time. And I'm hard on my stuff, you know what I'm saying? Oh no shit. I only know because my mom and husband got sick the first time. My husband was sick this time, so I could narrow it down. Oh my god, so you both have food poisoning right now? Oh god. They get sick for 1 to 2 days, but you're probably hit with like the bacteria from the food poisoning for 1 to 2 days, but your poor body trying to recover from it gives you like, I'm so sorry. That's just fucking not fair. That sucks. The person who thought racing bucket seats were good for long-term sitting needs to be honestly, I think they must have been left over somewhere and someone was like, let's market these to gamers and put wheels on them. That's all I can think of, because who the fuck thought that was a good plan?
Blood orgy! Yay! Blood orgy! Blood orgy! Yay!
Welcome, waiters? Waiters. Welcome, waiters. My name is Katie. It's wonderful to meet you. I can talk. I swear. Thank you for the raid, Lisanne. How are you? Welcome. Welcome, waiters. How are you doing? I can talk. Wow. It's fine. I've smoked some weed today, and I did not sleep. How are you? Welcome to the channel. Sorry, I had to put on something faster. That was putting me to sleep a little bit. Good lord. Cheers and chill. I love Cheers and chill. Herman Miller chairs are amazing. Zach loves his. And I mean, he has one that's like this one. It's like a mesh backing and all that, you know? The other one that he bought that I think he's actually sitting in right now because he's retrying it, or he was. If he didn't like it, he got rid of it. I actually retried it very recently too because I pulled it out for Vissy to sit in. Vissy was sitting in that when she was here. And I remember why I didn't like it. It's where the arch of the back of it is. It's the what is it? Was it Lenovo and Herman Miller did a thing, or LG? Is it LG and Herman Miller? It's that one. That newer like chair that came out. I can't remember. It was expensive. I don't know what Zach he bought it for himself and then immediately hated it. So I sat in it for a while. And it's like the back kind of has this S to it, and where the curvature of the back is on the chair is not where the curvature of my back is. It pushes kind of in the middle of my spine, and there's no way to change it. Like there's no way to change the way the back of the chair is curved in any way, shape, or form. Like it's just there. You can move the seat like this, but there's no way to move it like this to like put it where your back should be. And sitting in it for 5 minutes, it felt like someone was stabbing me in the back with a knife. And I was like, oh yeah, I remember why I can't sit in this chair. And I think that's just because I'm tall, and I don't think they really built it for tall people. I don't know what that one is. That one's a weird one. It sucks. Did I sit in weird? I am sitting in weird posture. Excuse me. I got an amazing leather office chair at like 75% off. 75% off over 15 years ago because it was a floor model. That's what Zach's. I don't know which chair he's sitting in right now, but the chair he normally sits in is a Herman Miller. He literally got almost the exact same way. It was like it wasn't a floor model. It was, oh God, what was it? I can't remember if it was like a store that was liquidating all of its products or like an office closed and they were just selling all the lightly used office equipment or not used. And he got that $1,500 Herman Miller for $300 or something crazy like that. The one he normally sits in. The other one he bought full price and neither of us like it, which is kind of the irony of it is not lost. Irony? Maybe that's not the word. Cheers. We've been smoking heavily today. It's been wonderful. I have horrible cramps. Tax ads? Oh my God, Nost, I'm so sorry. Is it time for me to take a break already? It can't be. I swear to God. It might be just I'm fucking looped out on no sleep and painkillers. I don't know. I don't know what's happened. I don't know. It feels too early. Sounds like a razor chair. Oh, are they bad? I've had a DX racer before. The Titan. And then whatever this random thing is. And I sat in both the Hermans for a while. The one Zach sits in is decent, and he's a pretty tall guy. That's why I was asking. The Herman Millers, like, they tend to not make a taller back. But whatever they do, Zach's, the one he normally sits in, the one I was just talking about that he got on, like, an office closing special or whatever, it is built for tall people in that the back may not have gotten taller, but the curvature of it changed for, like, a taller spine, and he loves it. The Aerons, the last place I worked, I thought they were uncomfortable as fuck. I've never seen those ones. That sounds like a work crime. I need you to read my last... How am I missing messages? I swear to fuck. Oh my god. It was the purple thing. I thought it was one of my fucking chats alerts. I'm so sorry. Or my bots alerts. Okay, number 1, learn to hold your head up, you baby. Number 2, get an airplane neck pillow, preferably the one that looks like a dick. Okay, but, like, would I get in trouble for wearing that on a plane? Like, is that considered inappropriate? Because I want it real bad. It's so cute. Oh my god. I can't show it on chat. I mean, it's definitely a penis. I know, I'm not kidding, okay. That's literally what I'm looking at. That's all I had to say. It doesn't quite look like a dick there. But the foreskin pockets are amazing. Say it's like my emotional support cock. I lost mine in a terrible accident. Do you want to hear it? Me too. Kel, I miss my secret labs so much. They're just so expensive. I can't. That's a lot of money. It's like $500 for a chair, man. It's a lot. I need a loadable, but then I will cheers with you. Where's my grinder? It's fine. It wasn't right in front of me. The link, I know, I want to just pull it up, but it's definitely a dick. Like, I might get in trouble. I might. Who knows? Please click that link Banana has put in chat. It's a neck pillow, but it's a cock. And it's so cute. It's really cute. Just say your therapist recommends phallic shapes for comfort. I gotta grind weed. I love this song. I'm losing my voice, man. Why? Probably no sleep. Stupid. Really? I heard... Do they make... Are those the same people that make, like... Because I have a rectum that has a little smiley face on it. Is it the same people that do, like... They did, like, hearts and stuff back in the day? I've drank this twice. It's almost empty again. I am, but I did not sleep because of my fucking hands going numb and cramps last night. And I usually lose my voice for some reason if I don't sleep well. I don't know why. That's a good... I've never really thought about it, but it's kind of a weird... It's kind of a weird... They do that too. Okay, yes, I have a rectum from them. It's up somewhere safe right now because my fucking dog's got a hold of it thinking it's a dog toy and ripped an arm off of it. Well, a sulkai, I guess. I have to fix it. I wish smoking helped. Honestly, sometimes when I get cramps, I won't smoke because it makes them worse. Sometimes Lilith's under my desk just barking at nothing. I don't know what her problem is today. You're so weird today. Both of you. I know, it sucks. We were talking about that right before your raid, actually. There's one weed product that does work, and it's like a topical lotion that I'll go and get in my dispensary. It's literally like this big. It's not very much. It's pretty expensive, but it's 500 milligrams THC, 500 milligrams CBD in this tiny pot. And I take like a thimble's worth and just like rub it on my like womb area. And I think it helps the muscles relax. But for me, that's the only thing that really hits other than Aleve. Like I was walking around the house yesterday because when I get really bad, like for some reason, there's no rhyme or reason to it, but if I get really bad cramps, I can't sit still. Like I just can't sit. I can't just lay in bed with a heating pad. I just pace around the house and periodically clean things and then pace some more. And yesterday, for some reason, I wouldn't put this down, my Aleve, and I was just pacing the house like, oh my God, oh my God. And Zach was like, "Can you just put that down?" And I was like, "Dude, if I'm ever a ghost haunting you, that will be my sound. That'll be it. It won't be giggling children. It won't be like the smell of weed. That's what, if you're ever haunted by me after I die, guys, that'll be it right there. Because that's where my pain, that's probably what will kill me. I don't know. I don't know. Where did I put my bowl? It's fine. It wasn't right in front of me. Shut up. Is there also a vulva plus vagina zipper pouch plush? Shut up. Wait, do you unzip the puss to put stuff inside of it? Mine's attacking me real hard right now. Please excuse me while I zone out in pain. Holy fuck. I hate being female. Period cramps. Period cramps. No, I'm not shy about it. I don't give a fuck. The only people offended by period cramps are people who don't get them, and they can suck my fucking ass. If I'm in pain, like, I'm not quiet about it. I'm in pain because my vagina's giving up on yet another unfertilized egg. Did you really? Oh my god, Chucky, I'm very excited for you. You got the Titan, right? That's the one built for taller people. I just asked. I know you did. Like, I'm not saying you're stupid, but just in case, before it gets to your house, make sure it's the Titan. Because it's confusing. They have so many different models on their website. It's confusing, but that's the one specifically for taller people. So the seat is bigger. Like, it's not crushing your thighs when you sit in it. It's not... You got the meat... I want the XL so bad. They came out with the XL after I got my Titan. When I can afford a new one, I will be getting the XL. Just because I like feeling not huge. Like, I like feeling kind of small. It's nice to sit in a bigger chair once in a while. Liz straight up asked me if I knew what kind of cramps you were having. Oh my god, that's beautiful. I was like, from one former medical professional to another, just ask. Dude, for real. I'm not shy about shit. I just get terrible cramps. Like, every couple of months. Most of the time they're okay, but every couple of months I just get like, and I live off of Aleve. It's terrible. It's been my life. Some of my sisters, I'm not saying it's the worst in the world. I always tell, like, one of my sisters, literally, she goes through like a box of tampons a day. People have it worse. It's not the worst in the world, but it's not pleasant. Fuck periods right up the ass. Fucking men to that. I agree so hard on that one. Like, if I could just opt out of this, please. We were talking about that earlier. Someone was saying, like, I can't imagine living on just a 30-day cycle mentally. I'm like, you kind of just give into it because there's nothing to be done. We just look forward to that sweet week in the middle where nothing weird hormonally is happening and we can just wake up normal once a day and not have acne. Oh, God. Dude, I've known some people that get PMS before and after. It's the worst. Mine's kind of like a mix-up. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Usually it's just like, sometimes I'll like, my boobs hurt. That'll be the first. If like, that would be my version of like the really bad PMS. A week before my period, it's like, if wind blows, I'm like, why wind though? And Zach's like, do you need chocolate and an ice pick, honey? And I'm like, yes. That's where it is. I just become like stupid sensitive. I don't know what it is. I don't have big boobs or anything, but you know, when you get on your period, they swell and they just fucking ache. Because your body's like, let's make a baby. Our bodies are so smart, but also like so stupid. I think a lot of that's because I've been in a medical atmosphere my whole life. Like, all my family's medical. I was medical. And I just don't have any, like, what's the word? I don't have a prudeness when it comes to human bodies. Because every body does gross shit all the time. And if someone wants to be immature about it, like, this ain't the place. Unless you want to make funny jokes that are immature about it, because I'm down. I'm down for Clown Town there. I'm down for that. The endometriosis plushie had random spots of endometrial tissue with magnetic removable ovaries. Shut up. What up, Spence? We're talking about weird body part pillows. How are you? Desensitized, yes. Yeah. Nah, dude. And even in my house, like I grew up with 3 older brothers and 3 sisters, and we were disgusting. My brothers would like leave their massive shits in the toilet with like a note on the door that would be like, "Don't look." Which of course you have to use the toilet. It's the one in the house, and there'd be like a 12-foot fucking snake falling apart in it that I would have to plunge. So on, so forth. People are gross. It's just a part of life. Dude, for real. It's right, like your body's just like, "Oh, you didn't have a baby? Do you want pain and mess instead? Shame, humiliation? I got you, bitch." Bodies. Signed, bodies. I know, it's fucked. It's so I've thought about it a lot, and, like, we were talking about literally right before you came in, we were talking about it because like, my partner, Zach, he has a vasectomy, and it's the most glorious thing because when you have, when you're an ovary owning human that is menstruating, I mean, and you're fucking someone, on top of the, you know, bundle of days during the month where you just feel like shit and or are gushing raspberry jam out between your fun zone, there's also that added like, am I pregnant? No matter what, it doesn't matter how many birth controls you use because none of them are 100% except, none of them. None of them are 100%. And so, like I was saying this earlier and Banana made a funny joke. It's like every day you wake up and you're like, "Oh shit, my tits are sore. Am I pregnant or am I getting my period? Oh, I feel kind of bitchy. Am I pregnant? Am I getting my period? My feet are swollen. Am I pregnant or am I getting my period?" Every fucking day. And it's always in the back of your head until you get your period. And then you're like, "I'm not pregnant. I got my period. Fuck. Why am I excited about this?" Like, it's the weirdest cycle of emotions every single month, all the time. And just eliminating that fucking, like, factor from my life is hella nice, is all I'm saying. Really fucking nice. Oh, I was paranoid all the time. Same. I would be paranoid literally. I would be like, "I'm really excited I got laid, but I'm going to go have a 24-day panic attack until I get my period because I just think I'm pregnant no matter what." And I do not want kids. I've never wanted kids. I love them. I love everybody else's kids, but I've never wanted them myself at all. And I've had to take a few friends to get abortions. Not an experience I really want to go through personally myself. So, paranoia, my dude. So much of that paranoia. Oh my God. That's no shame. I love them. Kids are great. I love to hang out with other people's kids. I've just never wanted my own. Wilth got a ride into the MRI machine today. C-spine and T-spine routine for my MS neuro. No shit. Dude, I was going to say, how much of your insurance covers that? You don't have to tell me how much it costs. I'm just curious. I've had a few of those. The communists are in the fun house. Jesus Christ. I have to tell that to my sister. That's amazing. That's amazing. And the stress can delay your period, make it even worse. Exactly. And then you can get dehydrated because you're stressed and you're not drinking water. And that delays your period even more. And then you really think you're pregnant. And then you go to a doctor and they're like, "You haven't had sex in 7 years. What's wrong with you?" And you're like, "How did you know that?" And they're like, "The cobwebs." And you're like, "Fuck you." You know what I'm saying? Dude, it doesn't. I don't think it matters what size your boobs are. They hurt. I mean, if you get hurty boobs, you're gonna get hurty boobs. I can't imagine what it's like to have huge boobs and have that existential pain. I have no idea. Today, I learned that my friend of more than 10 years, with itty bitty titty committee, with itty bitty small titty, has hurty boobs during PMS period. I wonder if it's worse for people with bigger boobs. I was just thinking that. I don't know. I'm also like if I lay on my back, my tits disappear and I become a young man with hips. Um, I I don't. Are they worse? I would imagine so because there's more boob tissue. Like it's literally the boob tissue swelling with like water and hormonal get pregnant shit, and it because your boob isn't normally that size. The other like 3 weeks of the month, it fucking hurts. It's weird. It's like growing pains in your tit. It's very strange. My 2 best friends, one became a nurse and the other worked in a hospital to help those with things like Down syndrome to get to the point where they can live on their oh, that's beautiful. Or semi-independence permanently in that house. And many love smearing poop on the walls. Oh my God. Oh, she sounds like a wonderful human though. I have nephews that I can buy noisy toys for. She can deal with that shit. Also totally deserves it. That's actually beautiful. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. That's just Dead Minds podcast Pondcast, coining it. Thank you for subbing to the class. Keep it the classy live and giving it 8 swings. I appreciate you. Thank you. It's gonna be like $500. That's not terrible, dude. The last time I got any of those scans, my insurance only covered half, and it was like $1,000 or something like that. It was insane. It was a while ago, but Jesus Christ, it was a lot. When I got diagnosed 10 years ago, my C-spine, T-spine was it was out of pocket $3,000. So I wonder if, and that was about, yours was 10 years ago. That was about the last time I got one. That was when the last like car accident I got in. Yeah, same. They were fucking expensive. When folks gifted my children loud noisy toys, I would take them to my dad and he would fix them to be blessedly silent. My stepdad did the exact same to everything. Everything. But we eventually learned how to do it ourselves because we as the kids hated noisy toys. Everything made noise. AO has a bigger titty and she didn't usually point out those pains beyond their tender. Because I was wondering if like there's more cushion for the ouchin. I don't know. I've never had big boobs. I have no idea. I wouldn't be able to compare it. I think it's kind of harder to tell if you have bigger boobs because they often always hurt. Fuck. Maybe it's that. Oh, did I just point out that I'm taking something for granted I shouldn't? Shit. Fucking touche, Donna. You might have me there. They don't always just hurt. I just assumed like with all the bras and stuff. I mean, if you're wearing underwire and stuff like that, that's where I assumed. I assumed the boob didn't like benignly ache. And if that's a thing, you should get that checked out. Like it's all the accoutrement that usually goes along with the big boob, like the straps killing you and that shit. You know, I just assume though. Again, I just hear stories from my friends who have huge boobs and they're in misery. MRIs are a lot more accessible now. They must be, because that's a crazy price difference. Literally, I remember it being the same, like thousands of dollars. Some of the breast is fat, but then you have the mammary tissue. And that's what like gets breast cancer is the mammary tissue. That's the gland. It's literally a modified sweat gland. So instead of producing clear sweat like your armpit, when oxytocin's released, it produces milk. It's oxytocin, right? Oxytocin? Yeah? God, it's been a really long time since I studied hormones. I think that's the one. Correct me if I'm wrong. But a hormone's released when you give birth that instigates your modified sweat gland to produce milky white sweat that's nutritious instead of salty, smelly, bacterial sweat in your pit. But that tissue is the stuff that aches. I don't know, though. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's probably, you know, what's the word? It's like body specific. It probably just depends on your body fat content, I would assume. I have a lot of body fat, but it's all belly button down. Thank you, Dead Minds. Have a beautiful day. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out today. Hurdy boob and pinchy tits live at the forum. That's beautiful. Boobs can get tender, but the nipples can feel like they're going to be ripped off. Oh my fucking God. I don't want that. Mine's just my boob. It's the whole thing. The whole thing just hurts. I feel like literally when the wind blows, I want to hiss at it. Insurance is weird. Well, I mean, the first time I ever got an MRI I was on my mom's insurance. It was like medical, really good medical insurance, and I think it was still like $1,000. So I think you're right. I think it's probably become more accessible, or maybe someone convinced or got on insurance companies' asses and been like, hey, these are necessary for life. You must cover more of it. Stop being douchebags. You know what I mean? Hopefully. I always pray for something like that happening because insurance companies are such a fucking scam. Oh my God. Maybe it's my skin. You know what I was just thinking about that, Conan? I think all my skin becomes really sensitive because I normally like a lot of water pressure in the shower, but it somehow starts to feel like pain and sadness that special time of the month. Last summer, my MRI and EKG was billed at $5K. And is that with no coverage or is that straight out of pocket? Just curious. You don't have to say if you don't want to. That's just wild. That's healthcare in America is such a fucking not real. Not real. Oh fuck, thank fuck, dude. I was getting cold sweats for you. Like that's That's the kind of shit you live with. That is debt forever. That's wild. That is so much money. Jesus fucking Jesus. I literally started cold sweat for you. That's crazy. Endometriosis, I mean, I think endometriosis can cause like things like just constant boob soreness and stuff like that. I think. I don't know a ton about it, but I have friends that have it that tell me things. And I've heard it's just misery really across the board. When I had my crazy weight changes, everything between 90 and 195 over like a 6-year period, so I can appreciate the non-existent boobs and giant boobs. See, and I don't have. I've been. I did gain the freshman 75 and got a little heavier, but my boobs don't get much bigger. I'm well proportioned. My ass just grew. 5K was the full price then. That's the agreed Medicaid cost in that instance. Damn. For one MRI, that was for that was for an MRI and an EKGs are pretty cheap. That was probably mostly for the MRI then, I'm assuming. Wow, that is insane for a scan. And see, we've talked about MRIs a couple times in chat because I remember I had one when I was way young when I ran into the fucking tree snowboarding and fucked my shoulder up forever. My mom took me way later when I finally told her I ran into a tree snowboarding. She took me to get an MRI, and it was literally rented. And I've noticed that at a few different hospitals I worked at, the MRI wouldn't be owned by the hospital. It was like contracted out by a different hospital, and so were the people that worked the MRI. And so all of that contracting costs and all of those people's wages on top of the hospitals, everything would have to be tacked onto the cost. And I think that's what was making them so expensive. So maybe a lot more hospitals maybe own their own nowadays or something. Because it was crazy. It was, I mean, literally within a year, both me and one of my brothers had to get an MRI, and I think it was around $6,000 for both of us. I remember my mom just like crying over the bill, and she had good medical insurance. It just they didn't cover it 100%, and they won't if they don't have to. You know, that's why I assume if it gets better, it means someone came down on them and did something. You'd be dead without it. That's what I'm saying. Like it's fucking literally I mean, it's just I don't need to tell you. It's just crazy. Yeah, Vissy knows more than most. More than most. Not all, but most. We turned a basic human need into a for-profit business model. What could go wrong? Dude, you said it. It's painful how real that statement is. It's disgusting. I understand the goodwill behind insurance companies, but we wouldn't need. I mean, it's like they convince us we need insurance and we need insurance companies because without it, we're going to go poor from medical bills. But as a person who worked in the medical field for quite some time, the only reason medical bills are as high as they are is because insurance companies keep jacking up what they're charging the hospitals for. Do you see where we're going with this? Like, you can blame the other side all you want, but hospitals definitely existed before insurance companies. I'm not saying they were better or worse, but they existed first. Insurance companies came in, and now we're at where we're at, where it can cost you $700 for a nasal cannula because your insurance company won't cover the oxygen going through it. It's not right. It's very wrong. It's a very broken system. But that's the psychosis they give us all. Like, I have insurance. I pay every month for insurance on lots of things. And I've never, knock on wood, been in a horrible accident or anything like that. But I pay on it in case. Because if I was to go to the ER after a horrible car accident with broken bones and I didn't have medical insurance, I would be in existential debt for the rest of my fucking life. Forever. But it's only because insurance companies do what they do. Hospitals would not charge those astronomical amounts if insurance companies weren't allowed to come in and say oxygen's not necessary. That's literally what they can do. Or like I've told you guys before, they came into the community hospital I worked at and they tried to tell the administrator that we needed to start reusing oxygen masks and nebulizers. Those flimsy, disposable plastic masks we strap on your face with a fucking shoelace to give you a nebulizer or to give you some oxygen sometimes. They wanted us to somehow figure out how to sterilize those and use those on new patients. I'm not kidding. My boss stood up and almost lost her job to say no to literally like OSHA. She brought OSHA in. That's the only thing that saved her job was OSHA was like, fuck no. You can't, because they just want it. Hospitals and insurance companies are always hospitals are trying to make up where they're losing money because I don't think many hospitals are making anything. They're just gorging themselves. And insurance companies are just taking a bath in it. It's crazy. I used to, one of the tiny community hospital I worked at, actually, it was so small, we actually had to code in. So it was crazy. We had to do double charting. We had to charge in the computer and we had to do paper charting all night long. And neuro, you'll love this. They made me do Q2 checks on vents. It was fucking, it was so extra. But at the end of the night, so in the morning, between like 5 a.m. and 7 a.m., I would have to go through every single time I entered a patient's room, every time I put oxygen on, air on, anything, and I would have to type in item numbers, and I got to see what I was charging for all of these things in the computer, and it was so sickening. I almost died. I had to leave. I only worked at that hospital for 1 year because it made me so ill. Oh, I know. It was fucking wild. And if we didn't do it, we were in trouble. Did day shift have to fucking code in numbers and charge things? No. No. Nobody gets money in a hospital. That's the biggest myth about medical professionals, is that we're all rolling. I hate it so much. Like, when's the last time you saw a rolling medical professional? But no one's giving mega church priests a bad time. The fuck? Please follow my friend, Dr. Neuro. Actually, a doctor I worked with at Hopkins. Neurosurgeon. We did not work in the same surgical unit because I worked in the weird surgical unit with like flaps and wound care, and he was cutting brains open. But we did work together, and he's an awesome human. Please give him a follow, especially on the Twitters. Did someone already mention that it's not your insurance company's fault, but what you're getting insurance from, aka your job? What do you mean? I work in medical billing, and dealing with insurance companies is the worst, and they look for any excuse not to pay claims. I know. It's the amount of times they've straight up tried to argue with me that oxygen wasn't necessary. I'm not kidding. I've had to fight because some hospitals charge for oxygen. Some hospitals have just given up charging for oxygen, and they put that charge somewhere else in some other care because they still have to make up the money for it because oxygen is expensive. But insurance companies fight it all the time. People don't need oxygen. That's the best one. And I've called, or my fight with levoalbuterol. I'll fucking bitch about that all day. I'm not gonna give my patient a heart attack. Fuck off. It's also part of the same scam. Being nonprofit hospitals, just tax dodge. Absolutely. And it's a way to trap people into working for you forever, because there's one thing if you have a medical license of some sort. There's a lot of hospital, or how do I explain this? If you have student loans, a lot of student loan officers or managing things will say, "Oh, if you go work at a nonprofit hospital for X amount of years, we will forgive all of your student loans." And I've literally I listened to a really big podcast about it, and it's because the turnover of medical professionals is so fucking high because the quality of job and life, get the fuck out of here, phone, is so shitty at all of these hospitals. Like, they don't pay anyone anything. They overwork everybody. Everybody's has too many patients to one person constantly. So that's a way of entrapping you into working at the hospital for 12 years. They'll be like, "Yeah, we'll forgive your student loans if you just continue to work for us for 12 years minimum." Because after 12 years, you've been raised 12 times presumptuously. Some hospitals will raise you a couple cents every year. But after that, you try to go to another hospital and you will never make the same money. They'll try to knock you back down and start you at the bottom of the pay scale again. It's pretty fucking wild what they do to try to trap you in. I've had good experience with the past 10 years. Wait. I spent a lot of time with the neuros. I mean, all the neuro docs I ever knew were really nice. They're some of the most gentle docs in the hospital, and I think rightfully so. They're dealing with arguably one of the most delicate, scary parts of the body that without it, you aren't you. I don't know, man. All that I worked in neuro not more than a couple times. I would work over there all the time because it's a surgical unit, and if they need coverage, we'd go over there. And the docs over there are some of the most gentle, like spoken, like very just soft spoken, soft hands, just nice. Whereas some surgeons are very much like, you kind of wonder how they haven't nicked something. I don't know. They're just very like hardy and a little hardcore and very much like rip your sleeves off like that guy in Scrubs and like, "Let's fucking do this." And you're like, I don't know about it. But then they go in and they're great. I'm not saying I've ever seen anyone fuck up like that, but you wonder. Oh, the nurses got their offers met? No shit. Wasn't that only 2 days on strike? Nuh-uh. That's fucking the best news ever. Thank you for giving us an update. So if you guys were unaware, nurses, a lot of nurses, how many was it? I think it was tens of thousands of nurses went on strike recently because of the overworked, horrible working conditions, just like shitty pay, so on and so on and so forth. They went on strike for better pay and, it being acknowledged, getting staffing, so on and so forth. And they got their needs met after 2 days. That's fucking Beautiful. That's so awesome. It was 7,000 nurses on strike. That's insane. That is so many fucking people. Wow. The neurosurgeon that did my back surgery was quite fierce while telling me to never let a chiropractor to touch me. I don't think neuro would be my friend anymore if he knew I went to a chiropractor. I've never known a neuro doctor to ever tell anyone to go to a chiropractor. I'm not here to shade anyone with a doctorate because I obviously don't have one and I am not that smart. But C's get degrees, my dude, and they work somewhere. Cheers. Shut the fuck up, Crispy. At least recently, I think your life might be the only one more chaotic than mine. Oh, fuck. Please be safe. You know what's crazy? Neuro, one of my chem professors when I was doing my undergrad was an ex-chiropractor who went back to school and got, well, actually, I think he had he did a chemistry degree, went to school for medical, did chiropractor. He quit he quit breaking people, went back to school to like do more chemistry and came back as a chemistry prof. He told me never go to a chiropractor, and I just haven't. I'm not here to shade. I know a lot of people love their fucking chiropractors and are all about getting snapped and bent. You do you, boo-boo. But I love that professor. He's one of the best professors I've ever had in my entire life, and I trust him. I don't want to be, again, I'm not here to shade anyone who loves their chiropractor. Lots of people fucking love getting snapped and bent, and there are a few chiropractors out there that work in with like a massage therapist and a doctor and know what the fuck they're doing, and there's a few. I'm not saying they're not there, but I am saying there is no science of snapping bones. There is no science of snapping bones. That's not real. That's not a thing. And that's my hang up. You know what I'm saying? Again, not here to shade, but there is no science. There is no science to popping bones. It's just, I don't know. But again, if it's not hurting you, and placebo effect, I believe in that. Like, you do you, boo-boo. To each their own. Exactly. Every person's health is different. Chiro helps some people. Others need surgery, traditional medicine. Navigating is the challenge. Exactly. And listening to your doctor and working with them as a team. I think. Dude, for real, Crispy, I just cannot. No water. I think of you every morning I shower. I know that's really weird. I think of you and Cocky and like the fact that I don't have to boil water on a stove to be a clean person. And I'm thankful and I'm not taking that for granted. I just have to let you know it's just insane right now. Have you ever been hit with anything like serious, like a tornado that actually did damage? A lot of chiros diagnose things that simply are not the case with spinal health. That, or they utilize certain methods that end up exacerbating certain aspects. But again, I'm speaking of extremes here. Same. And I think I can speak for Neuro and I when I say like we're used to we only see the ones that went wrong as people that work in the hospital. You know, the patients that didn't get broken aren't coming to the hospital. So at least for myself, I know sometimes I can get a biased view and I have to step back and be like, all right, I worked literally in the worst of the worst, like in the hospital, in the ER, in the trenches. You can't generalize personal experience. So 100% understand. But I've heard that from many different chiropractors and other doctors that like there isn't a science of just popping joints. That doesn't exist outside of, you know, going to chiropractor school. And it's usually docs who got C's and didn't do too well in school and didn't get a residency. They go to chiropractor school. And I was like, that's scary. Trusty McZane, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive and giving an 8 swings. I fucking appreciate you. I'm ready. Ugh. Dude, Donna, no. Don't break your neck. Empirical evidence is lacking. Yeah, and I mean, you could say the same about like acupuncture and massage therapy, but if it's not hurting you and they're not exacerbating an injury or misdiagnosing you crazy things to get you to buy supplements from them or to get you to keep coming back, and it helps or you get some sort of relief from it, even if it's the placebo effect, I don't think there's any harm in that, you know? You're not hurt as long as it's safe and you're not hurting yourself and they're not hurting you, you know what I mean? Placebo effect's beautiful. To each their own. I'm not here to judge. If it helps, it's better than, being on pain therapy drugs the rest of your life or something like that. I went to a soft touch chiro, no bending or snapping, just breathing and more like pressure point touch. Best thing I ever did for my back. That sounds a lot like what Vissy was talking about, the nerve glide stuff. It sounds like that where they're not actually trying to like move shit around. I went to a chiro once. My quack alarms went off hard. Yeah, I went to a chiropractor. I didn't go to the chiropractor personally. I went with a friend of mine on a lunch break one time, and the chiropractor just, literally, the moment we walked in the room, started talking about the supplements they were selling on the wall and how he's so glad she comes back every week because without him, she wouldn't be able to walk straight. And immediately, my brain was just like, wow, 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 no. Like, I'm sorry, what? What is the point of you if I'm never fixed and I have to come back every week for the rest of my life? What? But she just worshipped. She was like, "Oh, it's the only one that makes me walk straight." I'm like, "Okay. I'll walk gay, I guess. Here we go." Yes, hard same. It was just I'm all about a mix of Western and Eastern. Like, I think it's wonderful that some people can find solace in herbal remedies as long as they're being I don't need to say. But man, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. When I was diagnosed with MS, so many people had advice. The said THC, raw food, paleo, bee venom therapy. Sorry, I blacked out. Welcome to the Classy's Place on Earth. My name's Katie. Good morning. Where's my coffee? I don't know what's happening. What? Bee venom? Like being stung? Right, Vissy, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you probably have one of the good, like, what that would sound crazy coming from anyone. I'm so glad you come back every week because without me, you would die. What the fuck, though? What the fuck? Wait, I have to finish this. I instead enrolled in a drug study and ended up helping a drug be approved for use that's now a first-line treatment for MS. Not to flex, but bitch, I'll flex for you. That's beautiful. Not saying I knew better, but I did make my decisions purposefully as opposed to following some hearsay advice. Yes. And you were alive for the better of it, probably, I would vote. That's crazy. No shit, Kel. They did the same shit. Me too. I get massages every once in a while when my shit's fucked up because I know mine's muscular. I know I'm a very like tense person. I'm always like this. I'm very just anxious, tense, always moving. And I know massage helps a lot. And I know that my massage therapist isn't trying to sell me no fucking bullshit. She's very real with me, very matter of fact. Everybody at the office I go to has been very normal, like normal. You know what I mean? They're not trying to sell me a supplement. They're not trying to get me to buy new shit from them or try some extraneous crazy thing that's going to cost me $1 million. They're actually quite concerned. Like they are professionals who do what is paid for. And I just love it so much. It's so nice. Just put pizza in the oven. Ooh, hell yes. Bitch, if I'm not there, eat the whole thing. From people about oh, wait. So Kel, what's the, how do I say this? What's the like most bullshit advice you've ever gotten regarding your diabetes? I love these. I love this shit. I mean, I hate it. I hate to love it. You know what I mean? I feel bad for the bees. It's killing them, isn't it? When a bee stings, it's murder. Like, you're literally killing a bee. Yeah, I think literally getting stung by a bee, that's fucking no. 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 I'm sorry, what? Do you not think if there was a medical benefit to bee venom that we would be using it by now? My chiro's doing lighter stuff these days with muscle relaxation from front and center. That's kind of what Vissy's was telling me about. And there was something like, I think it's called nerve gliding or something that just seems so much safer. I've seen them where they just are snap, crackle, popping, and I'm like, I just don't get it. But again, I'm not here to like make anyone feel bad about it. If it's not hurting you and they're being safe and it makes you feel better, to each their own. Massage might not be actually doing anything, but it makes me feel better. And they give me stretches and tools to do at home when I'm not getting massages, so I don't have to go every week because they're not unrealistic about that. And that's a good sign to me. That's a big old green flag. And I only go every 10 weeks. I definitely notice when it's time to go again, more back pain, more migraines. I'm the same with massage. Same. And I know it's because I do this. I live at like this all the time. And my shoulders will eventually touch my ears. I'm convinced of it. And I have to tell myself to like fucking relax. And I know it helps. I mean, and even if it's a placebo, who cares? It helps me. Speaking of, I had to go to a physical therapist for my feet and messed up ankles. Therapist worked with my friend, so we were very informal. She literally said, "Ew, that's gross," when she measured my ankles' range of motion. Rude. Yes. Oh my God, Chucky, I was gonna say, did you watch mine wasn't a full documentary on just bee stings, but it was a show. I watched a show on Netflix and it was called, oh God, Unwell. I think it was called Unwell, but there was an entire episode about the bee stinging. Spoiler, it doesn't do anything. I had to go to a physical therapist. Oh God. I thought it was helping with the back pain, but I was also getting massage at the same time. Oh. I got a haircut today, a bunch of gray hairs. Oh my God, I'm salt and pepper. Wear it with pride, man. We're alive. We made it. That's how I'm viewing it at this point. That it's good to drink diet soda. Wait, that was their advice to you? Like, oh, you have diabetes? Have you tried diet soda? Wait, diabetes? Katie. Diabetes? Diabetes. What? My uncle told me I should be eating cinnamon to treat my diabetes. I don't know what to do with that. What did you do? What did you say? Like, oh. Chedekiah.
Hail the Dank Lord Lover. Thank you.
It's like 4 minutes to 4:20, by the way. Fuck people and their diabetes advice. Oh, you get weird shit too? Dude, it's cinnamon, though? Diet soda? What? I usually take their advice as an invitation to educate them on how much more than them I know about my diabetes is the most passive aggressive way possible. Oh, I love that though. No, I love that. I kind of do the same. When people try to come at me with medical shit. Only if they know. I don't know. I'm a little bitchy about it. When I'm like, oh yeah, tell me more. Tell me, please tell me. Please tell me how dandelions cure asthma, and that's what you've been having your child inhale. Do go on. Having a great time. Mm. Little bit. I don't think I can hold it back. You live in Uncle Fester pose? I will be Fester someday. I don't know, maybe. It is. I can feel it, and it's not like a conscious thing. I'm just doing it all day subconsciously. It's weird. What up, Bashful? How are you? There are massage places near me. I haven't dared to go in. They advertise a Swedish naturist masseuse. I wouldn't. The massage therapist, I'm the same. Like if I go to a massage therapist, I want to go to someone who's not gonna fuck me up further. Not someone who's like got their alternative ways or whatever. I'm very weird about a little weird about that because I want my body to work and I'm already in pain. I've found very good luck with searching for sports massage therapy. They tend to be massage therapists who are more medically focused on people with injuries. And just in conversations with the massage therapist, I've had massages by almost everyone at the clinic, I guess you would call it, at the office that I go to. I've had one done by almost all the girls that work there. It's all women, ironically, not ironically, coincidentally. But they've all told me stories of a couple patients they have who are like ex-GI or they were in some sort of military or whatever, and their body is so destroyed and just like tight. The muscles are so tight that it'll take them 2 hours to work on like a square foot of their body. And those people have to come in like 3 times a week because their body is just so fucked up. I mean, and that's the kind of people I want to go to because the reason I'm going is I'm injured and fucked up, and I would like to not have to eventually come all the time and be able to work on it my own. And I love that mentality, and I love that they help people like that. That's really cool. You know why we have diabetes? That Biden. He probably had it in his office. Fucking A. Fucking A. I miss my physical therapist. Need to start going again, but they don't take my insurance? Boo. It's probably expensive without it. I think we talked about that, didn't we? Was it like the dude who couldn't walk and they stung him and was able to walk? No, the one I watched was actually kind of sad. It was like a series on Netflix. The whole series was called Unwell. So if you ever want to watch it, I think it's still there. And each episode covers a kind of more obscure medical thing. I don't know how to put that because like one is basically people who drink essential oils, not people who trinkle them on the couch for a nice smell. I'm talking there is a population of people who says if you drink essential oils, you can cure cancer. That it doesn't, by the way. There's one episode on that, one on the bee stinging thing. It's so on and so forth. One on the like tantric shit, and they talk about the creepy dude who's like, yeah, I'll finger your wife and she'll be nicer, and he was just raping women. There's a few episodes like that, but the bee sting one, it's like it's weird and you want to laugh, but it's also sad because I'm sure a lot of people here can completely, what's the word, sympathize with someone being in so much existential pain that they're at that point they'll try anything. And those are the people they were showing in this bee sting one. Like it was a younger girl, and I can't remember what disease she had. It's been a while since I watched it, but like I get it. When I'm in a state of a migraine or sometimes even cramps, I get in this place where I'm like, sure, sting me with a bee. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I get it. And to be in that like pain 24/7, it just made me feel really bad for them. Like I don't think the bee thing is going to do anything for them, but I understand being in that mind frame where you're just so desperate, you're willing to let, a white dreaded hippie in the woods sting you with their bee population for $500 or something. Ugh. Oh, you struggled with the transition. A lot of people. I totally get that. I should just stop acting weird and focus more to cure my autism and ADHD. Why haven't I thought about that at least 50 bajillion times? Dude, do people still say that we can cure these things? Yeah, autism does not need to be cured. ADHD is not going to get cured. Like, we're not going to get I don't even know what to say to that. I guess you're cured of me when I die. Happy 420. Gross. So you can cure someone with autism or ADHD? Fuck off. Love them or stop ruining their life with your presence. My God. Cheers, Mermy. Cure my dysphoria, you assholes, right? Like, fuck off. How insulting. Dude, for real, that pisses me off I mean, I'm trying to catch up on chat, but like, Squarion, I would fucking throw hands for you. That fucking pisses me off. See, actually, my type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disorder that causes my immune system to destroy the insulin producing parts of my pancreas. But tell me more about how your quack juice will fix me right up. I don't want to wait anymore. There'll never be a good answer to that one. No shit, men who drink a can of normal soda on a day are 80% more likely to get gout. What is it about soda that causes gout? I thought gout was caused by something that's in what the fuck is this? I thought it was caused by there's something in isn't it like nitrogen, like an excess of nitrogen? It's in I'm trying to think of the word. Processed meats. I thought. I mean, I'm not a professional in this area in any way, shape, or form. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's wild. I know a lot of people who have given up soda and dropped 100 pounds just by that alone. By the way, Train, I love you. How are you? The only off-the-wall weird medical thing I've ever done is spicy food helps me with a bad stomachache. I mean, I have a couple things like that too, like, like home remedies for this and that, but nothing I would ever, insinuate cures something stupid like that. I know, where's my bipolar hippie dipshit cure? I'm waiting. Can we sprinkle it over Kanye's home? Because apparently that's what we're blaming all his psychosis on these days. Not that he's just maybe a shitty person. Just my vote. I still hear people talk about how it's all made up and it's in our head. It's in my head? No fucking shit. That's what I was gonna say. Like, uh-huh. Uh-huh. And? For fuck's sake. Okay, my quack juice will fix you right up because it's 90% MDMA. You just cannot stop taking it. Ever. In fact, here's an IV to sippy sip. Enjoy. Oh, gout is urea buildup in the joints, and that can happen from soda? Wild. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not like trying to challenge it. I really just didn't know. That's wild. I was raised on diet soda, which is probably just as bad for you in a different way, and I'll probably get some weird cancer from it. Who knows? I don't drink it anymore, but I was raised on a lot of diet soda. Because my mom was more afraid of fat than cancer. Oh, no shit. I'm twirling. I might start E next month. Oh my god, how do you feel? High fructose corn syrup is not good. I think it's is it illegal in Canada? High fructose corn syrup? I think it's illegal somewhere close by. If it's not Canada, I can't remember. Someone made it illegal recently. And like, I get it. I mean, the fact that real sugar tastes better and is not as harmful as consuming all the fake sugar shit. Like, it seems common sense. I know we can't assume that anymore, but I'm an ignorant cunt. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, really? Things like alcohol and chocolate also exacerbate it. I wonder, So it can't just be sugar exacerbates it then, yeah? I'm gonna have to read about it later. I'm just curious. I just didn't know. You guys teach me more about diabetes all the time. I really didn't know a lot about diabetes either. I know a bit, but not a ton. Red meat like beef and stuff like asparagus, but a rich diet mainly and soda rich. Wow, that's so bizarre. It's such a random collection of things that can cause it or can lead to it. It's just, I don't know. My brain can't make logic of it, but I believe you. I didn't get a notification that you were on. Oh my god, Metal. It's totally cool. Aw, we just chit-chatted. How are you? Well, there was no notification. That's fucked. Is Twitch having a hard time? Like Hobson once said, maybe more than Kanye's mouth got fucked up in that accident.
Badum. Fucking mic drop. That's beautiful. That's fucking hot.
It's fucking hot. No uterus, no opinion. So your body produces the uric acid to break down purines, and quote, purines are also found in certain foods, including red meat and organ meats, such as liver. And that's what I thought it was. Like, I was trying to think of the word processed meats like hot dogs and stuff like that have, the ass and lips, as my dad would say. Purine-rich seafoods include anchovies, sardines, mussels, scallops, trout, and tuna. Tuna? Alcoholic beverages, including beer, especially beer, and drinks sweetened with fruit sugar, fructose, promote higher levels of uric acid. Interesting. I didn't know. And the higher levels of uric acid cause gout. We just learned here today. I didn't know. I really thought it was like mostly, on the East Coast, people always blame it on the fucking schmear, or not the schmear, the pate. They call it something else. Ah, fuck. The Italians have a weird pate they call it, and they always blame it on that, and I can't remember what the fuck it's called now. I haven't lived there for 3 years. Now my brain hurts. Just the people who drink soda tend to get, oh yeah, it's probably correlation, not causation. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's probably, I love you, Sernlin, so much. Sernlin said, plus there's not evidence that soda causes gout, just that people who drink soda tend to get gout more. Probably all sorts of lifestyle factors. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's something that a lot of people don't take into account, is that no one thing causes, one thing. It's a whole lifestyle. It's a whole fucking picture of everything put together. Absolutely. I don't think it's illegal, just they don't have the same weird corn subsidies that we do, so no reason to use it. Ah, there we go. I heard some of those are backing off, and a lot of corn farms have gone like soy and stuff like that. Of course, Supernatural. I know, me too. We just binged all of it last year, though. Last year, that sounds weird. Last fall. Whatever. The diet soda pickling my insides is not even on the top 5 of my health concerns. I mean, that's me with Monster. Like, if this is my one sin, I'm here for it, I guess. There's so many other things that could be going wrong, and honestly, like, I'm cool with going the moment I can't wipe my own ass. I don't want to really live past that point. As long as that point is like, when I'm old, obviously. It brings me a small amount of joy. It would be better if I didn't drink, but still. No, everybody needs their little sin. Hydrate before you die straight. You know my opinion on that, Banana. Like, I've seen everyone in the world of all different varieties die. And it's half people that have led a very unhealthy life and half people who have led pristine vegan trail runner lives. And none of it makes sense. Eat a cupcake and enjoy your fucking life. To an extent. Like, don't kill yourself with a cupcake if you have diabetes, etc. But you know what I mean. Absolutely. This is not the best thing in the world for me. However, it gives me a few minutes of joy and I like carbonated beverages. And I used to be addicted to Diet Coke, and at least it's not that. Everybody needs some. I mean, there's no point in living perfectly because it doesn't guarantee you shit, I guess, is the moral of the story. Everything in moderation, exactly. Anything can kill you in excess. Water can kill you in excess. Oxygen can straight up fucking kill you in excess. Abso-fucking-lutely. My sin is eating ice cream and sandwich at 3 a.m. Shut up. Are you watching me at night? I love ice cream so much. I'm there with you. Hard. I wonder if that's why people with who had bariatric surgery are prone to gout. I don't know. I didn't know they were prone to gout, to be honest. I know a lot of people with bariatric surgery tend to have some digestive issues just because you've removed a part of your body. My cousin who lived healthy all his life got diabetes. Diabetes, Katie? Diabetes is way worse off than my friend with diabetes who doesn't give a shit. Bodies are weird. Trin, right? And you can't generalize personal experience, but I've seen it a million times in the hospital. And my own personal mother got breast cancer, almost like 8 or 9 years ago. And she was like a fucking vegan healthcare professional who only drank water and, just lived this intensely healthy lifestyle. And none of it made sense, and it doesn't have to make sense because life is short and you're just here to enjoy it within reason. Like, don't be reckless, but don't, restrict every day because of a pound or whatever. It's just not, it doesn't make any sense, and it's not going to lead to a happy life. No one regrets what they've done when they die. They regret what they didn't do. I swear to you, there was a study done on it like 3 years ago. And people literally interviewed people in hospice or in end-of-life care in the hospital, and they would interview them and ask them questions like, what do you regret? The top 3 regrets were, I worked too much, or it was, I didn't take enough time off, I didn't spend enough time with my family, and I didn't travel enough. That was the top 3 regrets of all dying people. It was never something you did. It was always something they didn't do. So fucking do the thing. As long as it's not like heroin or crack, and the dangers. Don't do the dangers. Those probably aren't one to try. I wouldn't. At least not now. They're very addicting. People give up, like, their children and homes for them. I don't... Ugh. Aw, Hikaru, that's precious. Environmental and behavior factors are only so much of health. Absolutely. Genetics. It comes down to genetics as well. Body makeup. Like, there's so many weird things that go into the entire picture of what's going on with you. Pure oxygen will make you high as a Hindu cow. Switched from sodas to mostly ice water years ago, but still like them occasionally. Now a 12-pack lasts a month, though. I get that. You know, it's weird. I had to, like, go cold turkey on soda because I was drinking, like, a case of Diet Coke a week, and it was just, I know that's excess. So I went cold turkey on it to just cut it out of my life, and now I don't like it. Like, if I try a diet soda, like a Diet Coke specifically, I don't like it at all. I think it tastes kind of gross. It's just like carbonated brown stuff. Life is short, eat your dessert first. Amen. Seriously. That's the one thing medicine taught me, is that tomorrow's not guaranteed for anyone. It doesn't matter how healthy or perfect you think you are. Just fucking enjoy life within reason, obviously. I'm sorry I keep saying that, but I don't want anyone to like go on a weird binge and die and be like, it was Katie. Oh. You know, don't do that. There's a reason weightlifters have cheat days. Absolutely. I love when like The Rock and those like, you know, famous kind of big meaty dudes show those kind of things on their Instagram and stuff to prove it. As real as it might be, it at least sends a message that like no one's living this 24/7 365 perfection, because that's crazy. You would go crazy. You'll go crazy. You'll go crazy. You need carbs. Everybody needs carbs. Live your best life to the best of your extent. Absolutely. I truly believe, I truly agree with that. Yeah. What's wild to me is there are people in the world allergic to water and sunlight. It's true. That's real and very weird. I find it very weird as well. I've never incurred one in my own personal life, but it's weird. I have troubles eating and I love food. I can't do much physically to do things. My vices are Monster Energy drinks, pop, and cigarettes. There you go. I mean, I love that you said pop, by the way. Made me feel like I'm at home. As someone who had roughly 12 blood tests before sexology clinic would accept me. Wait, 21. Katie's dyslexia took over. 21 blood tests. Wait, the same blood test 21 times? Or they required 21 different blood tests for them to accept you? What the shit? 21 vials? Oh, honey. I would kiss your elbow. That's a lot. Jesus. Pepsi tastes better to me too now. It's weird. I was not a Pepsi fan, and if there's nothing else to drink and I have to have a soda or I want one, I usually go for a Pepsi product. I really like Dr. Pepper as well. And a root beer. I love me a root beer. Yeah. But I used to be like purely Diet Coke. If you didn't have Diet Coke, I didn't want to drink from you, and now I don't like it at all. I also find it funny how the 100-year-old who gets interviewed are the ones doing what we consider the worst, and what do they say is balance, moderation, and effing have fun? Dude, for real. Yes. That's why all of our nanas are gambling and drinking and just eating chocolate, because they know what's up. Katie was why I got leprosy from chasing my dream of having an armadillo zoo. I mean, you said you weren't going to tell anyone I got you that armadillo, though. I thought that was a secret between us. So we're going to have to talk about that later, naked. I tend to do better eating things like cookies and chips and processed foods rather than real food. I know some people like that, honestly. And there's something to it. Processed food, it's like pre-processed, so your stomach doesn't have as hard of a time processing it again, you know, like it kind of breaks down easier. You might not get the same level of nutrition out of it, but if you have stomach issues, there are a lot of people who live off of processed foods and they can live a very happy life. I mean, they definitely, you know, what's the word? They supplement where they can, but as long as you can keep your food down, for fuck's sake. Cookie got me the other 11 armadillos, so it's mainly Cookie's fault. I knew there was something up. She said those were cats. Viata, it's weird, and that's how I see Diet Coke now, but I still like a root beer and a fucking Dr. Pepper. I don't know what it is. I like fizzy drinks. I think there's something about the sensation of carbonation where if I'm in the mood for it, it's like a really hot summer day, I'll just fucking get down on a root beer. I don't know, man. My 89-year-old grandfather has drank a 2-liter of Coke every day since his 20s, doesn't have diabetes. My grandma smoked 2 packs of Seneca 175s until she was in her 80s. I can't remember how old she was when she passed. In her 80s, did not get lung cancer, did not die of it. It doesn't make sense. Bodies are weird. Some people can just fucking do shit forever and nothing ever happens. Some people get cancer at 30. It doesn't make sense. Like, just enjoy life if you can, within reason. And don't let people make you consume things just because you're, like, that's just fucked up. If I make it past 65, the rest is gravy, so I'm going to enjoy life within my means until then, and after that, we're going wild. That's kind of what I, like Rapster's saying, like, I've said it lightly as a joke, but if I make it to, like, 85 and suddenly I'm just, like, leaking shit out my butt all day from all the extensive anal I've taken part in or whatnot, I'll try heroin. What's gonna happen? I'm gonna get addicted? I fucking leak shit. I don't know what my name is anymore. Let's try whatever these fuckers are giving their houses up for. I say it lightly as a joke. Lightly. I don't know. I'm a ways away, but I might get there spiritually and emotionally one day. But for now, I'll stick to the green because it's safe and it won't kill me. I still look good naked. I'm not shitting my pants. Fizzy drinks and fatty foods. Oh my god, Trin. Literally some salt and Vinnies and a fucking like tall Mexican Coke is enough to send me under. That is like the ultimate combo. 100%. Yes, agreed. It's fun when they ask a 100-year-old what their secret to living is. You get anything from smoking cigars to drinking grass juice. Seriously. I watched like a YouTube video that was a compilation of people interviewing I think they're called centurions or centurions, people who have lived past 100 years. And they asked him what was the secret to a long life, and it was always like eat bacon, or have a cigarette once a day, drink a bottle of wine a day, or there was one was just be kind. I like that one. It didn't matter what you ate, but be kind. Kindness will keep you alive. I was like, okay, I like you. I'm into that. I can do that one. I could try at least. Like 90% of the time, right? I get like a 10% day where I can just like let it out, right? Yeah. Yeah. Say yes. It's fine. I'm a Mountain Dew fiend, but I'm currently not drinking pop, so it's been 18 days. Do you still crave them? Oh, Hikaru, dude. I've had a lot of patients like that, honestly. It is very bizarre. Clinically alive but dead inside is a mood. I mean, it's on the chart. I sometimes worry about the weird studies that'll come out 20 years from now about what monsters done to our bodies, a study in mutation, but until then, I need to be awake. Same. I mean, I've been saying that since my very first cell phone. I remember when my parents got me my first little Nokia brick phone. It didn't even have the antenna. You couldn't text on it yet. It was just because I got a car. I was able to get a car in my license, and they didn't want me to like run out of gas and die in the woods. And I remember thinking like, am I just gonna have a giant tumor hanging off my head someday from talking on this thing all the time? Like, are my fingers gonna rot off? Like, what is this doing to me? I've been thinking that one for years. I don't know. What's gonna happen? Nobody knows. It'll be fun to see. Thank you, Trin. I appreciate that. The extensive anal. I don't know. If I make it to the point that my brain is losing function, I'll jump in one of those nitrogen-assisted suicide pods in a heartbeat. Oh, I would too. I'll hold your hand. I'll go with you if it's happening simultaneously. I would hard. Yes, I am so pro that shit. When my quality of life is to the point where I can't do the things I love, I'm out. I'm changing psychiatrists and getting a new therapist. Ooh, about to talk to the psychiatrist. Oh. Well, I hope everything goes well. I'm sure they'll be very understanding. I mean, if you've been going to them for a while, they're probably kind people. I went through the holidays having a glass of wine with dinner, but now it's back to only drinking on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I want to drink, but the weight loss feels good. Dude, I know a lot of people that like do something like that. Like some people will have a couple beers with dinner every night and they'll go, okay, I'm just going to do it on weekends. And they drop like 30 pounds. It's crazy. I've never been a drinker. I never realized how many calories are in alcohol before. It's kind of wild. Genova, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Rabster. Rabster, use a butt was the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways. Nothing is sexier than pure sober consent, and I appreciate you. Thank you. The best Centurion interview I've seen is recently a Danish one died. Oh, and they asked her, what are your tips for living a long life like you? To which she said, don't. Just do not. It's fucking beautiful. Oh God, that's just sorry. I must be raining. That's beautiful. That's so good. Honest old people are the best ever. Fuck, that's beautiful. Jesus Christ. Don't. That's so good. It's gonna give me good sleep. Well, I probably won't sleep tonight because my hands will go numb, but you know. At 28, I was diagnosed with the non-ischemic cardiomyopathy heart failure with a 10% ejection fraction. Jesus. Those through some stupid expensive medicine and some small lifestyle changes, I'm back to normal. Whoa, but I'm overbetting on long life, so we're having it. I mean, fucking live well. Everybody, if you think about it like, you know, existentially speaking, everyone kind of, most people for the most part kind of choose how they're going to die without really knowing it. You know, it's just like over a really long period of time, it builds up, whether that's high saturated fats or what have you. But that's very existential. I'm just talking like on a very stoner spiritual level right now. Kind of. Because I love it, and we're doing the healthy thing, working out, eating better. I get that. No, I totally get that. I was asking because I gave up coffee once and I craved it the whole time. Working out, eating better, getting enough sleep, drinking enough water. It sounds miserable. Oh my God, you're punishing. Just kidding. Good luck. I'm trying to up my water intake, I guess. I already drink so much fucking water, but damn. Still dry as fuck. I don't want heroin or cocaine, but if they made a drug where I didn't need sleep anymore, oh my God, can you imagine? Like speed that had no, counter effects to it. Same though. Fun fact, if you smoke and make it to 40 without cancer, statistically, the risk of getting cancer is the same as a non-smoker. I think I read the same thing you were talking about. They said, and there was another one in there, didn't it say statistically someone who's exposed to secondhand smoke is more likely to get cancer? It's kind of crazy. Fuck. I think I might have seen something similar to that recently. It was pretty wild. Secondhand smoke is pretty insane. Remember, yes, oh my God, I was just talking about the microwave propaganda recently. Trin, I watched a video on YouTube by, oh God, what's the British cooking guys that like do little experiments with food? You guys know the channel name. I always forget it. It's like the Tasty? Taste something. I don't know. But they did this really cool experiment where they blind tasted foods where it would be the exact same food, but one was cooked in the microwave and one was cooked on the stove. And then they would judge them. And almost the entire time they tasted comparable. And then what they did is they added up the energy it took to cook the thing on the stove versus the microwave. And that was where it really fucking added it up. It was crazy how much more energy it took in the long term, obviously, because energy is like relatively cheap per whatever. It's like cents. But over the long term, you're paying like $60 more every 5 years just to use your stove because you're snooty and you think the microwave is bad for you. It was kind of wild. Hydrate. I did it again. I drink so much water. It's just dry here. I sometimes worry that my constant ear ringing is due to having worn Bluetooth earbuds in their infancy, working overnights at Walmart in a freezer section. I was told by my ear doc that the ringing is one of the hairs in your ear dying, and you'll never hear that tone again when it stops, but I don't know how legit that is. That seems very simple, but I don't know. Oh my God, hipster, right? That's a lot of the women in my family are like that, and they all have like huge boobs, and they just like go through a box of tampons a day, and it's just insane. PCOS seems like a fucking hellscape. When you're that old, I mean, famous journalist and author in her post-death interview video she made was just don't fucking live this long. I mean, when I can't do anything anymore, I don't know why I'd want to be alive anymore. Not that I want to die, but I'm a very active, moving person. I need all my extremities to work all the time, and the moment they don't, I just don't know what I'm going to do. Other than just be depressed and feel guilty wanting to die because everyone around me be like, you don't want to die, and I'd be like, oh, I just poop myself all day. I don't know. None of my relatives that made it to 90 plus seem to be having a good time. None of mine. And they all kind of go a little loopy. Same. All the women in my family live until they're at least like mid 90s. But the last like 3-ish years of their life, they're all a little nut fucky and kind of pissing themselves and shitting themselves. And I'm just like, it'd be cool to live into my 90s, but I don't want to live into my 90s with an existential bladder infection because I piss and shit myself all day. Because I'm proud to live into my 90s. Just me? I don't know. Maybe. I might have a different opinion when I'm there. Who knows? Maybe they'll have a cool robot that sucks poopies out of you. I don't know. Who knows? Oh. Maybe. No, I don't think I will. I don't want to I use shit myself very loosely. Like when I have no control over my bowels and I can't get up and walk around and I can't be independent. Like I'm a frighteningly kind of fiercely independent person. And once that's taken away, I really don't know what I'm going to do about it. I can't decide if I'm hungry enough to make food yet. Wait, what kind of food though? Is it difficult to make food? How does a raw head of broccoli sound? Everything. Well, and something's gonna kill you. I hope it's a bear for me personally. My hands, honestly, it only bothers me when I like have to take a shower or put it like when I wash my hands in hot water. I can feel it's like hot sensitive, and the skin. I think what I called is gonna happen. Um, it didn't blister, but because I'm always like cooking and baking, and I always have my hands in hot water. I think my hands are kind of calloused, and so I think it's one of those burns where like in a couple weeks, the skin's just gonna slough off because I can feel it already becoming like rougher on all those fingers right there. And it's just heat, but I don't think I got like a 3rd degree. It wasn't that bad, thank fuck. It did break all my fingernails though, so that was really nice. Woo! Doing great. I have Crohn's. I have accidents in my sleep more often than you like, which is never. See, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not trying to shade. There's a lot more that I'm saying, like losing all the things. Not just that. Like, you can definitely live a fairly full life and be shitting yourself. Lots of people do. My mom's lungs look like she was never smoking a 2-packs. No shit. 2-packs her entire life. She has never smoked. It's because her dad smoked 4 packs of Camel unfilters every day of her life. My mom was the same. My grandpa was a military man who smoked, like, always had, the cigarette pack rolled up. And no shame on smokers, but he's second. I mean, back in the day, they just didn't know. And they would secondhand smoke and just like hotbox the house with all the kids inside. And I can't remember exactly the specifics of it, but there's something about secondhand smoke where sometimes it can be even more damaging. But I don't remember the exact specifics of it. It's pretty weird. A cocaine bear. Yes, that is how I wanted to die. Yes. I want it to be epic. I don't want to like die boring because I'm not having kids, so there's no one gonna be there to be like, "We love you." It's just gonna be me, sad and alone, shitting myself in the hospital or something. Rice fritters. Ooh, what do you use to stick them together? Egg? Is it kind of like omu rice? Is that what that is? Omu rice. What up, awesome one? How are you? Thank you. If at any point you're uncertain if you're hungry or not, you aren't. I always do the raw broccoli test. I don't know where I got that, but like if I'm just standing in the kitchen, like, am I hungry? I think, would I eat a raw broccoli head right now? Like, does that sound appetizing? And if it doesn't, I ain't hungry. And if it does, I make myself a meal because I don't fucking have raw broccoli in my house. What do I look like? Just remember, Donna, everyone's trusted a fart and lost. Everyone's trusted a fart and lost. It's true if you fart. Everyone I know has a story about trusting a fart and losing. It's facts. Oh, Donna, it's cool. I just don't want anyone to feel bad when I say, like, I want to die when I'm shitting my pants. Like, that's not what I mean. I'm being kind of facetious. What I mean is, like, when I lose all bodily function and I'm, you know, a crazy old bitch, I'd put me in the woods with a fifth of something tasty where there's bears. So please do this. Just egg and flour. I've never made a rice one before. I've made them with potato. My grandparents did that. Yeah, a lot of my family did that. I've told you that before, haven't I? My grandma, my stepdad's mom, my grandma Shirley, the one that smoked till she was like 90, I think, and didn't die of cancer. Just never got anything wrong with her, but smoked a lot and was like nasty. Um, when we went in to clean the house, we were wiping the walls down, which we thought were like an off-white, and they were not. It was tar stains. Everything was tar stains. She had bleach white walls when we were done. It was pretty wild. Not that we didn't bleach them, by the way. We just, just because she just like hotboxed her house all day. Oh, oh. My grandpa probably had something going on. Who knows? He passed away from like other stuff pretty fast after. I think a broken heart. They were a couple made in heaven. No shit. People do. See, I don't know anybody with kids who smoke cigarettes. I would. Do people still hotbox with their children? Shame on you. Don't call yourself out, but fucking shame on you. Don't do that. I don't care if you smoke, but don't do that. What? No, that's wrong. The kid doesn't have a choice. The dogs don't have a choice, for fuck's sake. I'll eat raw broccoli if it's around, but my problem is if I buy like a head of broccoli, I'll eat a piece of it and then it'll go bad. So I just never keep it on. But I'd eat it if it was like a veggie tray. I'll fucking fuck a veggie tray, Trin. 100%. 100%. See, you'd have to pick some raw veggie that's not like normally appetizing unless you're starving. Yeah, if it doesn't work for you about it, obviously that's not gonna work. I love raw veggies. I don't know. I love a raw veggie plate. Oh yeah. It's weird. Did you really, Kel? Good. My parents smoked so many Marlboros that my graduation presents were bought with Marlboro miles. Damien, I'm not even kidding you. Same. I have so many little I'm gonna bring him out someday. I have to find him. I have so many little not Marlboro. I have the Camel. Mine was Camel. Camel family. What's up? Uh, I have so many Camel knickknacks that I honestly I've kept them because they're like antiques at this point and kind of cool. But like little one of them is like I don't even know if these had a name, but it was like a water puzzle. But it's a pack of cigarettes, and you have to move the thing around to like get the cigarettes into the pack, and it's just floating in water. There's a couple like that. Like they're just the most obscure little toys, but we would get those like in our stocking. I didn't even know. I was just like, oh, fun, water game. Dude, Genova, no shit. Wait, did he stop the moment you moved out, or just like you were exposed to it? Because that'd be a dick move. Jesus. Oh, you're out now? Pff, and I quit. My work here is done. Ha 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 ha. Dad of the year right there. Jesus. Jesus. You look like the crazy lady who hangs outside the medicine man weed shop on the nose. I mean, I wouldn't be ashamed to beg for pot. My barometer is, am I hungry enough to do the roommate's dishes so I can cook something? Oh, dude, same. Am I hungry enough to clean the kitchen to make something decent? Same. Same. Not that the kitchen's filthy, but like Zach snacks at night and we'll leave shit out and I just don't want to put the effort in. I'm same. Katie likes it raw. Noted.
Who doesn't?
I love raw or I mean, what's a vegetable I don't like raw but I like cooked? I like most veggies to be honest. I'm not a huge fan of eggplant simply because most of the ways it's cooked it ends up mushy and weird. Eggplant parmesan's pretty dope and I love baba ganoush though. Both are eggplant based and delicious. But like just like a piece of like slice, it's just like gooey. It feels like overcooked zucchini or something. Not really into the weird texture. I like most veggies to be honest. I don't eat raw mushrooms because Mickey said no. I liked him before. Oh, I've never been exposed to a raw. Well, I liked a raw chive, like the little green onions when they like dice them up and put them on something. I like those. I love onions and garlic though. I like spicy stuff. Oh, I've never had a. Well, nope, that's a lie, Damien. For real, I went to a not a fancy restaurant, but kind of like what would you call it? What do they call it? Gastro pub food, where it's like pub food with a twist. And I got a salad there one time, and it was literally made of raw Brussels sprout leaves. Like someone fucking like, sat there with those Brussels sprouts and were like pluck pluck. I don't know how you do it otherwise, but it was actually kind of tasty. It tasted like kale, kind of. I don't know, man. I don't know how the fuck you're getting it done without like plucking. You'd have to. I mean, maybe on TikTok someone's figured it out, but it was pretty darn good. It was like if you know what a Waldorf salad is, it was kind of like that. But with the Brussels sprout leaves, I would not just go to town on a fucking head of Brussels sprout without it being roasted, though. Like, no, that's too much. That's a lot. That's like eating a cabbage, like an apple. My God. I haven't lost it to that point. Johnny, I feel that way about vapes. Every time I'm walking around a crowd of people, cough, cough, any convention full of gamers, cough, cough, and suddenly my mouth and or nose is full of like fruity watermelon cum vapor. I just had this moment where I'm like, that was in you and now it's in me, and why though? But if you think about it, everyone around you are breathing what was in them at one point, and it's pretty fucking gross. But I don't want to taste your hot watermelon spooge in the air. Honestly, I think I'd prefer a cigarette. Some of those fruity ass vapes that fill the convention like city, like the cloud over the city just becomes this like fruit menagerie. Just tutti fruity at that point. It's just sickening to me. I don't know. Just me though, not really into sweet smells. Bell peppers, carrots, cucumber sticks, some dip. Hell yes, same, Percy, same. I love all those things. Like I'll get down. Like we used to just pick that shit out of the garden and just eat it. I can't blame them now. Looking back, I realize how poor we were. I mean, I don't blame my parents for anything. We were poor as fuck, and there was a lot of kids to feed, and they did feed us well. We were all quite thick. It's fine. Really? Also, when you talk about like having poop accidents, it lets me feel. Wait. Sorry. It lets me feel even more comfortable telling about my issues. I might even say the same thing more than once to chat, but it's nice. I can talk about them. Absolutely. I mean, these are that's what I'm talking about. Like, these are the realities of life. Everyone has trusted a fart and shitted themselves at one point. I haven't, but I don't fart. I'm sure it's gonna happen. I'm not saying I'm some perfect creature. I will shart myself someday. Everybody does. Like, it's just human. And to like make someone feel icky for having a human experience like that, I think is kind of shitty. No pun intended. But here we are. It's just stupid to me. It's like when you hear someone's on their period and you go, ew, gross. Fuck you. How do you think we feel? I don't know, man. I just, not about that life. Yeah, you're already feeling fucking gross. Exactly. Shaming someone, they're already in it. Leave them the fuck alone. Yeah, same. And the fact that any of us are able to laugh about the stories later on is awesome. And if you guys are willing to share those funny poop stories, I'm here to fucking read them and laugh with you. Never at you, but if we can laugh together, I'm here for it. Apparently, they did selective breeding on Brussels sprouts in the 90s to make them less bitter. Really? Interesting. When I was a kid, my mom used to boil them, and I fucking hated Brussels sprouts. But in my college years, I learned how to like slice them, olive oil, salt, and pepper, roast them. Fucking amazing. They're so good. Holy shit. Trouble, so this may or may not solve the issue, but for me too, I'm not a huge fan of like intensely like painfully bitter things. But I found a recipe for kale salad way back when I was in college that I still make to this day, and everyone I've ever made it for has always like been like, oh, this is one of the best kale salads I've ever had. Normally I hate kale. I don't know if they're lying to me because I'm scary, maybe, but it was a method I've seen in a lot of different recipes where you like chop up all the kale and into the pieces you want to eat, whatever, put it in a bowl, and then there's two different ways. You can either put olive oil on it, like a little bit of olive oil or whatever oil you want to do, your salad oil, or you can do like half of an avocado if it's really soft, scoop it out into the kale leaves, and then you literally like wash your hands and then mush the shit out of that whatever that fat thing is into the leaves, and you basically like take handfuls of the kale and crunch it in your hands. They call it massaging the kale or whatever, but it does something. It like breaks down the structure of whatever in the leaf is causing it to be super bitter, but because it's such a strong plant, it doesn't become like mush. As long as you have like decent, like don't buy wilty kale, obviously, if you can. But yeah, it doesn't turn to mush or anything. It holds its structure, even though you can fucking abuse the fuck out of kale, and you end up eventually like mushing that avocado all over it, whatever. Add some salt and pepper. It's kind of phenomenally tasty. I went through a period of time where I was trying to get more greens in my life because I was just an iceberg girl, and iceberg lettuce is exactly like nil nutrients. And it worked for me, and I've fed it to multiple picky partners, and they've all gotten down on it. And then you can add whatever the fuck you want to it. But it's something about massaging the kale. It like, I can't remember the science behind it, but it breaks down something about the plant that gives it that bitter astringency to it when you chew on it. But it's still like a very tasty, crunchy salad when you eat it. It doesn't like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain that. I'm not a chef. I just try. I Google a lot. I do my best, okay? I like kind of bitter. Like, just not, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, I love dark chocolate, like 80%, 90% cocoa is my jam. I used to fucking eat my mom's baking cocoa thinking I was getting away with some little sneaky trick up in her cupboard of baking goods. And I love dark coffee. I love black coffee, but I do understand what you mean by there's some vegetables that just have this bitter quality to them that's almost like astringently bitter. Really kills, and that's the thing, like, for some people, it might not work out. That's what I'm saying. I don't wanna guarantee it, but it made it palatable enough for me to get it down. And then same, I love cucumbers so much. So I would literally make a salad of that and cut up an entire cucumber just for me to put it in it for, like, a different added texture. I just try to find life hacks to get around because I don't wanna be miserable, but I understand I need to eat vegetables to live. I do need these things. I cannot live off of potato chips and Monster as much as I would like to. I had a kale vinaigrette almonds and baked parmesan. Ooh, baked parmesan? That just gave my taste buds a boner, the thought of that. I sweated inside. Recently that was amazing, but it was served aside a bomb fucking duck and pork belly cassoulet. Oh my god. So, like, my taste buds may have already been euphoric. Pretty sure they massaged the kale too. That honestly sounds like a really good salad. I love a good salad. Like, it's for real. Salads are great because you can add so much good crunchy texture, and I fucking love a good crunchy texture. That's why I love watching Good Eats Me too. I miss it with Alton Brown. He always got into the science of what goes on exactly with food. Same. He's the reason I know what brines are and marinades. I watched a really good episode on that. Same. Bitter receptors are genetic. I can't tolerate Brussels sprouts. Really? But do you like coffee? Like black coffee, or do you add sweets to it? Because I've heard that's considered a bitter flavor. I've drank it so much in my life, I don't think I taste it anymore. I really don't know what it even is. But I've heard that's a bitter thing. Do you like cilantro, Tony? Or are you one of the soap cilantro people? I wonder if those are they're probably not connected in any way, shape, or form. I'm an idiot. I know nothing about genes. But I know that's another genetic one. I know that. The cilantro thing's genetic. I love cilantro. Like, I've straight up made a salad half lettuce, half cilantro. Like, just chopped up a cilantro bundle and made that half my lettuce of my salad. I fucking dig cilantro. I feel so bad for people that it tastes like soap. I know. To you, that salad sounds horrific, like a bowl of soup, of soap. But to me, it was just like eating, like, really exciting salsa. No shit. Bitter flavors are okay, just not Brussels sprouts. Interesting. It's so weird. It's interesting. It's cool to me how everybody's taste buds are different. So many same as a crayon. So many veggies are great after a trip to the pan or the oven. Roasted veggies have saved my life. Seriously, especially in the wintertime. In the summertime, I don't have a problem getting in veggies. My biggest problem is I eat once a day, so I try to get as much nutrition as I can into, like, one meal and some snacks. I don't do this on purpose. I just don't fucking, I don't know. I'm me. Um, and in the wintertime, I'm just cold all the time, and so the last thing I want to touch is a cold bowl of salad. And so I started looking into, like, how to just do these huge pans, basically, where you just put all the veggies. I mean, you can put anything, like turnips and carrots and onions and Brussels sprouts and whatever you want, and roll it in olive oil and stuff. That saves my fucking gourd in the wintertime. Otherwise, I think I might die. Like, moving out of my parents' house made me realize I don't know how to feed myself, and I am a child. And that was, like, 16 years ago, so I'm still alive. Doing great. I'm doing great. Coffee can be very bitter, but it depends heavily on the origin, variety, and roast. And I don't like super bitter coffee. That's why I asked. I think Starbucks is considered bitter. To me, it tastes like burnt trash. But some people love it because they like that really strong, burny, like, trash flavor, I guess. To each their own. So yeah, cilantro is a different gene. There you go. Cilantro, same. Cilantro makes or breaks Mexican food for me, Trin. Hard yes. If there's no cilantro for the tacos, I feel incomplete. I don't know what's happening here. And I feel really bad for people that think it's that think it's soap. I don't know why I want to say toast so bad. Am I having a seizure? That think it's soap, I feel really bad for those people. I'm not here to shame you. I just feel bad. That sucks. Oh, no shit. Alton has a web cooking show. Oh, I'll have to look it up. Cilantro and eggnog are two things I keep on trying every once in a while and realize I still don't like them. I have tried to like eggnog. Same. It's so thick. I just can't. I don't like eggnog either. So I don't know if you've ever tried this, Wookie. I went to, like, some local little latte stand, coffee shop, whatever, and they had an eggnog latte. So the eggnog was, like, steamed, because it replaced the milk, and I loved it. But I think the act of steaming it and then adding, like, shots of coffee to it made it a lot thinner, so it didn't have, like, that strangely thick consistency. I just can't. The thick. It's just weird. Cold, thick. Why? Why cold, thick? Why? I don't know. Nope. I'm the same. It's weird. It's more of a texture thing for me. It smells incredible. I'm that way with alcohol. Like, once or twice a year, I'll get invited to go out with friends, at a con or something, to go to a bar where they have, like, fancy fun drinks. And I'm like, It's been long enough that I forgot how much I hate alcohol. I'll try one of these fun drinks and I fucking hate it again. And I try it. I keep trying. I'm just a dum-dum. I don't know. I just don't like it. If I'm gonna drink, it's just gonna be fucking whiskey. I don't know why I keep trying all these fancy shitty drinks. I just forget. I'm like, oh, maybe I'll like, no, I don't like sweet. Why did I do that? Soup is my go-to for veggies, honestly. Oh my God, guys, I forgot to tell you, I made soup what was it? The night before and last night, Tuesday. Zach has been like fantasizing about Olive Garden soup. I didn't grow up with an Olive Garden, so I don't hate it, nor do I love it. I don't have an opinion. But I know there's like this strange, like according to them, you're family, but the rest of the world says they're trash Italian. I don't fucking know. I think I've been to one a couple times, but not a lot. But he's been like having little wet dreams thinking about this soup from Olive Garden. And literally multiple days he talked about it. Zuppa Toscana. Motherfucking Zuppa Toscana. Can I tell you, Rabster, that Tuesday evening after stream, I spent 4 hours making it from scratch in our kitchen. And now we have like 2 gallons of this soup in the fridge. But there was no recipe to make. I mean, there is no recipe for a 2-person soup. Let's just start there. That's not going to happen. And there was no recipe for it. I mean, all the recipes took like at least 6 cups of broth and all this shit. But I was like, fuck it. I'm making soup. And I made it. And I was like, I made literally, I from scratch, I'm not one to follow recipes when it comes to cooking exactly. I'll just add stuff here and there because I've cooked. I don't really enjoy it, but I like adding my own thing. I've literally followed this to a fucking T because I wanted it to be. It was a recipe I found that was like a copycat for the Zuppa Toscana whatever thing. And so I found a recipe online that had like 9,000 votes, 5 stars, whatever, of the copycat for Zuppa Toscana. Got all the ingredients, which actually wasn't that bad. It wasn't too expensive. It's kind of simple, which I understand now why they kind of give it away for free or whatever. Soup and salad thing. I don't know. Again, haven't been there for fucking ever. However, I made it. I'm just so proud of myself because I never cook, guys. You know this. If you're by my channel in any way, shape, or form regularly, you know I fucking hate cooking. And I did it for like 4 hours, made this fucking huge pot of soup. And I made a baked rosa pasta from scratch out of my head, just pulled it out of my ass. And it was so fucking good. I literally tasted it before I put it in the oven to bake it with the mozzarella on top. And audibly, without anyone else within the vicinity, said, holy shit, that's good, which I never, ever do because I don't give a fuck about food, but shit, it was good. And then I made homemade garlic bread from my own homemade bread. And like I smeared pesto on it and then put some Parmesan on it and toasted it in the oven. And Zach is pretty picky. He's kind of a picky eater, I would say. But and I love this about him. I'm not saying this in an insulting way. He's not afraid to like be like, okay, for next time, will you just change this one thing if you don't mind? Like if it's not something you love, will you leave out the onions or will you leave out the whatever? Everything else is perfect. He'll say that, and I love constructive criticism. Like I'm fucking here for it. I don't want smoke blown up my ass. I want to improve what I'm doing, right? As long as you're nice about it. And he sat there and he tried everything and he just like got this weirdly calm look on his face and he goes, "Babe, it's all perfect." And he just sat silently and consumed so much of it that I think he got sick in the middle of the night. And I've never been more proud of myself. Not one thing. Not one. He always has something. I kind of forced it out of him. Not one fucking thing. He said the soup was perfect. But he said he was just like, and he literally ate so much. I don't know if he was trying to impress me. I don't care how much of my food you eat, but damn, he was like ill bloated afterwards and couldn't come near anybody. But I was just like so proud of myself because the soup, that was his first reaction when he came into the kitchen and saw the soup because it was kind of a surprise. I made it as a surprise for him because he kept talking about it. He was like, the soup looks identical. Like, it's perfect. You guys reminded me of it because the soup has kale in it. Like, chopped up kale. And he said it looked perfect. And I do try. I try to taste my food as I'm going, but I have a habit of forgetting to taste my food as I'm going. Not a good habit. I'm trying to break this. What the fuck is this song? Oh, I know that song. I have a habit of not trying until it's the very end, and then I'm like, oh, fuck. And I try it really quick, and I'm like, oh my God. Either it's good or I've done something wrong. I just forget because I'm like following the recipe in my own head and ADHD, whatever, probably doing 20 other things. And so I didn't fucking try the soup one time, not once. And this was a long process of a fucking soup. I mean, it was easy and cheap ingredients, but it was just like a lot of like, make this in the pan, remove the solids, keep the oil. Like, you did bacon and then you did sausage. And so you always were keeping the oil and the flavors in the pan for the soup. And so it was a lot of that. Just like I made so many fucking dishes, dirty dishes, making this recipe. It was intense, but the fact that it was perfect from a kind of a bluntly honest, picky man who's in love with this Toscana soup. I'm not flexing, but I very rarely am proud of myself, and I'm quite proud of myself, especially because I'm not a cook. I cook once a year. I'm not exaggerating. I do not cook. If Zach didn't cook, I would not eat more than like, craft dinner. It's a problem. I just don't value food very much. But I like a challenge like that. And I just, for like a couple weeks, he just kept talking about it. So I was like, fuck, I gotta do this. I gotta fucking do it. It didn't look hard. I know how to cook. I just don't enjoy it because it's hard for me to just stand there just cooking. I like to do 20 things at once, and that's hard to do and not burn your food. I know it was like my time to end my stream like 15 minutes ago, but I figured I'd wait till 4:20 because why not? OG soups are built around super cheap ingredients, but like all the best soups are basically meant to be made with scraps. And that's literally how this one was. I mean, other than the meat, obviously, it was very cheap ingredients. It was a lot of like, I can't, what's the word for the like crispies that build up on the bottom of the pan that you kind of scrape up once you start adding the liquids? It's the good stuff, all the flavor. That you could tell if you follow, if I'll post the recipe in the Discord or something, but if you follow the recipe, it's a lot of just building that up until you just put in all the stock or broth or whatever you use and then start working it out. And it's a lot of that. The fond, is that the word for it? Yeah, because you do bacon first. You like chop up bacon into little pieces and make your own like bacon bits essentially, and then you do spicy Italian sausage in the same pan after you take the bacon solids out. And so you're just constantly adding stuff to this amalgamation of like fats and burny bits, and then you crash all the other shit in and you start stirring it up. It's phenomenal. It's really good. I, I don't really, yeah, it's ADHD eating. But I was proud. It's pretty good. I guess that's what happens when you follow a recipe. That's an expression of love right there, to learn your partner's favorite dish. I mean, and for someone, especially for adults, like adults don't have massive, like obsessive favorites like kids do. So it's hard to find something like that. Like most of the time, especially with a dude like Zach, like he's not food picky. There's certain things he just absolutely doesn't like, and you just leave it out, and that's fine. Um, but he'll, for the most part, eat. I mean, he'd eat ass. He eats ass. He'd eat anything you put in front of him. And so it's hard to like get an inkling of like, oh, did you really love that meal, or was that just another thing you've stuck in your body to feed yourself? It was hard to figure out, but I'm glad I made the soup because I think I did well. If he talks shit about the soup on his stream, you have to promise not to tell me because I'm living on this cloud right now and I just don't want to know. I sometimes get a craving for frozen pizza. Dude, you know what I crave is those like kimchi ramen bowls sometimes, the really spicy ones. I definitely have weird cravings for those on occasion. Excuse me, I think I have a semi-refined palate and would never turn down quality ass. And who would? I didn't mean ass, you know what I mean. No shit. I learned how to make cheesecake for Wally, and he says mine is better than Cheesecake Factory. All right, have you ever had Cheesecake Factory cheesecake? It's not bad. That's a big fucking compliment. Just saying. Their cheesecake is like, I don't care who makes it or if it comes out of a frozen case. It's, in my opinion, fairly decent cheesecake. Like, that's a big compliment. They have so many goddamn options. Dude, hard. In the crust, and I would say the texture. However, I haven't had, like, a nasty textured one, but I live in fear that there's gonna be weird chunks in my cheesecake. Like, it's gotta be smooth. If I run into a chunk, I'm suing. I don't know what I'd do. Assume it's a finger and die. Yes. Oh my god, moldy bud, exactly. Dude, I lived off those in college. I love them. I don't think they're that bad. Like, they're edible. They're edible hot. It made me laugh and clap. Wait. No, I won't say that. That's fine. Tombstone pizza reminds me of my teen years. Every time I eat one, I'm brought back 30 years. It's also amazing when you have the munchies. For me, that's Hot Pockets. We always had Hot Pockets or like frozen corn dogs because my brothers were just like monsters of consumption for their teenage years. So we always had just like insane amounts of those food everywhere. And Hot Pockets, dude, they are in a nostalgia city for me. Cookie dough crust, ooh, yum. I've never had one with a cookie dough crust. I'm a huge fan of a graham cracker crust. Graham cracker crust, or basically like a, oh God, what do you call it? A crumble crust. You know what I mean? I mean, I've never had this, but the idea of cheesecake with a pie crust seems gross. Why are you needy? Graham cracker and brown sugar, fucking A. Fucking A. I've also had one where the crust was made of crumbled Oreos, and I have to say that was sinfully delicious. But it's basically the same concept, right? Just the cookie, not the hello, Safi love, how are you? Just the cookie, not the frosting. But it was real tasty. It was basically like a chocolate graham cracker crust. Graham cracker and brown sugar. Oh, yum. No, it can't be soggy. I mean, why would that crust be soggy? That's not okay, Wook. Nope. I vote no on that. I vote nay. It's a sneaking mission. We're streaming. You're so dirty, though. My poor poodle. She's so needy. Safi, is this a trick question? Is it on Mondays? Because I have a previous engagement. But if it's not...
Fuck yes.
A ginger snap crust. Oh, I've never thought to do that. That's a really good idea. I fucking love ginger. Yum. That sounds really good. I need to repack a bowl. It's almost 4:20, Bell. Watch out, my baby. Oh, yes, Seth. That's not even... I mean, I would say, is that even a question? But, like, I just appreciate how thoughtful and wonderful you are. But, yes. Yes. That's a hard yeah. Yeah. I love Biscoff cookies. Making that... Oh, dude. Can you imagine that as a crust? Yum. I mean, Donna, honestly, there's no such thing as a topic in this channel as long as, you know, I'm all over. I can follow 5. It's totally cool. An anonymous gifter just gifted a sub to Safi and to Trin. Thank you for gifting subs to 2 of my favorite people in the whole world. I appreciate you, Satan. Is it 420? I think it is. Cheers. Yep. Happy 420, Central Hose. Trin, that sounds amazing. Vampire gamer cosplay? Big yes. That would be a C. Duh. If you will. We've got Central Hose. I mean, there's a lot of Central Hose. I try not to forget about Central Hose. I feel like Central and Mountain, we are the forgotten time zones. The flyovers, if you will. I ain't here to forget that shit. I got a lot of lovers in these time zones who I care about a lot. They exist. And honestly, keep flying over. We don't need you. We don't need your fly-in. Central Ho. Rippin'. I'm just a mountain ho. Sweet mountain ho. We've hit mine and Vissy's for yours. Just think of us when you smoke. You know, I honestly do. 90% of the time, I am not at my desk around my bong when it hits 420, but I swear to fuck, I almost always look at my phone at exactly 420 and think cheers to myself. No, I wish I was lying. I don't know what it is, but almost. What's a Central Hose? If you have to ask, you can't afford it. Vissy, right? Almost. I mean, it's uncanny the amount of times I've looked at the clock and it's exactly 420, but I'm like up doing dishes or laundry or something, so I'm just like, cheers to my holes. And I just think about it, and then eventually I cheers at my desk. Jesus. I used to be a mountain hoe, though. Once a mountain hoe, always a mountain hoe. I'm currently a mountain hoe, but a desert hoe always. I don't know what I would be. An ocean hoe? Am I a salty hoe? Shit, am I a fucking salt hoe? I think I might be a salty hoe. The vast majority, I mean, literally, until I moved here, I've always lived on the ocean. I think I might be a salty hoe. Shit. Better a central hose than a central line. A fucking men to that. Yep. Mm-hmm. Hard yes. Hold up, I was trying. Which vampire thing? So I don't know what she's talking about right now because Safi is a cryptic mystery banshee of the wilds, also known as the Morrigan. But oh god, time is so weird. Was it summertime when we did it? We did a Vampire Masquerade the campaign. How stoned am I? Jesus Christ. We did a campaign for Vampire the Masquerade called To the Grave. Thank you, Glut, for pulling that up. How long was that? Like last summer, I want to say. It was March last year. Jesus Christ. Fucking March last year. And it was fucking phenomenal. It was with FTL Gaming, aka Josh, Safi, Amelia, Dan. I mean, it was just, I can't. We had a lot of fun. I it's, I know it's a stretch to say, but I say this with full confidence. I would never say no to a Vampire the Masquerade campaign. It is easily my favorite thing ever. I just love everything about it. Vampire the Masquerade is such a well-made system, and it's so fucking, like, just... What's the word? Like, fertile? The world feels alive before you make it alive, and it's just great. It's so much fucking fun. I love it so much. Me too. I'm a sucker for fucking vampires. No
Puns.
no pun intended. I'm a sucker for vampires. Same. I just love it so much. It's so much fun. It's just, and it's not a difficult system to get through, and I don't know, man. So that campaign was a blast. I also, the first time I ever met Zach, Ezekiel_I, my partner in crime, was because we got to do a Vampire Masquerade campaign, but that was like 6 or 7 years ago. That was a while ago. That was when we just met, not when we started dating. But that was the first time we ever met, was a Vampire the Masquerade campaign. And that one was fun too. My favorite vampire movie? Oh no. That's a really... That's such a hard question. That's a really difficult question. Right? I'm trying to, it's hard because I don't like have the list of all the vampire media I've ever consumed in front of me. And that's... Blade is great. Fucking, we already spent like an hour trashing Twilight today, so I can't say it's my favorite now. I mean, Interview with a Vampire is great. As a teen, as an angsty, horny teen, I literally worshipped Queen of the Damned. I listened to the soundtrack 24/7 every day for literal years. That being said, it is not my favorite vampire movie, but if I had to say what one I've watched more than all the others, it might be that one in a sick way. I had a huge thing for the guy who played Lestat. We didn't even sing any of the music. Man. Underworld's, I like the Underworld movies. I wouldn't say they're my favorites. They're campy, they're fun. I'm trying to think of one that I just, like, really enjoy, and I enjoyed more of Blade than I do, probably. Bram Stoker's is definitely, that one is contending in my head, and then there's a more recent one that came out, and it has Tilda Swinton in it, and the guy who plays Loki, who I just blanked on his name. Help. I don't remember. Oh my god, it's right there. God, I hate my brain so much. But it's called Tom Hiddleston. Hiddleston? Oh, fuck. All I needed was, thank you, Weave. I got it with the Tom. Thank you. Tom Hiddleston, yes. And I think it's called like The Only Lovers Left Alive or The Last Lovers Left Alive, something like that. It's kind of got an obscure title. And it's just kind of a really, really unique movie where they just happen to be vampires. And I fucking dig it a lot. That's, if I was to say like my current, more modern, newer favorite. But then there's like Lost Boys. I don't know. This is a really hard question. I hate it. I love Lost Boys. Lost Boys easily has one of the best soundtracks that have ever existed. Fuck. Me too. Hiddleston is just incredible in everything. Like even being an incestual rich boy in Crimson Heights, is that what it's called? Like I was still like, I guess I'll touch my nipples to you tonight. I guess that's my life now. I'm trying to think. What other vampire? I mean, I've seen Blade is great. I mean, Blade is probably my absolute favorite. And that's because I can't. I mean, of the ones I'm literally can think of right now, probably my favorite, if not the only like action vampire movie done well. You know? Did anybody see The Strain? I don't know if we're considering that part of the vampire bundle. I would. It was definitely a unique take on vampirism where your like dick cape fell off and you're like infected or some shit. But I really dug that series. I thought it was well done. Yeah, I thought it was really well done. I know we're not talking series, but just in terms of vampire stuff, that one popped into my head. Very unique, and I had to watch it a couple times to get it. Yes, 30 Days of Night scared the fuck out of me. That's probably the only vampire movie that's ever actually scared me, but it might just be the dark. Acylophobia without water? Yeah, that's a good one, though. If you've never seen 30 Days of Night, it's scary. Like, that one, for me at least, the dark scares me. Things that can come at me in the dark that I can't see scare me. Was it called Pitch Black? The original Triple X movie where he had, like, the weird surgery in his eyes. What is that movie called? I think it's a Stephen King novel. Pitch Black. That one scared me a lot. That was a wild fucking move. Woo! Mm-mm. Annie Geek, I actually have ordered the books recently. I'm excited to read them. I've heard they're really good. Oh my god. What We Do in the Shadows. Do we consider that vampire movie? Oh my god, though. Hikaru. Dracula 2000 might be one of the worst vampire movies to ever existed. Did I touch myself to the thought of Gerard Way as a vampire? And all of his little ladies' perfectly perky titties? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Do I acknowledge it's a terrible movie? Absolutely. Did I watch it shamelessly a whole bunch? And do I own it on Amazon Prime? Maybe. Did I say Gerard Way? Like in fucking My Chemical Romance? That's my bad. Gerard Butler. Butler? I just caught it. I'm so sorry. Brain moves faster than mouth. Tiger Beetle moment. Butler, right? I think he's Scottish. It's not Gerard Way. Gerard Way is My Chemical Romance. That was a brain stupid. I apologize. Dracula 2000. Gerard Butler as a vampire. It's a minute. It's a minute if you need one. And on that note, I have to go care for my dogs and piss my pants. Not my pants. I'm going to pee in the toilet. But thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I apologize for being late yet again. If y'all could do some black magic, sacrifices, voodoo dolls, so I don't have cramps tonight and I don't wake up with numb hands, that'd be sick. Because I'm feeling kind of loopy from the lack of the sleeping. You know what I'm saying? We should cheers. I'll toast my bowl with you. Hold up. Hold up. Yes. Yeah, Donna, and I kind of liked that. Like, it had kind of a different spin on vampirism. Like, it was Judas or some shit, and the silver at his feet was what made vampires allergic to silver or some shit. It was just unique, but it was shitty. I mean, it was shitty. I mean, it's not like, you know, so, I wouldn't go see it in theaters. Maybe, though. The boobies. Ghost hug. Wait. Is this too much? I'm so sorry. Oh, man. I just need the black magic, please. Yeah, if you want to see a great rack or 3. Also, what was her name? Was it High C or Vitamin C? Wait, I have to pause the music. Da-na-na-na, na-na-na-na. Something something. Sappy grad song. Blah 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 blah. Bleached bang hair. Da-na-na-na. The person who sang that is like one of the chicks in the movie who becomes a really hot vampire, and I'm just saying, like, you know, sometimes we watch a plot for the film. I mean, a film for the plot. I'm gonna go now. Sometimes we watch the film for the plot. Sometimes we watch the porn for the titties. You know what I'm saying? Nothing makes sense, and I'm just high. I'm so sorry. Vitamin C. Was that literally? It wasn't High C. It was Vitamin C. That one. That one. She's in it. Great rack. Not that I was looking. I was young. I'm young. Stop. I haven't seen it for a while. Shut up. You know you look. I don't want to hear it. Get out. Get out. Yeah, she's one of the vampires. You know, it's Dracula and his 3 bitches, his like wives or whatever. It's never really. Oh, Midnight Mass is another really good, like, very unique spin. That's a good one. Good call, Genova. If you love vampire stuff and you're looking for new stuff. I know I didn't pick a favorite. I mean, I want to say it. I mean, it's. Is this like if I had to watch one vampire movie for the rest of my life, this is the one? Because I might go with Lost Boys simply because of the soundtrack. Like, if I have one vampire movie to watch the rest of my life, I just need at least a decent soundtrack out of it. This is such a hard question. I feel bad I didn't answer. It's just, Midnight Mass was so fucking well done, right? Another one where it's nothing like The Strain, but just a really unique spin on the vampire thing, which was cool. I mean, we don't get that really. We still haven't got a unique take on zombies, really. I love me a big, juicy, like, meaty plot. You know? Yeah. Or like a plot. Yeah, like a girthy, warm, soft, but like somehow stifling plot. Yes. Also boobs. Good God. Yeah, I'm so happy you said Midnight Mass. If you guys are into that kind of stuff, Midnight Mass is fantastic. I watched the first episode of the new, what is it called? Interview with the Vampire series, but the rest of the series is under a paywall, and I'm just not willing to subscribe to another fucking film, whatever. I don't want to subscribe to another service just to watch it, so I'm gonna have to, like, acquire it other ways, you know. The American way! Or whatever. I don't know. I'll steal it. I'll pirate it. It's fine. What am I afraid of? I don't give a fuck. I have to get it somewhere. But the first episode was, like, so full of gay sex. I was aroused. So there's that. What I love about Mike Flanagan is that every character gets a chance to be the main character. Every actor gets a chance to be the main character. I love that. No, that's a really good way to put it. Yes, absolutely. Lost Boys is just so solid. It's so fucking solid. It's funny, but also really scary. I mean, I'm terrified of maggots. Maggots scare the fuck out of me. Like, there's nothing that can make me, that I can think of right now. Nothing can make me more uncomfortable than, like, undulating piles of maggots. Ugh. Absolutely not. Oh, how are your noodles, Michael? Suck it. Fuck. Sick. Fucking sick. I'm out. I'm completely not into that one. I mean, I like some of the classics are better because the more we went on, they just kind of tried too hard. But Bram Stoker's Dracula with Winona Ryder and Keanu Reeves and Sirius Black. Help, Katie Brain. I said his name yesterday on stream or the day before. What? Oh my God. He's a chameleon actor. He's incredible. I love him so much. Why can't I think of his name? Cry, little sister. Oh my God, that's such a fucking good song, though. Bring Me More Lesbians is a line. Oh my God, though. Wait, I just thought about is it From Dusk Till Dawn, the Tarantino one? I'm not a diehard Tarantino stan, but that with the Salma Hayek? I don't know. Gary Oldman, thank you. Gary Oldman, yes. Thank you. I love Gary Oldman. I just blanked. Yeah, he's fantastic. But yeah, that's it. I could go on forever. We'll talk more about this tomorrow. I have to go get my dogs outside before I lose sunlight, and I have to pee so fucking bad. The snake dance is Dust Till Dawn. Thank you. That is, I think, the only part of the entire movie I remember. It's just kind of iconic. I don't know what else to do with that. Oh my god, I always wanted an SNL sketch where Gary Oldman sits in a bar and country music comes on and he shoots the jukebox. No Country for Old Men. The fact that no one's done that is just a fucking crime against humanity. I wonder if he's thought of it and been shot down. I mean, we love Gary. He's a chameleon, right? How else do you describe someone like that? He can do anything. I've seen him in roles where I quite literally didn't recognize him at first. Just because of the way he was presenting his body and his body language and his diction with his speech was so fucking different. I mean, he's amazing. I love him. Chameleon, yeah, I didn't know how else to describe him on the spot. He's just a chameleon actor. He can do anything. Fifth Element, Gary Oldman. I mean, I didn't know that was Gary Oldman. No shit. Wookie, way to call me out. Seriously, I grew up watching that movie. That's one of my favorite movies in the whole world. We used to watch it constantly. It's one of the few VHSs we had as a kid. And I didn't know until like after one of the Harry Potter movies. He did something with his face. Oh, he screams. It's the is it Prisoner of Azkaban where there's the posters everywhere and he's like, ah, like screaming through the jail bars. And it's the exact same face he has when he screams in some scene in The Fifth Element, and his teeth were the same. And I was like, who's that though? Who's that? Where's my dingle tingle? And I knew it. I fucking knew it. I was like, oh my god, young Gary Oldman was bald and weird and bled gray, black shit. I don't know what's going on. It's a multi-pass. We know it's a multi-pass. Poor multi-pass. Bless her heart. On that note, I have to pee so fucking bad. But I love you, and I will be back tomorrow. I feel like the Alev's okay, unless for some reason my body decides to attack me out of nowhere. She knows better. She's been taught a lesson. It's happening. But I'll see you fuckers tomorrow. I'm gonna raid Zach because I gotta watch more of this Max Payne shit after watching that movie last night. I gotta see if there's like angels or some shit. But on that note, I'll see you tomorrow. Wash your bongs, wash your hands. Don't forget to pee after sex and self-loving. Take your joy and be good. Thank you for chilling with me today. I'm gonna go I'm not gonna actually gargle these, but I'm gonna take some more and lay down. I love you. Bye. Try, little sister.